Okay. Good morning. Hey, what time is it over there? I haven't watched today's episode, but from the title, it seemed like a good one. Yeah, I saw the. Look, I'll be very honest with you. I saw the. Oh God, the thumbnail, and I was all like, and I read the title, and I was all like, "You're like, this is bait. It's bait. They're baiting me. That's what they're doing. They're like, oh, he'll watch. Trust me, he'll watch." Ugh. Hold on, I gotta check. I'm starting a slab of pork belly right now, so I just gotta make sure it is starting. Oh, okay, cool. There you go. That's why I was kind of not necessarily running late. I got up here right at the right time to start it, but yeah. The last couple days have been a weird one. I haven't slept really well. Almost said good. I haven't slept gooder in like a couple of days, and last night was like the first night I got more than like 5 hours of sleep, and I woke up with an insane migraine. I always forget, like, Suzanne's out of the house right now, so I have to make sure I have the air conditioner set to a set time, like not set time, but like I have to make sure essentially that the air conditioner is set, because it's automatically going to change to 80 randomly in the middle of the night. So I woke up, migraine, just like the air was so thick. I was just like, all right. I set it to, I'm a baby. I have to be set to like 71, 72 to be like functional. And when I'm up here streaming, I have to set the air conditioner to 69. So yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and cut over. I know that was gonna not work, but that's fine. That's fine. Where the hell is it? There we go. Hey, what's up, King? How are you doing? Oh, I think it's this one. There we go. I am not looking forward to this episode. Just not. This is the bait and switch stuff they kind of do, which is like, oh, hey, look, she's getting better. Look at her. Look at her go. She's doing better now. And I'm like, okay. And then next Sunday, she's going to be like, guess what racist thing I'm going to say right now? You'll never guess. Okay. Let's pop the music down just a little bit.
Welcome to the Necessary Conversation, Midweek Edition.
Oh, Jesus Christ, jump scared. Okay, I think I have him set to 1.5 speed. I do. Okay, we'll do 125.
It's just me and my mom here today. We're going to be watching some videos. Mom, you've sent me 2 about this woman that they call the human printer, who is in Trump's immediate vicinity at all times.
Welcome in.
We'll discuss that. These videos, though, almost seem like they're not pro-Trump. You have sent me some videos that are kind of like accusing him of doing something, which is interesting.
Okay.
What is...
I feel like... You still play any DBD? No. I haven't played it in close to like 6 or 7 months. I found that I was having issues with... My simulator sickness got really, really, really bad. And then on top of that, the game just was not fun anymore. Am I done? Yeah, probably. I'll be very honest with you. I you know, the way the game was going, it was setting it up so that it just didn't feel like you have to legitimately play consistently to jump into it. It's not, it is for a core group of people. And when I stopped playing for just like a couple weeks, maybe even not even a couple weeks, I jumped in and I was just like, man, this like I'm not doing good here. I'm not having a good time. Also on top of that, yeah, my simulator sickness fucking just hit me like a ton of bricks. And yeah, so I'm having issues just playing video games in general. So if you want to blame anything, you can blame that. That's my issue right now. But I've been doing other stuff on the stream, and you know, my other love in life is politics for the most part. Not necessarily like watching politics all the time, but you know, damn, I fully understand. And sorry you hear about the sickness. Hey, it's totally fine. I've lived with it like literally from, I would say 13 onward. And, you know, the reality is that as I've gotten older, it's gotten worse. And there's stuff that I would love to sit down and play that I can't play anymore. I think the last game I beat that caused it was Silent Hill F, and I really want to go through and beat it again. But the amount of like starting and stopping I have to do is just not it's not good for a stream, if I'm being honest. So yeah, and then Resident Evil 9, I have that, and I had been playing it on and off, and then it kind of fell off, but off my radar, but I'm gonna probably pick it back up. I'm not gonna pick it back up on stream because just don't know. You're big into art? Yes, I am. The Resident Evil series is my favorite video game series. So, if I can play the game, or if I can like kind of get myself through the game and play it, great, I'll do it. I beat RE4, the remake of it, and I kind of was all like, oh, I don't know if I can play these games anymore. That game really threw me for a loop in terms of making me nauseous. By the way, I was going to say this about Mary Lou. I don't think she knows that she is sending over clips that are anti-Trump. So I think she's like, Joel, hi Joel. I haven't watched this episode. Hey Jasmine, how are you doing? Either, but can't wait. I am hesitant. I'll be very honest with you. I'm extraordinarily hesitant in being like, yeah, she's changing. I personally think that the clips she's sending over, I think sometimes she does not pay attention to them, and she sends them over, and she's like, oh,
what's the hat you're wearing, by the way?
Yeah.
Oh, is that a 250th anniversary hat? Oh, so cringe.
Yes, there you go. Do you see it? I got my first 250. It's my...
Okay. By the way, I'm thinking about doing a stream on the 4th of July. The only issue with that would be, if I do one on the 4th of July, I would be doing one that night and the next night in a row. And I just don't know if there's any sort of like, yeah, I'd totally sit down and watch that. And it would just be like, instead of, doing this, we would probably just watch Marxist communist content. Oh, by the way, also, I'm gonna let this play.
I'm gonna
pull it up.
Anniversary hat with my flag on the side. Yeah.
But no Trump anywhere on it.
Well, I'm celebrating 250.
Okay. So we're going to watch some of these videos that you've sent. I have a couple of videos just talking about things that were going down this week that you might not be aware of.
Hey, what's up, Popus?
And then I have one video that I want to start out with. Pride Month just ended. We are recording this on July 1st, so it has just ended. But I wanted to show you a video that's about 4 minutes long. First, let me ask you, do you know what Stonewall was?
Wait, you don't write anything down?
Haley brought it up last time.
That's why I put this in here. You seem
You don't know what Stonewall is? Oh my god. Hello, I watched it. No spoilers. No, you're good. You're good. I mean, I'll be very honest with you. My take, just by looking at the title, was literally, she sent over stuff and she did not realize she sent over stuff that that was anti-Trump. And then she plays it off like, oh yeah, whatever. Like, ooh, look at me. Yep, I did it. I'm trying to find the video of Malat winning. the God, what was it? The Colorado House primary. That speech, by the way, fucking insane. The only critique I have about it is literally whoever's playing the fucking air horn needs to not do that. Needs to not do it. We'll watch it after this though. I think it's an interesting watch. I watched it earlier and I was like, oh, this is great.
Convey that maybe you didn't know what it was, so I thought I would play just a short video. It's 4 minutes long, but this is a very important piece of American history, of human history at this point. So let's watch this video, and maybe it will give you a little bit of a perspective on what Stonewall was, why it's so important, and this is from the History Channel.
He needs to stop with the hats. Right. I agree. Don't point it out to her, because just another thing, just another tiny thing.
Okay.
Here we go.
In the early morning hours of June 28, 1969, a riot broke out in front of the Stonewall Inn in New York City. The violent protest became known as the Stonewall Riots. The Stonewall Riots were a watershed moment in the gay rights movement, sparking activism and awareness across the United States. We'll look at the roots of the riots, the events, and their lasting impact. In the 1950s and 60s, homosexuality was still considered sodomy and illegal in 49 states. The punishments varied greatly by state, ranging from heavy fines to imprisonment. In society,
Valhalla is supposed to have them on in a couple weeks. Oh, really? The mother and Chad, or just Chad and Haley?
members of the gay community were often subject to violence, harassment, and discrimination. In New York City, gay bars were havens for people with diverse sexual orientations and gender identities, places where they could avoid harassment and violence. The Stonewall Inn served as a popular refuge. The Stonewall Inn was owned by the mafia. The mafia bribed the police to look the other way. In turn, the mafia made money overcharging patrons for drinks. Even so, the patrons were not fully safe from homophobia and discrimination. The mafia would extort wealthy patrons, threatening to out them to their employers and families. Despite the mafia's bribes, the police still regularly raided the Stonewall Inn and other gay bars, charging them with solicitation of homosexual relations. Trans and other gender nonconforming people were also targeted, subjected to violence.
He's watching this intently. Said them, didn't say it was just the kids, so hope it's the three of them. I hope it's actually just Chad and Mary Lou. I think that would be interesting. I think that would be like really interesting to watch.
And arrested if they weren't wearing what the police deemed gender appropriate clothing. This oppression and mistreatment came to a head in the early morning hours of June 28th, 1969.
Is that ringing in the video? Because it's driving me a little nuts. Just a tiny bit.
9 police officers came to a head in the early morning hours of June 28th,
It is. Okay.
1969. 9 police officers entered the Stonewall Inn in a raid.
Okay.
The patrons were fed up. As the police roughly tried to arrest bartenders and customers, many resisted. Outside the bar, people in the hundreds began rioting. They threw bottles at the police and pushed through the barricades.
He checks out. I can tell. I mean, I'm just watching her right now. My eyes always go to her when they're watching videos, because you'll find her just kind of looking in a different direction, or just being like looking down, or she'll put on a face. And I don't, sometimes I'm like, is she picking this up?
Officers retreated from the crowd and locked themselves inside the Stonewall Inn. Rioters responded by setting the bar on fire. Police reinforcement arrived, and the original officers
Okay. I'm already trying to break this down, how Mary Lou would take this information. He would ignore the fact that these people were being just arrested for no reason. And she's gonna be like, why did they have to burn down the bar?
managed to get out of the burning bar. Meanwhile, the angry mob had grown into thousands.
I see it in that face.
The police were able to get the crowd to disperse, but it didn't last long. The riots continued until July 1st. While some criticized the violent and destructive riots,
Colin, how are you doing, man?
Others pointed to the brutality and unjust treatment of the gay community. This large-scale defiance made a massive impact on society. The Stonewall riots were the beginning of the modern gay liberation movement, which also brought attention to others marginalized for their sexual or gender orientation. The riots sparked the formation of the Gay Liberation Front, the first group to publicly advocate for equal gay rights. On the one-year anniversary of the riots, they also organized the first Gay Pride Parade. Today, Pride events are still held on the anniversary of the Stonewall riots in cities around the country and
Have they ever asked her how she feels about Pride in general? Doing decent. May end up going on ACOB's show sometime soon. Hell yeah. It's been a wild month. Yeah, I'm kind of happy things are working out for Ben. It looks like it looks like he's going to take him to take him to the cleaners. I mean, he's taking it to the federal level at this point. So, congrats to him. You know, it does seem like Bricks and Minifigs is not telling the truth in many of their public statements, which has been also weird. I've been kind of like watching it passively over the last month. I will be very honest with you, and I said this on the last stream. My YouTube feed has been absolutely just broken, like broken. I am getting nothing but Star Wars content and chess content. I don't know why. I don't fucking know why. Dude, I've been talking to people on Ben's team. We're having Tyler Shaw on Lustmar. Yeah, you were saying you're having, was it Shane, right? I can't remember the name, but I know you're also having someone else on, which is awesome. I'm glad that stuff is all working out.
Even the world. In 2016, President Obama made the Stonewall Inn and the...
Oh, Sheldon, that's what it was. Sheldon last week. Okay, how did that go? Last relic today. Okay. Yeah, let me know how that went. I'm curious to dig into it some more. Who's a former store owner? Okay, I was gonna say I don't know who Last Relic is, but now that I know, the former store owner, that's awesome. Thunder was amazing. I still talk to him daily, to be honest. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad that stuff is all working out. That's fantastic. I feel bad. I feel like I should have jumped on that train, but I just there was just so much stuff going on right when that was happening that I just didn't have the bandwidth. Family stuff. It was just like, all right, I gotta focus on one thing. That's part of the reason why I haven't done videos lately. It's just like I've had so much going on. Been interviewing store owners and stuff off the record. Okay. Anything to report? Like, I mean, I'm assuming I'm like a legit journo now. That's awesome though. Congrats, man. I wish I could break that little worm that's in my brain. I have the ADHD bug too, so if I get bored with something, my brain goes, let's find something else to do. Like I enjoy doing this. I enjoy talking, so this is fun for me. It's the forcing myself to make videos about the podcast that I'm like, Yes, Haley has numerous times. Bob blew a blood vessel. Oh God. I'm driving, but handing out. Okay, yeah. Well, do not type and drive, please. Just be safe.
Area outside where the riots broke out, a national monument. This became the first national monument celebrating gay history. The Stonewall riots may...
Yeah, I'm just wondering what Mary Lou feels about it, Kat. Because the thing is, I feel like she has this kind of like I don't know, worldview that I don't know if I can understand outside of it just being I believe this because I was told this. And I'm curious to see what she thinks about the LGBTQ community in general. I don't know. I'm curious.
They have been violent, but they marked a pivotal moment in history. No longer would people quietly endure the stigma associated with their sexual and gender orientations. Through the Stonewall riots, the gay rights movement gained mainstream visibility and a momentum that continued.
I'm curious to see her OnlyGrams. No, you're not. Stop it. Ew.
To this day.
There you go. So now you know what Stonewall was. Does it change your opinion at all on trans rights?
When she does this thing, Emil does not give a fuck. No, she doesn't. But when she does this thing, she looks around and she's like like it. I almost I almost feel like she's gonna go. I don't give a shit. Oh, Crivens. Okay, look. I'm looking at the vase right now, and I'm like, oh no,
Maybe. I
maybe.
felt like I was sitting in the 7th grade watching
Yeah.
someone making me watch a movie of something.
Right.
I knew nothing ever about
Okay.
that. I've never heard that name.
Okay.
And I was in the 70s,
Huh?
You were in the 70s, okay?
but 68, 69, 70, and that I never heard of that.
Yeah, those are years. Right. So you lived through that. You would.
So here's the thing. She essentially said, no, and why did you make me watch this? God, okay. This is why I look at the titles of these episodes. Mary Lou is now bringing anti-Trump clips to the midweek show. I'm like, come the fuck on. Come the fuck on. ML's too privileged to care. I agree with that. Yeah, those years, Jesus Christ, 100%. It's like, who says this shit out loud and doesn't go, man? Like, I've said stuff out loud and I've been like not nearly as like just completely oblivious as that, and I have been embarrassed. Talking to me like I'm in the 7th grade. I know.
Would have been what?
It's like let me just dismiss this whole entire thing that we just sat through. I was also thinking she would bring up, well, why did the patrons actually burn down that bar?
Like 15 or 16 when it was
right. Back then it wasn't.
Although she liked peppermint, she's not going to change her viewpoint. No, I mean, but that's also like the immigrant family that they take care of. Hey Ben, thank you so much for the gift, by the way. I appreciate that. I need to figure out how to keep this on top so I can see it. But yeah, yeah, I don't know. Oh, you sent happy poop. Okay, there we go. I can actually see it now. Yeah, so I'm knocking stuff over. Emil always brings up her gay cousin that has a wife that she's that's all she really has said. Then Haley reminds her she has LBGQ TQ employees, which anytime she says that, like Haley says that to her, I can just see Mary Lou's eyes just being like, I don't know. That okay, cool. That doesn't affect me at all.
Really much about that. It was more like free love. Everybody loves everybody, like hippy dippy
the
stuff.
60s.
But I mean, I'm sure this was on the news. But the news wasn't then like it is now. You didn't have.
She has no idea. Okay, I mean, Manson literally destroyed that whole fucking movement. All right, I'm gonna go down a wormhole ranting about how much I fucking dislike fucking Charles Manson. Fucking just gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. Synapses don't know what to do with the information. So lost, 100%.
MSNBC, there wasn't a 24-hour news cycle. The news was like on for an hour at 5 p.m. every night, and that was it.
Just wait until the right finds out about Lily Tino. Jesus. Stonewall has been mentioned a lot lately, so she's full of doo-doo. Okay, doo-doo. Like my husband, all this race is bad. All that race is bad until he meets a person, and they are really a great person. Yeah, but that's the thing is the old standby is, but there's some good ones. That's the standby. That is literally the standby. They can't comprehend that people are people, and the color of skin does not matter. It is the person that you should be judging. They don't see it that way, and that's the most. I almost said fucked. It is. It's the most fucked up thing that I grew up around it. The most fucked up thing you can actually hear people say. I remember in 8th grade, a parent saw that I had a friend that was black, and I got the. So how do you know them? Why are you their friend? What is going? Why are you hanging out with them? And I was all, at the time I just didn't even think about it. The same individual when I was in 2nd grade played me the Martin Luther King "I Had a Dream" speech. Like it's. I'm gonna say it. Talk radio did a number on a lot of people in the early 90s. Just did an absolute number. my husband, egotism, not conservatism. But when with my husband, he also thinks white people are not great either. I mean, I look at white people for the most part, and I go, look. I even look at like myself, and I go, like I'm privileged to live the life that I have lived, and there are moments where I just look at people around me, and I'm like, you are so fucking lucky to be the skin color that you are. You know, I tell myself that a lot lately, especially with what's going on with the Supreme Court stuff, and it's one of those time periods right now where I'm just like I just look at just white people, and I look at old white people, and I just go, I fucking hate you. I just fucking hate you. I'm an old white person too. And I'm not talking all old white people. I'm talking old rich white people. How much? Let me rephrase that. Hey April, how are you doing? Bullshit. ML, I was younger than you and in Iowa, and I remember Stonewall being in the news. I love My Name is Earl first season with Earl making up for bullying the gay kid. That's sweet. Careful, Joel. I got a ban on Twitch for saying something bad about white people for hateful conduct. Legitimately. Here's the thing. If I get banned off Twitch, I get banned off Twitch. Twitch is my... I'll be honest with you. Twitch is like not even something I only use Twitch now because there's people like you and a couple of people who are just general friends of mine who hop in. I'm gonna rant about Twitch real quick. My issue with Twitch has been this: they don't push anyone other than the top 0.25% of the website to the front page. You're not searchable in any way outside of a really bad search system that they have where it's like, good luck finding someone that you might jive with. And then 3, I find that, most people who have come into the community were only here for one thing. People like you? What do you mean, you people? Oh, Jesus. All right. Hold on a second. I need to watch My Name is Earl, by the way. I haven't watched it. And I watched the first episode, I think.
So if you weren't watching it, maybe it bypassed you. But does it change your
Thank you,
opinion?
by the way,
you have
Ben.
been
I appreciate
very,
that.
Anti-trans on this show. I think meeting and talking to Peppermint has helped you along that path to maybe be less so. But does seeing that in that year, in that time, homosexuality was literally illegal in almost every state?
Love it. Love it. Love it when she goes, yeah, a little. It's a good show. I need to check it out. I heard the first season is really good. The rest of them are kind of like,
Right. Yeah. Crazy. Yeah, it shouldn't be like that.
Hello? Are you there?
Yes, I'm
We're
here.
having some technical difficulties. You're
edit. Do not show the behind the scenes. Don't open the curtain, please. Best joke ever on My Name is Earl is when they got stranded in a dead car on the side of the road, and Randy thought he saw a peanut in the AC vent and ate it. Then he goes, "It was a moth." And Earl goes, "Well, how was it?" And Randy dejectedly goes, "Dusty." Ugh. Oh man, I could tell a story. I'm not going to tell the story. I'm not going to tell that story. I'm not going to.
Your internet seems to be slow as hell. Okay.
Well,
I just wanted to show you that to, kind of give you a little bit more information.
Thank you.
About Stonewall, about Pride. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Right. Let's move on. And what do you want to watch these videos of your human printer now?
What?
Sure. Or should I talk about AI?
Yeah, if you want. Talk about that.
Yeah. So Bob had to make another trip to the hospital. At home, he started acting very, very bizarre.
Goes downhill. 3rd season show finale is awesome. Yeah, I heard that they the show writers or the showrunners were really disappointed, and had I think maybe 2 or 3 more seasons they wanted to do, and they kind of felt like they had to kind of rush it, and a bunch of loose ends were not tied up, and they kind of had to tie it up in Q&As. Another UTI, probably.
Very weird behavior, hallucinations, and just very strange stuff. And I'm like, this is not good. So
I want to. She always drops like the things that are interesting. Like I want to know what he's hallucinating. Like, like the thought in my head is like he's seen some insane shit, and I need to know what it is. I just need to know.
we go to the hospital, and from there it was a UTI. So with a UTI, I guess the infection gets so bad that it can like pass the brain barrier, and they can go into delirium.
Oh, he gets piss brain. That's what it is. Okay.
It's called, and
He's always had it though.
do all kinds of weird, crazy stuff, which he was doing. So within 48 hours, though, it turned around once they gave him the.
Ooh, oh God, big. I don't think they're having sex at all. Hallucinations of colored people like he's in FNAF. Jesus Christ. Those UTIs are weird. Can cause some of the weirdest symptoms. Bullshit. Mary is a coccicidal maniac. Calling it now. Oh God. There's new meaning to taking the meaning to the term taking the piss. Yeah, 100%. Oh God.
Big antibiotics, and now he's back home and doing great again. But in the hospital, I had to leave for like probably an hour and 45-minute period. I had to go do something. He's in the hospital room doing some of the crazy stuff. The nurses were very busy, and the nurses were very good. I also took him to one of the larger hospitals.
You know, all of these conservative women are freaks, man. I mean, yeah, because most of the dudes who are conservative are cucks. So yeah. Heard Bob was the MAGA puke jerking it at the state fair. Shouldn't have drank that. Yeah, you shouldn't have drank that enema, Bob.
In the city, because I thought maybe he was having a stroke. I wasn't for sure, but he was not. It was not a stroke. So in this larger hospital, the nurse came in and he was
with the sans hat on, 100%.
But he said, I have 4 other patients. I'll be going in between, but if you have to leave, that's fine. I'll check in on him as I can. But he goes, I have an idea. I said, okay. He brings in an AI caregiver. So they set up a robot, more or less, to watch Bob for an hour and a half. And then the robot would talk to him and tell him, do not get out of the bed. No. And
oh my God. Okay.
Alarm would go off if he would try. And if he would do anything out of the ordinary, then someone would come to assist, like a human body.
I can just imagine him just snapping that thing in half.
But this was the first time ever in my life that I actually got to see it in a medical setting, and it was there. Mm-hmm. It was insane.
And what was your reaction to it? Did you think that it was like good, or was it weird? Was it dystopian? How did you feel about it?
I thought it was strange, but I thought if it gives me my hour and a half, it's wonderful.
Yeah, my husband's suffering, but man, I really need a fucking break right now. It's weird because bed alarms have been a thing for fucking decades, so I don't know why a hospital would spend who knows what on how much on a fucking robo nurse. Yeah. So Rosie from the Jetsons was babysitting Bob 100%. I don't know. To me, it just it does scream over engineering for sure. That's why I'm like shaking my head. I'm like, imagine Bob was saying yes, sir. He was probably asking it like, "Where's my med bed?"
Because
guaranteed this is also the same hospital telling the nurses they can't afford to give them raises. Yeah, most likely. I mean, everywhere's doing that though. We're in a fucking dystopian like world right now, and this shit right here is just a sign that the like, you know, these fucking hospitals are making so much money. They're just like, yeah, just fucking throw the money at a fucking AI robot. Like, just do that. It's cheap, right? Well, it's cheaper than paying someone for a year. All right, yeah, let's fucking do that. Yeah, nurses don't have to deal with them. Yeah, but still. Don't know if it's been mentioned, but there's an extra T in the title. Oh, on the stream? Okay, yeah, I'm dyslexic, so you can chalk that up to me just being dumb. I'll fix it though.
Then eyes would be on him, you know?
Yeah.
And he was still in the delirium stage doing kind of strange little things, but I had to leave And the human body nurse said, I am so busy, but we can do this. And then if
Mhm.
he needs more attention, I'll be back in. So
Yeah.
it was kind of bizarre to think a robot took over on him for a while.
Yeah, we're in a phase right now in society where integration of robotics in just like everyday practices is becoming a thing, and I think people are accepting it much quicker than I thought they would. Like here in Los Angeles, we have the two kind of main like robots that exist alongside us all in society are these little food delivery robots. They're basically
Ugh.
just like kind of buckets with wheels, and they just go around the city and they come to your front door, and you walk out and you know, put your phone up to it with the app, you unlock it, you open the lid, you take your food, and it goes off on its merry way. There are also self-driving cars here called Waymo. It's like an Uber that you can get, but there's no
Ugh.
one in the driver's seat. The car drives itself.
Don't do
And
that. That's too scary.
I've already done it dozens
Oh
of
my
times.
gosh.
I enjoy it.
Well, one of them crashed somewhere around here. Not
Okay.
that, but the cars that drive themselves, Tesla,
Yeah.
they crash sometimes.
Sure. I'm just saying that we're in this phase of humanity now where that kind of
Damn,
thing,
yeah,
a
I can see
robot
why I
being
didn't
your
catch that.
caregiver, your food delivery person, your driver, whatever, it's starting to become more commonplace. And I think
That's totally a dyslexic thing for me. Our local hospital conglomerate recently implemented a major AI system and laid off 45% of their medical assistants and LVNs. Fucking wild. Chad enjoys Waymo. Chad is a confirmed class trader. Look, here's my issue with Chad, right? Chad sings the praises of AI when the reality is like I hate generative AI so much. Like I think outside of like doing basic shit, it is a waste of time and it just puts someone out of work. Like for me, the only time I've ever used it is to help out with thumbnails, and I do all the editing for the thumbnails already. So it's just to put fucking text on stuff. That's pretty much it. Um, or to clean it up just a little bit because sometimes, you know, after fucking 8 hours of editing a video, you're like, I don't want to fucking do a thumbnail. So you throw together like a really like collagey thumbnail and you're like, all right, just can you just put some text on it? And they're like, yeah, here you go. My God, even more water getting sucked up for something like that. That's the thing. There has been there's been a couple of different things coming out lately. it- I'm of the opinion that the people who are running these data centers are purposely running like the people who are pushing AI to are running terrible code, terrible code. Look, man, rideshare companies like Uber priced out a legitimate trade. A lot of taxi drivers lost their jobs. Yep, over shit, or had to switch over and make substantially less. And now the same companies are using AI to get rid of the drivers. It's bullshit. Yeah, 100%. We have Waymo in Texas as well, and it's like to me, like I hear about it, and I'm like, you couldn't pay me money to get into one. It sounds terrifying. That is the psychic reincarnation of Shirley MacLaine. What do you mean? What do you mean? Did ML saying doing strangeable things? Wait, did she? I'll have to look at the transcript. Hold on. We can do that right now, actually. Let's just look at the transcript. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and do this. All about astral project. Yeah, okay. My other issue though is like Chad also makes music with AI, and I'm like I have practiced playing guitar for 20 something years, and for people to be like, yeah, I just made a song the other day, and they're like, and I'm like, oh, how'd you do it? And they're like, oh, you know, I fucking used whatever, you know, what is it, Soma or Sinai or whatever the fucking thing is. I'm just like, I fucking hate you so fucking much. I fucking hate you so much. Don't talk to me about making music right now. Last time I was in San Francisco, I saw a bunch of locals surrounding a Waymo full of tourists and essentially taking the thing hostage so it couldn't move. They slashed the tires. It was pretty cool. Fuck yeah. Waymo's all over Atlanta. Like the car accidents without them wasn't bad enough to begin with. Yeah. Yeah, right? We had one in, I think, Austin that crashed just recently. WTV, the dude is promoting
think as robotics advance as well, you're going to start to see tiny humanoid robots in everyone's house that just kind of like do your chores for you or go to the grocery store for you or whatever. That's coming relatively soon, I think.
You told me this like 10 years ago, and I was like, no way. And then I saw it. I go, oh my God, there's a robot watching your father. Oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. AI is similar in that regard. I think people are a little bit head in the sand with it. And it's like, it's clear what's happening. The pieces are in place for all these things. Robotics, AI, whatever, how technology is going to drastically reshape.
Tesla crashed through someone's house. That's what it was. It was a fucking Tesla. Yeah. We have a bunch of Teslers around here. We have a bunch of idiots driving the fucking, was it 6,000 Sucks from fucking RoboCop around here? I just, that's the other thing too, is like I find the fucking people who own the a Cybertruck, and I'm like, you guys realize, like, you took the idea from a movie called RoboCop, and those fucking cars were considered trash to begin with, and you fucking are fucking just dumb. I love Tesla. Wow, it's all computer. Had a Waymo crash in the light rail in Phoenix. What the fuck? Waymo gets into small fender benders, but Teslers get into major car crashes. They do. They've God, what was the one test they were doing where the fucking car could not detect a human being at night with the headlights on until it was like 2 feet in front of it. Ended up killing someone, right? Am I misremembering that? Someone can correct me if I'm wrong.
Society. It is happening.
Cybertruck equals the douchebag mobile. It always blew my mind when I saw the design for it. San Francisco's spite fence was sick. All right, I gotta look it up. Yeah, but anytime I saw the truck, I was just like, who the fuck designed this? And who thought this was a cool, good idea? Remember when they threw the rock at the window? Oh, it is one of the funniest fucking things I've ever watched. Like, look, this fucking car's armored, and check the windows. They can't be smashed in a fucking course. They fucking smashed the window. It has a camera. It has cameras, not scanners. True, but still, if you're gonna put AI in a car and be like, hey, fucking go out there, hands-free driving, guys. Not good, sick? Oh. I was like, sick, like fucking cool. All right.
Happening. And, it's like, I don't necessarily feel one way or another about it. I think there are benefits to it. There are detrimental things to it, certainly, but it is simply what's happening. All right.
Oh my God. Okay. So this is old.
Do you want to watch these clips of this human printer now?
Sure.
Jesus.
Okay, so you want to start with
Jesus. Spite fence. The 40-foot tall wooden structure built on Nob Hill. Oh, it does sound like a fucking asshole built it. Especially because it was put on Nob Hill in 1876 by railroad baron Charles Crocker. Oh, God. Okay. Jesus.
With the 8-minute clip, but we're not going to watch it all?
No.
Is that right?
Yeah, the first part of it kind of explains
scanners.
who
I believe
this,
Waymo has both.
person is.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure
Natalie
they do.
Harp.
All right,
Oh,
I'm going to play this
shut
video.
Crocker.
You tell me when to stop it.
Okay.
All right.
We're learning more about the White House aide who's garnered a lot of interest.
She's watching CNN. Okay. Well, I mean, to me, CNN is still part of the fucking machine. So,
Since details of her relationship with the president came to light in the new book Regime Change by Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan. Her name is Natalie Harp. Her title is Special and Executive Assistant to the President.
oh shit, I was going to look up. Did she say strange? She didn't say strangeable. Did very strange stuff. Okay.
Reportedly told the White House
I'll go
staff
back
that she
through and
was,
listen to it
quote,
again.
the only one who loved him as much as his wife and kids.
What the fuck?
Good evening. I'm Natalie Harp, a formerly forgotten American from California.
Her name is Natalie Harp. She's a former host for the far-right network One America News. And today, at just 34 years old, is considered one of President Donald Trump's closest personal assistants.
She's just totally devoted to him. In Oval Office meetings, she sits on the chair at the side of the room with her laptop open.
Harp is known for toting around a portable printer and printing stacks of papers and positive press for President Trump on the spot. She's become known as the human printer.
Trump basically just says, Natalie, get me this, or he's, Google this.
The human printer. Okay. All right. that feels a little demeaning in a way. Like, I don't know. Oh, this is the one whose brother just came out and said she's fucking crazy because they're weirdo parents. That's how it always works. Like, I'm a fucking weirdo because I had fucking neglectful parents. I'm just glad they weren't hardcore, fundamentalist Christians, because I would have been even more fucked. There's so many of those ugly trucks where I live. 100%. There's so many here in Texas. It is foul. The only good thing I can say about it is at least they're not using gas. I mean, fuck. I think the news is the news. You just have to figure out the facts versus opinion. Oh yeah, 100%. Then some report on things, some don't. My issue right now is CNN does a lot of down the middle reporting. And right now, with everything that's been going on with the Democratic Socialist Movement, they have been hardcore trying to just shit all over it. Them, and I think even Emmis Now has been. I watched some footage and I was just like, of I think CNN, and I was just like, what the fuck? And my issue right now is like, yeah, the Democratic Party is considered, in my opinion, literally an arm of the conservative fucking party. CNN is the Fox News for Dems. Now that fucking what's his face owns it, it's probably going to change. That's why they have Scott Jennings on. Scott Jennings should have been fired a long time ago, in my opinion, because he's a fucking idiot. But the guy who just bought CNN, I can't even remember his name, literally fucking loves Scott Jennings. I think they're going to try and give him his fucking own show at some point here too. I think it went from blowing diesel fumes to protest. Protest EVs. Then they flipped to Cybertrucks. Yeah, it's. Look, they're the most. There's something wrong with them mentally. There's a word that just always pops into my head, and I'm just like, you know what? I gotta work that 90s fucking like angry fucking teenage brain part of me out, where it's all like there's a handicap, and I feel bad for them. To be honest with you, God, I've been on a tear lately, just being like really shitty, and I like lately I've been like I should be really nice to people who are part of MAGA, because I do want to like have a conversation with people who are part of MAGA. And at the same time, I'm also just like over a lot of this shit. I'm like completely over it. The Ellisons, thank you, Nance.
In their new book, Regime Change, New York Times reporters Jonathan Swan and Maggie Haberman also report on letters that...
Jennings has been reported to be paid by someone that is tied to Israel. Yeah, I also have heard rumors that he also likes to frequent gay clubs. So allegedly, he might be gay. I don't know. I wish he had the ability to just come out and just be happy, if that's the case.
Harp has left for Trump. Swan described them as odd, adoring, and intimate.
Also, let me ask this question. She just now is figuring out who this fucking Natalie Hart person is, because I've known about this woman for a while, and it has been rumored for like 6 or 7 months that she's sleeping with Trump. It's tricky to talk to MAGA, but ultimately they're working on a strategy with many flaws. Yeah. So I have talked to a few people privately, shockingly enough, during Magic the Gathering games. And one guy, I found out like just by talking to one guy, this one guy, not one, just one guy. I've talked to a few. One guy was just a piece of work. But this guy was all like, I voted for Trump because, I believe that the Dems were hurting children, and, I don't want transgender people in my kids' sports. And I'm like, okay, I went down a rabbit hole with him, and kind of came out to the other end of it being like, cool, I'm listening to you. I want to hear what you got to say. And let me actually show you where you're, where you're being lied to in this situation. I don't like saying lied to, because that is incendiary for people who are like deeply into the MAGA cult. I just like, yeah, actually, let me show you some stuff. Like, here's some things that you might not notice. Don has figured out how to talk to MAGA. He's good at it. He's very good at it, unless they come at it from the arena of debating. I think anyone who's going to be like, debate me, bro, is coming at it with I want to win an argument. When the reality is, like, we should all be trying to find a middle ground. Like, we're all people, and if you can see me as a person and I can see you as a person, I think that makes up for a lot of the the noise that we get told every day. Read her at the beginning of his term. Yeah, I did. Yeah, thought they had got rid of her because the Secret Service thought she was a nut job, like bowling bunny kind. Guess I was wrong. No, she's still with them.
She has written him numerous letters that she's left for him, including one that says "You are all that matters to me," or some version of that. Raised the eyebrows of the Secret Service during the campaign.
Mine are up.
Some of these letters that were left in some of his private quarters.
According to regime,
money does a lot of heavy lifting for fucking disgusting dudes. Bold to assume that the Secret Service would ever do anything relatively competent. I mean, especially Trump's fucking Secret Service. They're bad. Last night I was at a local government town hall. State senators end up talking to a Republican after. Tell me more. How did that go?
regime change, Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles, asked, "Where am I?" upon learning about the letters. Harp first connected with Trump during her battle with stage 2 bone cancer, thanking Trump publicly for saving her life by signing the right.
That did go on to say she did have bone cancer, and that she publicly thanked Donald Trump for saving her life.
So that was from CNN that you sent me.
I know.
A news network that you usually don't like.
I know.
The book that was referenced in it.
Piss-soiled diaper peen? God. You really think Trump could sleep with anyone with his blood flow problems? No, I think, I'll be honest with you, not to get too crass, I think it's mainly mouth stuff is what he's probably getting. And whoever is like, yep, I'm going to fucking do that, is insane. Just going to say. Yeah, I don't think the motherfucker is on top of anyone doing anything.
But I think the authors are Haberman and Swan. They're the ones revealing all of this human printer shit. We talked about that book last week because I said that
they're quick to obfuscate, employ gentle mockery. Just don't bite the hook and let them drive the convo. Yeah, the one person who I had a discussion with who was a quote unquote, I'm a conservative, I'm not MAGA, tried to shame me because I said, I believe in a lot of socialist practices. And they're like, oh, so you're a socialist? And I'm like, yeah. And then I'm standing in line and they're like, oh, look, we've got a socialist here, guys. And everyone in the line just kind of giggled. And I'm like, okay, cool. So do you want me to talk about that? And, discussed it and been like, I think that's where, I was like, dude, I think you've got the wrong impression of people like me, because the reality is this. And I even told him, I was like, I believe most conservative people do not realize that a lot of the things that they currently are involved in, especially if you make a ton of money, a shit ton of money, is literally they actually reap the benefits of socialist sort of policies. I mean, the fucking bailouts in general have been just a boon for these motherfuckers. I got legally trespassed from our city hall last month because I went up to the microphone and read out all the city council. Wait, the council members' home addresses? You are fucking crazy, big. Yeah, you never let them drive the convo, because the thing is, though, that individual tried to steer it into this thing of like, you're only a socialist because you don't make money. And I had to be like, well, let me go ahead and stop you there. No, I was an executive for years, and I made a bunch of money. So I understand what money is, and I understand what money does to people. The thing is, the people like you, and I had to say it to him, I was like, the thing is, people like you who are striving to be those people who are making a ton of money are the people they don't want in the mix. They don't want you in your little club. They want you to think that you can be a part of their club, but they don't want you in there. You start a small business, your small business is going to fail. You're not going to just walk into these places and be like, I got money, guys. Let me in. No, they're going to find a way to fuck you because you're not part of their little inner circle. Okay, sorry, Suzanne is messaging me. I had to say that to him. I was like, look, that's the thing is, though, they want you to think that you have that opportunity. Reality is this. And I worked alongside people who had a shit ton of money. And you looked at them sideways, they would try to ruin your fucking life.
They broke some news about Trump basically ignoring his military leaders when he was about to go into the war with Iran. And they all said, no, don't do this, dude. They're going to close the Strait of Hormuz. Right. And he was like, fuck you. That was in their book. And you asked me, who are these people? Are they credible? And now you're sending me videos of them?
Well, maybe this is what I don't know. What is going on here? I have been on YouTube a little bit and Instagram, and I keep seeing that lady.
I thought she was not supposed to be on any social media.
What is she? Is she an aide? She's supposed to be his aide. Is she a friend? Is she an affair? Does Melania know and doesn't give a crap? Just take him and be done with it. What's going on?
You tell me.
I don't know. It's a little fishy to me.
She's, at least per this reporting, she's obviously completely devoted to him. She's leaving him these letters that are like, you are.
Does it matter? Is this going to matter to her in any way? Like, this is the stuff that I ask myself. Like, is she just bringing this up as like hey, look, I contributed to the show. I don't feel like this stuff means anything to her. She's not outraged. She's like, I wonder.
Or my personal Jesus Christ. So I'm guessing anything he asks her to do, she does it. Literally anything. And we know what that means with Donald Trump.
And something about she lived in the locker room close by him for a while or something.
But does Melania know?
Something because she lived there at night so that she could be closer if he needed her for anything. I don't know. I've just seen a lot.
Sorry, go ahead.
I've just seen a lot on YouTube lately, and people are raising their eyebrows going, well, what the hell's going on here? And a little too close for comfort, I would think.
So if it is proved that he is having an affair with her or something, would that change your mind about him at all?
Well, he's had many affairs.
No, this is exactly why I was asking this question. Like, does this matter to her? No, because she knows who he is.
It's probably not, and that's not my mind.
You don't care.
That would be his wife's mind to get rid of him if she wants.
Sure, but do you remember when Bill Clinton was doing all the shit with Monica Lewinsky, and you thought he was the devil for it?
The palliative nurse?
Yes, in the Oval Office, and lied about it. I don't think Trump's lying about this one.
I think so.
If he's doing it and not talking about it, that's a lie by omission.
Okay,
and if they're having an affair or any kind of sexual relationship,
I'm gonna say something that is gonna be shocking about Mary Lou right now. His diaper changer, yes. So I think she is his assistant in all the different ways that you could imagine that maybe a wife would be on, towards the end of your life. So yeah, I think that's probably it. And Melania's like, I'm not fucking touching your shitty ass. Get the fuck away from me. Here's what I'm going to say about Mary Lou real quick. Mary Lou is not dumb when it comes to this stuff because she's been around Bob, and Bob probably has talked about how these billionaire dudes fucking handle shit in their private lives. And so when she's all like, I don't know, she doesn't care. This is just a diversion. Diversion from talking about real shit.
You don't think they're doing it in the White House, and that's your weird barrier is like, wow, Bill Clinton did it in the White House and then lied about it.
No, Bill Clinton said, I never had sexual relations with that woman in the White House.
That's right.
And he did.
But Trump has also said that he didn't have sex outside of his marriage. He has said that in multiple interviews, and it's proven. He's been sued for it and lost.
Yeah, but this is not for me to decide. This is between him.
Melania probably didn't even change her own kids' diapers. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you look at her, and that's like, you know that she gave birth, and she was immediately like, when are we hiring nannies? Actual doo-doo, 100%. Melania who?
The printer.
Then why are you showing the video?
I just
See, that's the thing. Exactly. This is the question I came up with. You know, I knew by looking at the fucking title of this episode, I was like, it's a bait and switch. Fucking bait and switch. Let's be real. Melania probably can't even make a sandwich. No, I can believe that. She cannot make a sandwich. I don't mean that in a misogynistic way. I just mean she seems like she has a legitimate cognitive defects or deficits. I just think she has had a life of privilege. And I don't think she gives a shit. She's all like, why would I make a sandwich when I could just ask someone else to make me a sandwich and it would be the best sandwich anyone has ever made, you know? Yeah, she's lived a life of privilege, you know? Allegedly being, you know, fucking Epstein's fucking girlfriend too. Probably also had a bunch of fucking perks as well. I would love to see that cooking show. Me too. Here's a crazy story. Some older people do not believe oral sex is the same as sexual relations. I can believe that. I also just know that according to a lot of the stuff in the Epstein files, Trump did like to force people to do that type of stuff, allegedly. Well, Melania's book at the local thrift store. I didn't even know she had a book. Yeah, isn't it the fucking book? And then they made the movie, and so it was like the fucking documentary based on the book about Melania Trump. Nah, man, I have Boston Terriers. One of them is absolutely an empty-headed little clown, not a care in the world. Looking into her eyes, there's much depth. There's Melania's. You know what? I can see that. Yes, I can see that. I just also think that I personally think that she looks that way because she is soulless in general. She didn't care about anything. I think she might just be one of the meanest people in the world. I don't know. I don't know her personally, so I can't really talk on that. But I've seen her walk around, and she just looks like she's a giant stick up her ass. So
I think it was odd, and it's been in the news a lot lately. I think she went with him out to play golf.
A lot lately, ma'am. This has been in the fucking news for a while. I'm like, okay. Fucking Mary Lou's fucking on like 2025 Instagram right now. Puff the Magic Barmaid was saving herself for marriage, but she sure did earn her nickname, and this was back in the mid 70s. Well, it's just also like what isn't it like Mormons who allegedly have anal sex because if they have vaginal sex, that means that they're not virgins anymore, you know, and they're seen as gross in the eyes of God. A lot of girls, religious girls, also think butt stuff is safe. I'm saving my virginity for marriage, but the back door is wide open. All right, I just literally just said that. Me and you are on the same. We're on the same page, Big. Yeah.
The other day or something, and they showed a real.
I've seen her tits. We've all seen her tits. It literally, when Trump was being first elected, that was the thing that was going around on like every like message board, every fucking post. Hey, he used to be a model. I was like, oh really? And then you see him, you're like, okay, yeah, cool. Sweet, I guess. I don't know. I just can't imagine someone. I don't know. Just the stink of Trump being on her is enough to be like, ew, gross. Yeah.
Cozy little picture. I just thought it was odd.
Okay. Do you want to watch this other video that you sent me about the same subject?
The same subject?
It doesn't matter if you want to see it. Was
the
it a short
same
one?
Subject?
Yeah,
Was
I
it
think
a
this
short
was like a minute and something.
Yeah, let's
You
see
wanna
what
watch
this
it?
one says. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you wouldn't want to be Trump's Eskimo brother? Dude, no. Gross. The Baptists that do that. Mormons do the thong called, the thing called soaking. That's right. Where they, or it goes in, but you can't move. That's right. You sure they don't, I'm pretty sure someone goes, well, oh yeah. And then they have their friends jump up and down on the bed because it's technically not them moving. When I was a kid, it was Catholic schoolgirls that offered the back door to preserve the goods in God's eyes. Not even for the meme. What meme? I would feel that would make me like literally like a step closer to fucking being like next to Epstein and that, and I'm good. I'm good. The Catholic girl, high school down the road from my high school, can confirm. Emil must like celebrity gossip. She does because it's tantalizing to her. She looks at it and she's like, look at these fucked up people, you know? Look at these people. Isn't this insane? She didn't care about anything that's happening. And sometimes, I was about to say things about the bed thing. Yeah. I remember reading or hearing about that or watching something, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, all right. I mean, very weird to have a bunch of people in a room jumping on a bed just so you can have sex. But, I mean, they're Mormons. Anyway.
This is another video about the same subject. Here we go.
Everything that he reads is funneled through Natalie Harp because she's the human printer. She prints out this stuff, this laudatory stuff. So things that cause.
What if you were doing the Mormon bed thing and then someone started singing the monkeys on the bed song? Yeah, no more monkeys jumping on the bed. Well, and then the person jumping on the bed literally cracks his head, and then you look up as you're, inside this girl, and you go, no more monkeys jumping on the bed. Like, you would end it that way, and then you would come and then just and be like, haha, look at Charles on the floor. I think he's bleeding to death. Now he's fine. You want to get some ice cream?
Cause her ire that will also cause the president ire. That goes to him. But in this,
why the fuck did they do the zoom in there? That's a my style editing
pile of papers. She's also frequently
includes my fucking editing techniques
notes to him, and notes that you're the alpha and the omega, the be all and end all. What would I be without you? Weird kind of language which kind of suggests him punishing her. I don't know. I'm not even going to go there.
Him punishing her. That sounds very strange.
The Natalie Harp notes were passed to me by other aides of the president who were equally as appalled by this. And that's one of the things that exists currently in the Trump White House. This tension that this is a person who the president has.
Do they know who they're working for? Like, Trump is notoriously a fucking just disgusting human being to begin with. I'm really disturbed that he is having a marital affair with his aide. Like, okay. ML loves this. Yeah, she likes gossip.
Has allowed to become really his closest confidant.
And she looks like Melania with blonde hair. I mean, to your point, we've talked extensively on this podcast about how the women around Trump will.
I have to research this. I've never heard this, and I like to watch documentaries about cults, religion, and crime. I should. I'm fascinated with that type of stuff, especially the weirder side of things, like the stuff that people do to get around like the rules. Like Hasidic Jews have crazy rules about like not being able to use like anything on Sundays, and they have these workarounds that are kind of bizarre. Mar-a-Lago face is real, yeah, but I would say, look, not to give his aide any sort of like compliments, but she has not gotten hit with the filler fucking stick. At least I haven't seen a picture of her recently that looks like that. But yeah, can't believe she got a CNN and Daily Beast with Michael Wolff clip in her feed. Conspiracy theory time. I think that I think Mary Lou might be looking at a lot of Hassan related stuff, and this is kind of like tangentially the stuff that is falling into her YouTube and Instagram feeds. So yeah, I don't know. I also think that I don't know. Like I'm starting to become fucking radicalized in the idea that maybe the show's a little bit a little staged in some ways. They have separate counters for food, for different types of food, right? They might, like Mormons. I went to school with a Mormon kid, and he was the only Mormon in the school. I think it's just because of the subject. Far-right media isn't going to report on that. No, they're not, because it makes Trump look bad. Oh, Hasidic Jews. I don't know about that. As a Jewish person, you would think I would know more about Hasidic Jews, but after watching Pi, I didn't want to learn any more about Hasidic Jews. I don't know why Pi had that effect on me, but I was like, all right. Stuff happens later on that makes me think Chad is grifting. Oh God, conspiracy theories are fun. It's crazy to find out which are real and which aren't. And women must wear wigs. Will you wear wigs? I think yes, that is true. Like they have to cut their hair very, very short. And then they wear a wig on top of that. My family are Advent Catholic Christians. Anyone know some weird facts about them? They're Christians. They're weird. Just kidding. I think they have different sinks. I have different sinks. What are you saying? Me and my wife do not share a sink. The truth. That was by design, though. She was like, I can't share a sink with you anymore. I understand.
Look the same. They wear boots, they wear skirts, they have long hair.
Okay.
Yeah. And then another clip went on to say that the Secret Service is like not knowing what to do here because, yeah.
Saint Maud scared me psychologically. The movie?
I feel sad for the First Lady.
I don't think I've watched
If this
Saint
is really
Maud, by the
happening,
way.
the First Lady needs to get
Well, I
out.
mean, it is really happening.
Yeah.
This woman
Hey, what's up,
seems to
Bear? How
be
you
the
doing?
closest personal aide is following him around, printing out the reports that are favorable to him.
I should
Right.
watch
So
it, though.
you
It's
just
an
sent me these
A24
videos
film.
that are
It's an A24 film, so I know it's going to be up my alley. I'm doing. How are you doing? I am alive, and I am drinking a nitro brew that I made at home, which I'm shocked at how I'm shocked. Elena and I just finished Reanimal. I'm traumatized. Oh, nitro. It's delicious. So yeah, I got the Nespresso barista the other day, and my life is complete, I think. Now the Nespressos actually taste good. A24 films and shows are so good. Yeah, I can agree with that, with the exception of Backrooms. I did not like the Backrooms. I fucking hate the Backrooms. You know what? I've had to think about it. Did not like the Backrooms. Did not like that movie. My dad worked at an Albertsons that was kosher. If the oven went out, they had to wait for the rabbi to come in to bless it when they restart it. That is fantastic. I mean, by the way, kosher, love getting kosher stuff. You not seen it yet? I'm not going to ruin it for anyone, but it is the most nothing burger of a movie that I've ever watched. I just binged this girl's Facebook about she was put into an independent fundamentalist Baptist cult, and it was insane the shit they did to them girls. Share that with me if you can, Jasmine. And by the way, Era, what is Reanimal? Is that a game or what? Didn't A24 just sell out to AI? Did they? Gross. My favorite movies, by the way, from A24 are literally I have one of them here. Hereditary is one of my all-time favorites, even though I love Midsommar more. I know there's people out there who are like Midsommar's trash, and I'm like, you know what? It hits me on a level, an emotional level. It's a co-op game by the people who did Little Nightmares. They lost the rights after 1 and 2, so they made another game that is very similar. That I think is supposed to feel like a continuation. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, I think Activision or EA owned Little Nightmares. Midsommar and Hereditary are. Ari Aster is one of my favorite directors, and I really, really, really like. I mean, honestly, I like Beau is Afraid. I know people are like, "Ooh, Beau is Afraid is awful," and I'm like, you did not have a traumatic childhood, and you did not have a neglectful childhood. So that's a very, very, very hard movie to watch and understand or get the feeling of. Because if you did, you would be, especially if you deal with chronic PTSD, that movie is like a fucking... Everything about having chronic PTSD is heightened in general, and that movie is fucking insane, and it feels like a dream, and people are like, oh, this movie's just fucking, like, it's garbage. And it's like, no, literally, you feel like, especially when you have the like I'm scared of everything sort of complex PTSD like I do, everything can feel like this mountain. And God, the movie's so weird, and the only issue I have with it is fucking the middle is kind of a problem, but outside of that, yeah. Werewolf. By the way, the remake of the Werewolf was done by Blumhouse, right? That movie, I tried to watch it, couldn't get through it, but I did like The Mummy, which I feel really weird saying it out loud because people are like, that is one of the worst fucking movies I've ever seen, and I'm like, I did not think it was that. Oh, and then I liked Eddington as well. I saw that in the theater, and the only issue I had with that movie was the people in the fucking theater. I'm like so over going to the theaters now. Hey, but Turbo, you said I loved each iconic scene from each movie. True horror indeed. You know what scene? You know what scenes I'm talking about? Oh yeah. Well, depends. Depends. By the way, if you've seen Beau's Afraid, did you know about there's a man in many of the scenes just standing in the background, and it's the same man? It's fucking insane. Oh, the teaser trailer for Werewolf just dropped. Oh, okay. I don't like that. Well, that's why Beau's Afraid is terrifying. Beau's Afraid has a lot of things that people watch it and they're like, I don't get this movie. This movie is like The Odyssey, but like about a neurotic person. I'm like, yeah, but that's how like I feel like my life is sometimes, where I'm like, oh shit. The Mummy is amazing. Who's hating on it? The new Mummy, not the Mummy with Brendan Fraser. The Mummy that came out recently, the horror one, is really good. A lot of people are just like, oh, it's so bad. It's one of the worst things I've ever seen. And I'm like, yeah, but it's a Blumhouse film. I knew what I was going into when I saw the trailer for it. I'm like, Brendan Fraser's a national treasure. He is. And then you watch The Whale and you go, yeah, he's actually a good actor too. By the way, he is, I think, of all the actors are good in that movie, but that fucking suit they put him in, bizarre. Suzanne's like, are you streaming right now? I'm like, yeah. Monkey Bone. By the way, I used to watch Monkey Bone to go to sleep at night. I need to rewatch it again. I actually kind of like that movie. Trying to get in shape, and I love that everyone is like, bro, you don't need to. We'll watch it with you just the way you are. Hi, Suzanne. Yeah, Suzanne is in, I think, British Columbia at the moment. So, yeah. But it's on my watch list. Bedazzled is another one. Or is it Bedazzled or Bedeviled? I think it's Bedazzled. What is she doing? Work paid for a trip for her. So, he's like, cool, we're going. There's that one, George of the Jungle he's in, which is, it's just him doing Encino Man. Encino Man. God, the film we'll never get to see, the I believe Batwoman movie. There's that. All right, hold on. I like clicked off the thing. We're going down
to Trump.
Yes.
So what's going on here?
I don't know. What's going on?
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Is she changing? No.
I mean, you're the one sending these videos.
Yeah, I just thought
she bought a 250th anniversary hat. I'm sorry.
Thought they were odd, and I wanted to throw them out there and show you.
All right. Well, I have some videos too that are negative to Trump. I'm just very curious though. When you sit down to like pull the videos for our Wednesday episode, what goes through your mind in the beginning?
It's something that I see current, that I see over and over and over again, and that was one of them. So if I see it over and over and over again, then I think, oh, okay.
And so where are you seeing this? Like the video you sent me was from CNN and the Daily Beast. Those are both very left-leaning news organizations. So how are you getting these videos?
YouTube and Instagram.
So this is in your Instagram algorithm now?
Apparently it is.
That's pretty interesting. And do you think, like, why is that? Are you looking at more left-leaning news and stuff on Instagram?
You and Haley told me to do this. Yes.
Okay. All right. This is very interesting.
Question of the century. Ground news. And Chad's so pointless. My dad had the same hat as ML, but in camo. Ew. I'm sorry, Bam. I'm just gonna say it. I find no fucking no joke. I find American flag anything to be so fucking tacky. It is the tack. Like, I know when I see someone wearing anything that resembles the American flag, I'm like, you stay away from me. Like, I fucking just, I have to leave the room. He should be more encouraging. Turbo, I have said this a million times. Like, the way that they discuss her, the way they discuss her, like when she says something that is anti-Trump, or the way that they kind of nag her a bit or nag her a bit. Oh my God, that sounded so wrong. I did not mean it that way. But oh God, that could be totally clipped out of context. But oh God, I feel so bad. I think Haley kicked her algorithm into overdrive when she was visiting last week. Probably. What's the patch on the hat? It literally says, that's what I meant by he's grifting. Yeah, 1776 to 2026, which is the 250th anniversary hat. But yeah, that's what I meant by he's grifting. I don't know. Points for Haley. You're fine. No, it was funny because I was like, I said negging because that's what it is. Like, it's like when they do that thing. I know, yikers, exactly. It could be clipped so out of fucking context, and that's not what I meant. But yeah, they do that to her where they make her fucking I think they make her feel bad. And I think she pushes back more when they do that. Because I would do that too. Like, I would feel like, oh, you're making fun of me. Like, I need to put up my defenses. Going to Yiker Island, yeah. Oh, what about the patch on my hat? Oh, the patch on my hat. It's like he's disappointed. He's like, oh man, I can't keep doing this show anymore. It is a Meow Wolf hat. We went to Meow Wolf a few times. We went to one in Houston. I went to the Houston one. Oh, I've only been once. And then we went to Vegas. And so we're going to try and do more of those if we can. I don't think Haley would actually go on ML's phone and click on stuff. I've definitely seen it work though. Is that what y'all meant? So, yeah, it does sound like they're making fun of her. It does. It feels like they're kind of like poking at her a bit. So the thing is, what a lot of people don't realize is if you look up anything on a internet connection, the way the internet works nowadays, you use Google or use any of these things, they tie search, like essentially they tie your search results to your IP address. And so you go to look for something and then all of a sudden on another computer, another device, stuff starts showing up. Like the other day when I looked up fucking Mike Johnson porn, all of a sudden I started getting fucking ball gags in corsets in my fucking my fucking ads on the side, and I was like, what the fuck is this? Because it's like not even something, neither of the two things have been things I have ever looked up. And so I was like, oh, it's probably because I fucking looked up Mike Johnson's porn habits. And I was like, that has to be it. But I also do know that it like transfers over to other things. So, you know, I'll go and get on another computer, and if for instance, like me and Suzanne were talking about going to MagicCon, all of a sudden on a device that I was even looking at MagicCon tickets for started showing up on my phone. Yeah, it's cookies. Yeah, but it's even worse than cookies. It is legitimately now tied to an IP address. Cookies were literally browser related. This is different. This is literally different. And this is why people get concerned about like the amount of data Google collects on you. Is because they collect a shit ton, way too much. But I digress. I can go down a rabbit hole talking about IT stuff. Like, you have to watch out. You gotta watch out.
Interesting. Okay, well, maybe I have 3 short videos here for us. Maybe these will boost your algorithm too. I don't know. Maybe it's possible. So our first video here is from Trump's
you need to go ChatGPT
Washington D.C. State Jamboree or whatever. This is pretty good. Here we go.
One of the more stunning moments from Donald Trump's State Fair, which has thus far flopped in attendance, just happened, and it's something everyone needs to watch.
I like this guy, by the way, but I'm concerned that this is going to be a nothing burger.
Oz is on stage talking about how big the crowd sizes are. TMZ pans, there are...
My daughter and I were talking about Starlink the other day, and she started seeing Starlink ads on her Instagram feed. Yeah, it's just the way we operate nowadays. And so if like someone is staying at my house, like I'll get random shit just pop up that we'll be talking about just within earshot of like a phone. You just have to talk about it. Yeah, no, it's true. Especially if you have devices. Like a friend of mine came in with a Android device, and all of a sudden stuff that we were talking about, yeah, popped up on my feed. Oh, and speaking of which, I have to fucking I have to purchase Foundry for our Dragonfall campaign, our Dragonheart campaign. Shit. Okay. They can't tell what devices are close to each other. They can tell what devices are close to each other and recommend things. Yep, 100%. Google devices are pretty bad about it. Apple, I haven't really run into too many things that Apple has like actively. Well, no, I can't say that because we were, like I said, we were talking about Magicon the other day, and I was getting ads for Magicon and other TCG related stuff, and I was like, okay. I mean, I do dabble in that stuff, but this was a little bit more tailored to that. Can be tied to geofencing. Yeah. Yeah, it is a combination of IP addresses and like your WAN IP, not your internal IP, like your IP addresses for each of your devices, but literally your WAN IP. And then that's why it's always good if you can just use a VPN for certain things like that. Sometimes if I have to do something that I'm like, I really don't want this to be like not saying like I'm hiding anything, but like if I'm gonna like, if I was going to do this, which is find a movie that you can't find right now on Blu-ray, and I would use a service, I would go through a VPN to do it. But yeah, I've found if you use a VPN, it kind of mitigates a lot of that stuff too. So if you're also concerned about getting tracked, VPNs are great. Do not use something like Tor, because you're on a list if you use Tor, by the way. You're on the FBI's fucking watch list.
Tens of people in the crowd.
And it's because there's tons of people here. It's a huge space, and it's just going to get more and more crowded as the week goes on. Not only do we have a lot of people here, we have people that you want to have, like Stacey Garrett, that will be the next governor of Pennsylvania.
This is stuff that they brought up on the last episode, though. So, I mean, this is just rubbing it in. Like, legitimately. It's scary because it's not hearing what you're saying. It's rummaging through your pocket memory, which is fucking sad, isn't it? It's fucking gross. It's I don't know. To me it's annoying. Because I don't know. I'm someone who does like the idea of keeping my information private. I do think the cat's out of the bag because of the way that the internet works nowadays, that if you're going to be completely private, you have to have no footprint to begin with. So if you would have to be born before like you used any sort of internet anything, and then on top of that too, you would just have to be off the fucking grid. VPN subscriptions are super expensive, and you start to getting ads from that place your VPN is in. There is a VPN service that I use that is fairly inexpensive, which is like, it's like 13, 14, I think it's 15 a month. And then if you do like 3 months in advance, it like drops down to like $10 a month. And it's Mulvad, and they're one of the few places that do an actual good job of not necessarily like purging records, but they're not going to give up records. Those people being asked to review products that they bought in person with cash is freaky. That's happened? That's insane. That's weird.
Here we go. Yep, look at it. We're ready. And it's because there's tons of people here. It's a huge space, and it's just going to get more and more crowded.
I really don't get why the Trump administration is trying so hard to try to make this state fair seem as though it was a massive roaring success, when every single video, every single
this is just rubbing it in her face.
Image coming out of the state fair shows tens of people in the crowd, shows scarce crowd sizes, shows expensive food, and more. Spread the word. Follow along for all the news you need to know about. More to come very soon.
So what do you think about that?
That's very interesting. Now,
you saw that video.
Yes, that did not look good.
Nobody was there. It was literally just empty space. And Dr. Oz is up there being like, we've got millions of people.
So you're going to use NordVPN? The only reason I don't use Nord is the company that owns Nord, I believe also is, I think they own McAfee. And for some reason, I just also think there's some predatory stuff with Nord. Their antivirus software. I had to deal with uninstalling it, and I made a vow back 5 years ago to never touch anything Nord does. 4th of July is going to be busier, and she will get her moment. And I'm pretty sure that's going to be the case. I love when Aaron says tens of people. Yeah, I kind of agree with Crivens. I think this is just we're seeing the calm. Yeah, but that's the thing though. It's NordVPN has been advertised so heavily that I understand why people use it. I worked in the IT field for a decade, and the way that their antivirus worked was so aggressive. I think recently I picked up a laptop and I had to uninstall Nord Nord antivirus software on there, and I was like, what is going on with this? It took me I think a week of actually going through and using multiple pieces of software to grip. I think I had to reinstall the operating system at a certain point because I just couldn't get rid of it. And it kept asking me, would you like to reinstall it? I was like, no, I uninstalled it for a reason. What are you talking about?
That did not look good. That was not a huge crowd. But like I said, I have 2 friends that are going. I think they're going in 2 days. And when they get back, I'm going to ask them, were there huge crowds? What did it really look like?
So they're going to double the crowd size probably when they show up.
With 2 people.
My question to you off this video, you've seen this video evidence now. There was no one there.
No.
And he was saying it's a giant crowd. Why do you think Trump, his allies, all the people that are sucking his dick?
Wait, hold on. I'm getting them mixed up. Norton is who I'm thinking about, but NordVPN and Norton have a VPN service. I had to Google it real quick because I was like, am I thinking of the right one? I am baffled. Okay. Yeah, Norton, by the way, is the one I'm thinking about. Fuck Norton. Fuck Norton.
Why are they so adamant about lying about crowd sizes? He has done this since his inauguration. Remember when he was like, bigger than Obama?
I have to just say this too. This is the stuff that this has been a focal point the last couple of weeks on this type of stuff, and I'm like, there's shit going on in this in the world right now that is important. Yeah, it's a shit one, and they always ask to update some with you. Yeah. I got them mixed up. So she's gonna ask her friends if there's gonna be big crowds after watching videos that showed it's empty. Yeah, here's the thing. This is a lead up to the 4th of July. I think the 4th of July is gonna be very packed. They'll pay people to be there, if not. So for instance, stuff that they could be talking about right now that are huge fucking talking points, and I don't know if they're going to get to this or not, but the Democratic Socialist Movement, honestly, I'm pretty sure there's stuff in there that Mary Lou might actually like, and if he brought up Hassan and how Hassan has helped that movement, that also could be another way to reach her. I just feel like these things are just nothing burger things. Okay, yeah, another failed event that Trump is going to lie about. He's done it. He did it in the previous time. The previous fucking 4 years he was elected. So his term, his previous term. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the point of these are.
And it seems like as his presidency goes on, all of these different events that he has have dwindling crowds. That's the smallest crowd I've ever seen for any Trump thing, even
Yes.
in video. You know what I mean?
If that video is true, if that was a true video, yes, that was pretty bad. But he has also brought in huge crowds, and we know this. So,
but that's not happening anymore. And that's the point that I'm trying to get at is like, I feel like MAGA, the base, is eroding. Even you're showing me fucking clips from CNN about this woman that you think he's having an affair with.
I don't think it's eroding. Let's get through the 4th of July and some of the stuff going on there and see how many crowds come to that.
You're looking at it. This is the event. No one's there.
That was the little state fair that's opening.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's move on.
I gotta go, but I'll finish the live later. Take care, everyone. Hey,
Jasmine,
thank you so much for hanging out.
Obama's pardon attorney. She is talking about this thing that they just kind of quietly passed that gives Todd Blanche unfettered control over the prison systems. Here we go.
Hey everybody, I stumbled upon a bombshell while I was doing some research on Todd Blanche. I don't think it's been reported anywhere else, so let me break it to you. I'm Liz Oyer, the former pardon attorney for the Department of Justice. 6 weeks ago, the Justice Department quietly adopted a new policy that gives the Attorney General the power to send any federal prisoner to any prison in the country.
Oh, wow, that could be a really fascinating fucking thing in association with fucking Ghislaine.
If you are facing a federal prison sentence, Todd Blanche has total discretion to decide where you'll serve your time. This is a huge deal, and it's a huge departure from past practice. Under this rule, Blanche could direct the Bureau of Prisons to put anyone who opposes the Trump administration in a maximum security prison. If you're prosecuted for protesting ICE, for example, or for vandalizing...
Oh, yeah, shit, I didn't even go that far. Down the rabbit hole that far. Yeah, that's not good. Am I surprised? No.
Trump's reflecting pool, you could serve your sentence alongside murderers and rapists. Blanche could decide to put all of Trump's enemies in maximum security prisons. He could put all Democrats in maximum security prisons. There are no limits, no checks, and no review of his decisions. That is very, very scary. Trump would love to be able to just disappear his political opponents, and this is a step in that direction. On the flip side, this policy...
Okay, so... Oh, this is perfect. I paused right at the right time. This is the same thing that happened on the last episode. He's going to go. I'm trying to predict the future with this one, but just with the way she's kind of pursing her face throughout this whole thing, this is I don't believe that. This is just liberal nonsense. She did this with whatchamacallit last week. The Bible verses in school shit. The effects of F-Nords are the result of mass conditioning.
Permits preferential treatment for Trump's allies. If you're MAGA, you might go to a minimum security camp. Or if you've got a couple $1 million to spend, you could buy your way into a halfway house or even home detention. That's exactly what's happening with pardons under Donald Trump. The wealthy and the well-connected are paying for special treatment. There's no reason to think the same thing won't happen with prison placements. For decades, the federal prison system has used a very rigorous policy for deciding where to place people in prison. The decision is based on public safety. It looks at things like the nature of the offense, the criminal history of the defendant, and factors like violence, sex offenses, gang membership, etc.
I feel like, I'm going to say something that's going to sound kind of crazy. I feel like this is shit that has been happening for years, and they just put it in fucking writing.
Preference of the Attorney General has absolutely nothing to do with it. There was no announcement of this change, but here it is, hiding in plain sight. It was signed May 6th by William Marshall, the director of the Bureau of Prisons.
Bob, who's a
Marshall was appointed by Trump, and he reports directly to Blanche. This policy was not in place last year.
Did they talk about birthright citizenship decision? No, they have not. They have been... the whole entire episode has been... a slight bit of teasing Mary Lou for bringing clips that are negative negative stories about Trump. Chad's like, oh wow, where is this coming from? And it's kind of funny, but no birthright talk at all. They won't today. I am shocked because that's something I would have I would have focused on over some of these other pieces. Like they talked about the whole like the fair situation where no one showed up. There's so much stuff going on that are like huge things that I think are getting lost in the shuffle. Like I said, the Democratic Socialist Movement, Colorado winning a couple of I think actually no, I think they only won one seat, but they kicked that incumbent out. That had been there for 30 years, I think. And yeah, I mean, there's so many things that are going on lately that they could be focusing on, but instead they're just doing the same talking points, which is, ooh, Trump did this again, or oh, look, Trump is having affairance. Like even Mary Lou's all like, it doesn't bother me. I just thought it was interesting. And it's like, okay. So we're all being taken for a ride here on this one. Cool. Sweet. Neat. I think they're saving it for Sunday. I mean, if they are, that's great. I don't know. I go into these Wednesday episodes and I always tell myself, I'm like, do not get your hopes up like something interesting is going to happen. And then I get my hopes up that like when I read a title, I'm like, oh, maybe something's happening. And then I watch it and I'm like, waiting for Sunday. And I think the EJ Carroll case, maybe Sunday from SCOTUS. Yeah, so they dropped that. They dropped out like a fucking ton of bricks too. That's another thing you can bring up is like, hey, look, even they're like, we can't do anything. 4 out of 5 wins for the left in Colorado. Okay, cool. I saw the one and I wanted to watch. I didn't want to watch the full thing because I wanted to watch it on here. But I watched. God, what was her name? I'm gonna totally butcher it. This is my issue. Is it's Malat Kiros. Her speech was great. The only issue I had with it was the fucking air horn. Without Haley and Bob, the show loses a lot. I think Bob is the X factor. Has Blanche been confirmed? No, he's still just like he's kind of there just in the interim. I wish they talked about Air Force Major Jason Watson in his speech today. Oh, let me put that on the notes. We can watch that too. Malat Kiros. I'm terrible with names though, so don't get mad at me if I mispronounce. Okay. Jason Watson. Okay. Ooh, okay.
My name is Jen.
Oh, okay. Jessica Denson. Okay. All right.
Year when Blanche had Ghislaine Maxwell transferred to a minimum security camp. Her transfer broke about a zillion different rules. But now, Blanche can move her again, maybe even to home detention or a halfway house in the community. The Senate Judiciary Committee needs to ask Blanche for an explanation before they confirm him to be our next Attorney General. Please share this information widely and ask your senators.
I'm going to scream this from the fucking rooftops. If the Democrats were going to do anything, they would be trying to fucking stop this in any way they can. Any way they can. They fucking talk a big goddamn game. This is why the Democratic Socialist Movement is actually picking up steam. Is because of this shit. Like people are tired. People are done. They're over all of this fucking nonsense. Yeah, Hassan was canvassing around Denver yesterday and went to the party. I saw that. I watched a few video clips of him. He look. I know there's people out there who really dislike him, but you do have to kind of give him like a lot of props, like a shit ton of props. He is the reason why. I think he's part of the reason. I'm not gonna say he's the full reason, but part of the reason why this is working. He streamed it live, and I was like, "Oh, I know where he is. Hell yeah, yeah." I need to start watching his lives. I watch all the clips on YouTube, but I feel like I'm always missing some context. Local data center shut down, local internet because of weather. We had a big protest at a meeting. Weather is great. Wait, tell me more. Like, what happened? A ton of props. Yeah, I'm like I'm not someone who's going to actively like go to town and like glaze fucking Hassan and be like, you know, he's God's gift to the world. But the reality is this. My belief is that for all the negatives you can poke or, you know, send his way, he's been a net positive for good. And for me, like, I think the people who are angry and upset with him might be misinformed, or might be a former chatter that he banned. Oh, we had a big council meeting about local data centers. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, okay. And so the local data centers shut down the internet because of that, because of weather, but it was because of protest. We had one in this area, and city council got fucking destroyed. Not like physically, but like the people there were like, if you do this, you're fucking dumb. Now the internet is out in town. Fucking so silly. This is why the internet, first of all, needs to be a public utility, because this shit should not be happening. It shouldn't.
To demand answers from Todd Blanche.
All right, Liz Oyer, I think I said she was the pardon attorney for Obama, but it was Biden. So you're seeing this, right? You understand what's happening?
14-year-old in my state got detained for being in a council meeting and protesting a data center. Big DSA and local Republican alliance. Really? I mean that makes sense, but yeah. Really shortly after. Yeah, I mean, they don't want people protesting. I don't think people know. I'm gonna put it this way. The town that I currently live in, if they were to put a data center in, we currently are on a timeline to not have water in less than 50 years. It would have sped it up, like tremendously sped it up. And the locals here were like, yeah, you're gonna destroy the town if you do this. You're gonna fucking totally do that.
Yes, but I don't understand, because I thought the judges are the ones that tell people where they go to jail.
Exactly. Well,
wait, what's crazy? The fire came at data center for both red and blue. I mean, that's the thing, though. In this little town here, there are a lot of people on both sides of the fence who do not want data centers to come in. It is, when you hear how much land is going to be used, and then on top of that, how much resources are going to be used. It doesn't sound like a good proposition for anyone, both right and left. It made sense that the DSA and Republicans were pushing against it. The people who are for it don't give a shit. They don't care about politics in the way that other people care about politics. They literally just like, what's going to get money in my pocket. So yeah, it makes sense. Like these it was a lot of people who were conservative around here too pushing for it, along with, you know, a lot of people who are fucking super duper libbed up out here being like, nope. It's like one of the few times like you've seen these people join forces here in this area, which is nice. I also think the AI bubble is coming soon. So I don't know. I'm on the train that the way that all of the RAM manufacturers and computer component manufacturers have been lately, and how predatory they've been. Like the dam is about to break on a lot of different things when it comes to the data centers. I think it was like Samsung and two other companies who were making most of the chips used for RAM are being like sued right now. There's like a massive class action lawsuit basically saying that these three companies like literally were in cahoots with each other to basically drive up the prices of all the chips, in particular RAM and hard drive parts. And there's a class action lawsuit about it right now. Will that do anything? Probably not. They'll probably just pay out. They're still making shit tons of money anyway. But literally, the AI bubble is gonna pop. Like these people are making so much money, and like to me, it's like how are they making money? How is the AI data centers making money? How is AI in general making money? And then two, like it just feels like the stock market lately. Just the more I look at it, the more I look at job numbers and shit like that, it just doesn't make any sense. Like none of it makes sense. It feels very, very much like, the stock market is manipulated. I mean, because it is. I mean, we're at that point where, I think the war in Iran is all for essentially basically putting more money in the pockets of people who are in the oil industry and people who can also trade in the is it oil shares? Like all those guys are making so much money, and I think it's mainly Iran war was mainly for that particular reason. And also, I think there's just people who are just absolutely just like, like Israel, who just want to bomb the living shit out of Iran. But I digress. I'm gonna rant. I feel like I'm ranting right now. Also, I've got like a couple of espressos in me right now, so I'm like fucking. My brain is not firing on the hey, let's have a coherent thought right now.
The guy that signed this bill, that Marshall dude, had that kind of power. But
Speaking of
yes,
that, let me just go keep
broadly
drinking it.
speaking, it's judges, it's the lawyers, whatever. They kind of like argue and determine should this person be sent to maximum security prison, minimum security prison, based on the severity of the crime. Everything that she said in that video.
Right.
That's gone now. That's over now. Now Todd Blanche decides. And obviously he's not going to decide where every human being goes into prison.
Yeah, there's no way.
But what it does give him the power to do, as she was saying, is give preferential treatment to any of Trump's allies, to put them in the lowest security prisons possible, especially if they're paying Donald Trump, bribing him, which has already happened multiple times. Or, he's pardoning people. Do you remember when he pardoned the Binance guy?
Yes.
Because that guy helped him set up his crypto chain?
Right.
And he was found guilty of, I believe it was hundreds of millions of dollars financial fraud, and Trump was just like, nah, fuck it, because he gave him money. So now the system is really set up where even if Trump can't just fully pardon you because it looks too bad, you can pay him millions of dollars, and little Todd Blanche will put you in whatever nice-ass prison they want to. And conversely...
Hey, Holiday. Just checking in to say, actually really like this TNC episode for the most part. Looking forward to replay crew after USA match. Cheers, friends. Wall Street is run by AI who controls the algorithm. Holiday, I have been tearing into this one, so I apologize in advance when you go to rewatch. I feel, like I was saying earlier, I just feel like the episodes tend to not focus on anything other than stuff that they keep kind of I guess harping on. I don't know if what's the US match? I can Google it real quick. We can figure it out.
If
I can't show
Antifa,
it.
You're going to maximum security prison, the worst prisons in the world. They can selectively punish people at a higher degree or reward people for loyalty to Trump in the prison
I don't
system.
believe that. I just don't believe that will happen.
You just saw it.
Yeah, USA versus Bosnia in Herzegovina.
No,
you just saw the video.
That's one lady saying that.
No, that's one lady
So
telling
the
you this
makeover
is signed
hey,
into law now. Todd Blanche has that power now. Unchecked. No one can...
Okay, so tell me, who has he sent where?
That hasn't happened yet, at least that we know of in reporting. But I'm sure reporters are starting to look into it. And you're going to start...
Wait, hold on. The Binance guy is trying to sue Trump and them? Oh, God, because they forced him to put all this money into his Bitcoin. Into his cryptocurrency, the Trump coin.
See, they've already done it with Ghislaine Maxwell. They moved her from a horrible federal prison, or at least a federal prison that was like commensurate with the crime of raping hundreds of children.
Right.
Now she's like got a dog and getting grilled cheese sandwiches and shit.
He has not pardoned her.
But Mom, they moved her to a very cushy prison.
Yes, I do remember that.
Why would they have done that?
I don't know.
Think about it.
He was going to spill the...
All right. So here's the we are already in. Okay, cool. Billionaire sues digital currency venture co-founded by Trump and Sons for illegal account freezing. Justin Sun alleges World Liberty Financial installed tools to prevent sales of his token after they became tradable. Wow. Look at this guy. Oh, hey, look, we're looking at Jay.
The beans on some people.
Correct. On Donald Trump.
Not
All
Donald
of this
Trump.
is for Trump.
Not Donald Trump. The other people that are bad.
Who?
All the other people.
Who?
The people that are listed in the Epstein files.
Okay.
Did he get busted
and so
again?
those people that are listed in the Epstein files, what control do they have over Todd Blanche or Trump?
None.
Okay, then
She's
why
in
would
denial
Todd Blanche
again?
and Trump move her to the cushy prison?
Here's the thing about her. She is a fucking loyal soldier to Trump and the Trump administration. The only time she ever balks at anything is when it's like nothing burger shit to her. The whole like, oh look, he's cheating on his wife with this woman. Well, he's already been adulterous in the past. Who cares? It's shit like that where it's like I can easily talk myself out of being angry about it. He is very much this like I will fucking gobble his fucking goddamn nuts as long as he is, as long as he's my president. And mostly when it comes from a female, like she does with Haley. Yeah. It's so funny. It's night and day. You actually are so correct. When a woman is presenting information, she's like, ew. When a guy is presenting it, she's like, oh, you know what? That's crazy. I have someone in my life who is a female. Hey, what's up, Elena? How are you doing? Who's a female who is very anti-female when it comes to things, and just to hear them go, women aren't funny. It's like, oh, okay. Whoa. And I guess it's a little bit of Mary Lou there. A little bit, just a little bit.
Prison.
So
Elena,
that
how are
she
you
can
doing, by the
spill
way?
the beans on people, I guess.
No,
Oh,
it's so
The equivalent to my team. It's my team. You don't want to be a fair weather fan. You stick with them through thick and thin. Yeah, this is why I don't like team sports. I'm good. Missing the winter. How are you? I'm missing the winter too. I currently have the air conditioner cranked down really fucking low because it is, I think, like 90 out right now still, and it's 8, something like that. What in the high school tomboy? It's weird. It's weird. I don't understand how anyone can just be like be female and be so anti-female. It just blows my mind. It's 8:15 here and still feels like 106 outside. Yeah. Let's see here. It is 86 outside. Does she need to see Mark Kelly in El Salvador prison before she believes that this can happen to anyone who doesn't agree with Trump? How does she not believe that this is a real possibility? She would love to see Mark Kelly in El Salvadorian prison for sure. She doesn't. She probably thinks Mark Kelly is a fucking like fucking scum of the earth. Scum of the earth. Fascism is riding or dying with your team when it comes to government use of lethal force. Yes. I don't know. I think team sports have actually fucking ruined the United States. It does feel like there is this thing of like my side is better than your side, or my team is better than your team, and I don't get it. I don't understand it. When I used to watch basketball and baseball and even football as a kid, it didn't grab me the way that it grabbed other people, and these like allegiances to a team has always been kind of like, what? Huh? Or Hassan. And the Hassan stuff too is the thing that there's so many things I could be talking about right now. This is why I'm disappointed with this episode. Like Hassan was in the news literally the last couple of weeks because of his push with the Democratic Socialists, and they could be talking about that today. Like that could be a topic that, really could hit home with Mary Lou, to show that like Hassan is like important, and the things that he's doing is to try to help, the people around him. Like he's got a good heart in general, no matter how you feel about him. Like he's actively trying to make people's lives better. Like that could be something that could be talked about instead of this, like, look, yeah, Todd Blanche is gonna fucking do Todd Blanche shit. They've lied multiple times in front of Congress about just everything. Yeah, they're gonna do fucking shit like this. Yeah, the whole entire fucking federal government, Democrats and Republicans, have been set up to just be a fucking club. Like these people are fake mean to each other, but behind the scenes they're fucking in cahoots. This is why nothing is getting done. They're all fucking owned by lobbyists. Rant done.
So that she doesn't spill the beans on people.
Oh,
So
I
that
see
she
what you're
doesn't
saying.
spill the beans on Trump. We'll make your life easier if you shut the fuck up. Or, I mean, when Todd Blanche went to go visit her and do that interview with her,
Yeah.
he came out of it and said, yep, she said Trump's clean.
I know.
They got her to basically exonerate Trump in this weird interview that they did. Then they moved her to a minimum security prison.
See, I look at it the other way around, that they
Okay.
moved her there because she's going to tell a lot of stories about a lot of people.
They moved her there after the interview he did with her.
Yes.
It was a quid pro quo. They went there and said, we need you to say Trump did nothing, and we'll move you to this minimum security prison.
That's where you're losing her. Like you're losing her when you make statements like that, because she doesn't believe that. She does not believe that. She does not believe that's what Todd Blanche was there to do. In her brain, and what she's been convinced through Newsmax and all of these fucking outlets that she has watched in the past, have told her that no, Todd Blanche is your fucking he's coming in to just really figure out who all the bad people are. That's what they told her. When you point out, like, actually, there's evidence that shows that Ghislaine and fucking Trump we knew each other. These words tap into the lizard brain, our limbic system, hands out happy chemicals and pain chemicals based on the outcome and the supporter crowd you're in. I see it as not all individuals' fault because of that. I agree with that. I think it's a combination of things. I think when you kind of like deep dive into it and you kind of look at it, it's also education too. This differentiating of like politics is not the same as a team sport. Like we should be teaching people that's not how this works. We shouldn't have a two-party system. First of all, my personal opinion. And then second of all, too, there is this thing about, and I would say probably mid 1900, like 1950s to maybe 1970s, sort of like emphasis on sports as a thing that should be viewed as like an important pastime, and then on top of that too, that you have to have pride in those teams that are coming from your, that are part of your hometown, sort of thing. So I think that, and I think the indoctrination aspect of that, where it's all like you have to like this because this is part of your quote unquote hometown DNA, is part of it. He should have played a clip of Blanche saying he wasn't investigating it anymore. So who is she telling on then? Yeah. Well, that also should tell you a lot, especially if he's like, we're not doing anything anymore after talking to her. Like, Rage Against the Machine, especially if the machine is a printer, right? Fucking right. Uh-oh. Felt like you pause this too much, bro.
And said, we need you to say Trump did nothing.
It's like,
and
did
we'll
we lose
move you
the
to this
internet?
Minimum security prison. She did it, and they did
All
it.
right.
Well, she's still there, so
But you don't get it? She's already getting...
She's still there, though. Yeah, she's in a minimum security prison. Like, come the fuck on. Are you fucking dumb, lady? You're not looking at this? Problem comes when people can't differentiate sports teams and political parties. Yeah. Like, not knowing horror movies aren't real and being scared of monsters. But I'm scared of monsters. I know they're not real, but I'm still scared. No, God, I'll talk about that real quick. So I met this weekend with Suzanne. Suzanne was like, I want to go take you to a fucking, I want to take you to a haunted house. And I'm like, no. And she's like, why? And I'm like, and we've had the conversation before, but I'm like terrified of haunted houses. And it's mainly stems from being... I had a parent who actively would hide in closets growing up. Loserberg doesn't care about your rationality. I know it doesn't. Speaking of monsters, let's watch Out for Skinwalkers tonight. We can do that. If it's not gonna get claimed, we can do that. But yeah, so I had a parent who used to jump out of like closets, would hide, and I would be scared because I thought I was left alone, and would then, after breaking down in tears, would jump out and then scare the shit out of you. I had a parent that did that, and so for me, I don't really like the idea of going to a place that is that times 10. I was taken to a haunted house when I was about 10 years old, and it was it left such a lasting impression on me that I don't think I would ever want to do that. There's like nothing pleasurable about that experience, and just with all of that shit leading up to that, it's like, yeah, I can't do it. I can't. I want to, like, there's part of me that's like, oh yeah, it'd be kind of fun, right? And then the other part of me is all like, yeah, but you don't like getting scared. You don't like the monsters jumping out at you, bro. I'm like,
getting preferential treatment. This is one of the most heinous criminals in the history.
Have you watched much about Terrence McKenna? Yes, the McCaney Manor guy. Is that right? A couple of great documentaries about him made by a friend on YouTube, which are safe to stream if you would want to host a streamed viewing. Yeah. Why would anyone scare their kid like that? I ask myself that quite often in therapy. There's a lot of things. I could go down a rabbit hole. No, the mushroom guy. Oh. Here, let me look at it. Let me look. Yeah, I ask myself that all the time. It has
of the country.
It scarred me as a child. There's a lot of things that there's a lot of stuff that has happened, and I'm like, I also hate scary things, but I guess the point was leaving it on the field and knowing your neighbor is still, I know. I know. I took it very literally. Kind of did it on purpose, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, no, I get it. That's the thing, though, and we don't teach people to know that the person they live next to, like that's their next door neighbor, is not there to hurt them, and they're your neighbor. You're supposed to love thy neighbor. And in today's world, like, I'll be honest with you, the two people who I live next to, I have maybe exchanged for both sides, both on both sides of the house here, maybe a total of 3 sentences. 3 sentences, and 2 of those was during Halloween when the family to my left brought their children over, and I gave them candy. It was Happy Halloween and thank you. So, I also do know that the person to my left is also MAGA, and they see me walking around in my black t-shirts and hats. I've got several hats that say, I can see through your bullshit is one of them. I wear a lot of like, just counterculture stuff. And I'm not wearing fucking polos and shit like that. I'm in a war with mine. I technically am not friendly with the one to the right because they reported Suzanne to the HOA because and the fine was for, or not the fine, but the like the warning was for her leaving our dog's shit in their yard. But if you look at the picture, Suzanne is mid picking up the feces. Like, and so I blasted her on fucking Facebook. And then I still had some motherfuckers in this fucking neighborhood who went, your dog shouldn't be pooping anywhere in anyone's yard. And I'm like, do you know, have you ever owned a dog? Do you know what dogs do when you walk dogs? What you're supposed to do when you're supposed to take your dogs on walks. You're not supposed to fucking lock them in their fucking house. He threatened to kill my dog because he didn't like the way he looked at him. Oh my God, Sean, Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, that is, that's concerning. That's fucked. That's fucked. I would do everything I can to just be like, I don't know. There's a part of me that there's the I don't want to fucking rock the boat brain. Blast around. Well, no. Here's the thing. I don't use Facebook. I only use Facebook because the only way to communicate to anyone in this neighborhood is through the Facebook group. That's it. That's literally the only reason I have. I use Facebook is for that. I actively hate fucking Facebook. I think Facebook is so gross. He's Maple MAGA. Oh God. So you're in Canada, right? So yeah. There's always a part of me that's like I want to fucking get revenge on people, and then there's the other half of me that is like terrified of the fucking repercussions of doing that. So I typically just err on the side of like, it's fine, I'll move on. But yeah, no, the lady next door though, it's just like Canadian. Yeah, lady next door, I'm like, I made little signs on toothpicks that I stick in the poop. That's funnier. She had a sign that says, no pooping allowed, and it's all like, ma'am, I if you could come over and maybe teach my dog how to read. Both dogs would love to learn how to read, but they fucking sure as shit can't read your fucking sign. They're fucking dogs. And I can't, now we just walk across the fucking street just to avoid interacting with this dumb fucking bitch next door. Left Facebook cesspool years ago. I stopped going on it, and then I had a couple of people who were associated, like friends of the family and even family members. And they started spouting a bunch of like pro fucking Trump, like white nationalist stuff, and I fucking went to town on Facebook. And so for like a month straight, I was like fucking just doing everything I can to just fucking just make them feel inferior, because I was just so done with the nonsense, because I dealt with it my entire life. And they had the audacity to call Obama Curious George, and then did the Big Mike thing that Mary Lou does, and I was just like, fuck, all right. And I fucking just blocked them. And then I made a post being like, if you're gonna fucking say racist shit, then just get the fuck out of here. Like, I don't want to fucking interact with you anymore. And then that was a waterfall of my actual like a parent and multiple fucking people on that side of the family unfollowing me, with the exception of one person who I know keeps dibs on fucking the shit that I say to report back. So I just removed them as well. It was like, goodbye. Yeah. So Canada goose threatened me the other day. Yeah. Canadian geese are fucking. Well, geese in general are just fucking evil. Oh, look, I did it again. I paused for too long, and it was all like, "You're not paying attention to the show, hey, bro." We're almost done with it, though. Fuck, this is faster than I normally get through it. I also just, like I said, I feel like this episode's like a nothing burger episode for sure.
Yes.
It was a quid pro quo. They went there and said, "We need you to say Trump did nothing, and we'll move you to this minimum security prison." She did it, and they did it.
Well, she's still there, so.
But you don't get it? She's already getting preferential treatment. This is one of the most heinous criminals in the history of the country.
Yes.
She was one half of the operation and organization of the largest criminal child sex trafficking ring that I'm aware of in our country's history. And she's now living in a prison where people who have committed way less crimes are in horrible living conditions in other prisons, and she's living in the lap of luxury. In a prison that is meant for like kind of low-grade white-collar criminals.
I still believe this is not over, and she is going to rat other people out, and that's why they moved her there.
But okay, but you're still missing this point that is Todd Blanche has now signed into.
They're gonna do something. Just wait. Come on, man. Just believe me, bro.
Law using, by the way, this dude who runs the Federal Bureau of Prisons, who is technically.
I'm gonna have to rip that, just so I can do something like this.
No, God! No, God, please, no!
His subordinate.
What the fuck is
so
that?
He's the boss as the acting attorney general.
Actually living the area he grew up in, and the show's about. Oh shit. Each blank vents any feeling of empathy or compassion. Yeah. My uncle commented on something I posted on Facebook a few years ago. He said, if your father were still alive, he would beat your ass with a belt for being a Democrat. I'm 45, so that's awkward. Yeah, that's weird. That's fucking weird. Blueberry blue dogs. More context needed. Berta. More context needed.
And he says, "You're going to sign this law, right? That gives me unchecked power." Yep. Yes, sir. Sign. Done.
I will believe that when I start seeing people do all of that.
What do you mean? Do all of what?
Put them in prisons for different reasons.
You're
the better
already
prisons.
seeing this.
What you
Protesters have been sentenced to 50 years. These people who are protesting ICE, some of them. Just for protesting, for exercising
Or the
free
boys?
Speech.
Wait.
What prisons do you think they're going to put them in?
I don't know. Federal prison?
Todd Blanche.
Oh my god, she's so dumb. Oh, you were so dumb. So dumb.
Blanche can put them anywhere he wants. He's going to throw them in a fucking hole.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Okay, this is my final video talking about how Trump doesn't really give a shit about housing. Here we go.
This needs to be broadcast from now until Election Day.
What are your plans for the housing bill, Mr. President? Are you?
I don't know.
Give your nuts
I think it's so
unimportant by compared to the Save America.
Will you sign that housing bill?
I have not. It hasn't been sent to me yet. It's coming, I understand, and then I'll make.
Jorzy Letterkenny. Hold on. In my brain.
Then I'll make it.
My brain.
Here's what I would like to sign. Much more than a bill, that big deal.
Oh, okay.
Big deal. It's a yawn. Right now,
Okay.
there is a bill on his desk that would lower the cost of housing.
Never seen
it would
it.
prevent private equity firms and giant corporations from buying up single-family homes.
Never seen it. Never seen it. I also don't watch a lot of TV. That's my other thing too. It's like that's my like toxic trait. Like the last thing I watched, I finished The Boys. That was the last thing. I was like, I'm gonna finish The Boys. I haven't finished even Stranger Things, like the last season. I haven't finished that. I'm kind of like, I don't know if I want to. I don't know how I feel about Stranger Things in general. I think the first season's all right. The rest of it, I don't know why I kept watching it. And then, Twin Peaks was like my other like big like. I saw Twin Peaks. Oh my God. I got them on DVD. Oh, back in 2007 when they re-released the first season. And it didn't even have the fucking pilot because CBS owned the pilot rights. And ABC owned the original TV show pilot. Or not TV show pilots. Owned the original first season. And so... And then when season 3 of Twin Peaks came out, that became my like, oh yeah, I fucking living my life. Fucking, this is it. This is something that I never thought would happen. And then David Lynch died just recently, and then I kind of rewatched most of it, and that was it. Like those are the only 2 TV shows I've watched. We did watch and King of the Hill, the new season of King of the Hill. Watch Letterkenny. Cold opens were goated. Oh my God. Widow's Bay. Yes. Everyone keeps telling me, I believe Crivens, you're the one who's like, you should fucking watch it, bro.
Homes, something he claimed he supported, but he won't sign it because he does not care about you.
There's so much talk about, we're going to drive housing prices down. I don't want to drive housing prices down. I want to drive housing prices up.
If you believe anything that Trump says, you're either MAGA or you're simple-minded. Dill picklers and sushis and sashimis.
Think about American financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing.
And this is crazy because he has an easy win on his desk right now and he refuses to sign it. 70% of Americans want a ban on these giant corporations buying up our houses. Nearly 80% of Americans are worried about the cost of housing. The cost of homes are skyrocketing while wages are stagnant. Just since 2019, the median home value...
This does not affect her, so she does not care. She's like, I don't care. You should have worked harder before the economy got fucked, bro. That's what she thinks. Why don't you work harder, brokey? You fucking brokey. That's your fault. You're fucking lazy. That's what she says. That's what she's saying in her brain. That's why she's making this fucking face.
In this country rose nearly 30%, while wages for those under 40 only increased 9%. How is this sustainable? The reason he hasn't...
He's like, I got mine. I care about horses. Exactly. Her owning horses is the thing that you should point at and go, yeah, she's a privileged person. She's a privileged person. She does not care about anything. Owning horses is such a fucking expensive hobby that she don't care. It's also a rich conservative hobby too. Ugh. It's like exactly what she's thinking.
Sign this is because he does not care about working people. He only cares about the wealthy and special interests, and everything else, in his words,
just about everything is a big yawn.
That's how I feel about Trump news in general lately. It just feels like it's a lot of the same shit. This is important though. This is something that you can actually hit him really hard on, and I actually don't disagree with pointing this shit out.
Okay. So there you go. You saw a video of him saying he wants to drive housing prices up.
That
Why?
makes no sense. That makes no sense to me.
Okay.
And when he
let me
said
help
this
you.
is just a big yawn, was he
Yeah.
talking about the war is more important? What was he talking about?
This is why this type of clip farming stuff does not work with her. It's because she wants to know the exact context. When it comes to Trump, you need to play the context to go along with it. Would ML go fox hunting? I'm pretty sure she has been fox hunting. I'm pretty sure she would also own a wrestling, wrestling team. She'd also be fucking gooning to them, but whatever. Fucking God, man. What was it? The Teflon. God, what was the company that the guy came from? I have 4 horses at one time. I had 6. It's very expensive, but at least own my own land and I don't have to stable my horse. I'm retired now and money is always tight. See, in Vicky, I don't want to I'm being hyperbolic when I say all, like it's not all. But there's a majority of people who are especially when I worked for someone who had several horse ranches and it felt like a very rich white man endeavor. I have relatives who had a horse ranch, I think for a while in Beaumont, and I think they sold it not too long ago. Horses are amazing. Horses are great. Horses are also an invasive species in the United States. That's the other thing too that a lot of people don't recognize is like, horses were brought here through European settlers, and then just let loose. There's nothing wrong with caring about horses. No, I'm not saying there is something inherently wrong. It is just a fucking expensive thing. And if let's say you love horses and you are a child and you're coming from a poor family, it is going to be very hard to justify buying and raising a horse. It takes a shit ton of money. Also, we had a discussion about this a while back about oh god, I don't want to go down the rabbit hole about it, but it was a conversation about horse girls, and I was like, there's a look to horse girls, which is fine. I think my sister liked horses growing up too. I don't know. I'm also a guy, so I don't think it's something that I'm like inherently like tied to. I'm more tied to like comic books, I think was my thing growing up. Barley.
About is more important.
No, he was talking about he
I'm
doesn't.
going to stop before I keep putting my foot in my mouth talking about horses and how expensive they are.
Doesn't give a shit about housing prices. He wants them to go
And horse
up
girls.
because he owns real estate. That will make
barley.
him money.
I know what barley is.
That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, that's sad that people can't afford houses right now. Very sad.
People can afford houses if he signs that bill, and he's
Right.
not doing it.
I know.
And so your reaction to that is?
Not good. Again.
Is that a good president?
No.
Okay.
But he's
We
still
should
my
want
president.
people to be in houses and be able to afford their
Right.
rent and living and be in a house.
But he wants the opposite. He wants to drive housing prices even higher so that no one can afford it.
Here is the thing that's lost in this conversation, and the thing that Chad should kind of point out is like the reason why he wants housing prices to go up is because he was a fucking realtor. He was in real estate forever. So that is what he looks at as a indicator of fucking money. Is like, yeah, house prices are going up. Great. I knew Marley the horse. It belonged to a horse girl. I knew. Oh, Marley the horse. Who's Marley? I'm not very familiar with the horses. Soy Point. Yep.
Except the ultra wealthy.
What if that was taken out of text, though, and he said it's just a big yawn?
Horse girls are amazing. Yeah. Did anyone ever play the gotcha game that came out not too long ago? I played it for a little bit. I actually got not addicted to it, but like I became fascinated with raising the most perfect horse girl in that game. And then I told myself the moment when I started getting itchy fingers to like, let me buy more spins to get another horse girl. I was like, no, we have to uninstall it. So I uninstalled it on everything. Uma Masume. Yes. I played the shit out of it for like a good 2 months. And then I said, no more. This is not going to turn into, God, what was that other gacha game that I got addicted to? That was like Breath of the Wild, but not. I wiped that one from my brain too because I was just like, never again. I think that's lost is how BlackRock guy was on the plane with him to China, and the Rothschilds was on the yacht with him with his daughter. These are hated people, conspiracy people on the right. Yeah, I mean, the thing is though, it's like a lot of that shit does not matter to people in MAGA because the thing is that they think those companies have been made out to be, in my opinion, especially when I've talked to a particular person in my life who's MAGA, those guys are doing, they're making a ton of money, and everyone should strive to be that type of company. That's the way they're kind of like conditioned into accepting those type of companies, BlackRock in particular, and the Rothschilds as well. Putter patter, yeah. Gotcha. What I want to know what the other game is. I'm thinking of. What did we? Oh,
about the housing bill.
I'm muted.
And he says it's a
I'm
big
muted.
yawn. I don't want to sign a bill. He says.
Hmm.
He says I don't want housing prices to go down. I want them to go up. None of that's out of context. He said those things on camera.
Yeah.
Genshin Impact. That's what it was.
That is not good.
I fucking put that one out of my brain. God, I think I played that for the first, oh my God, 3 big patches, and like $300 later, over the course of a year, I was just like, yeah, I can't do this anymore. Nope, no more. Especially when you get like really bad rolls and you paid for it, like that is the most bad feeling. That's the worst feeling in the world. To be like, I'm paying for something, and then it's like, I want to try and get this, and you don't get anything from it. It's like, oh my God, I want to fucking punch a hole in the screen.
For people that can't afford a house.
I agree with you, but this is
everyone I've ever heard talk about them from MAGA always talks about them as the devil. How Trump was supposed to take them down. Oh, they thought that they were going to do that, and then they've changed their tune over the years. These guys have a way of code switching the moment something challenges their fucking like their belief system. They're like they're Mary Lou's. They're like, oh well, they're not that bad. When like before Trump was put into office, they're like, we're going to drain the fucking swamp, and now they're like, we love the swamp. We fucking roll around in swamp. We are fucking muckmen. Let's go. They're like that. And the reality is, like, it doesn't matter. They did the same shit with the Epstein files, where they were like, you're going to get all of them, goddamn, those pedophile fucking libs, man. All of them were hanging out with Epstein, and it was like, okay, well, they didn't get those guys. What are we doing with this now? Oh, it's a nothing burger because Trump said it was a nothing burger. Now, I will say this. There are people out there who were pissed about the Epstein files that are on the right, which I commend them. But I don't hear them fucking screaming about it.
I'm showing you this video to just put one more thing on the pile.
Yes, I am.
People are either full MAGA or not at all. That's why you can't find a MAGA who has a problem with anything Trump did. Yeah. I mean, it's true. You're right. And it's unfortunate to think that like what are the poll numbers show? What is like 30 some? I think it was like 30, maybe 33% people consider themselves MAGA. Is that right? I know it was higher when he was first elected, like closer to like 40, 45. But I think it's much lower now, especially with everything that's been going on. Every single deeply held value is abandoned at the first convenient opportunity. Yeah, exactly. That's why, like, I've had conversations with people who are, all for this fucking life, this MAGA life, and they will fucking bend their will to fit any sort of fucking narrative. Originally Trump was here to drain the swamp during the fucking first election. And the second one, he fucking stole a bunch of, actually he stole them during the first one. He stole a bunch of Bernie talking points. Yeah. That's the last number I heard was 33%. I agree. It has to be lower now. It has to be. Look, I'll be very honest with you. I fucking don't know what I believe anymore. I want to believe it's lower, but I don't know. I just don't know. I think there's way too many people who self-identify as hogs lately, and they may say that they're not MAGA. They might do what Mary does, which is like, I've never been MAGA, and then like last week's or last episode, she's like, I'm MAGA mom, and I'm like, bitch, please, I'm gonna scream. Like, you fucking went on a goddamn rant on one episode a while back being like, I never said I was MAGA. And I'm like, what the fuck? You guys don't need to call me MAGA. And it's like, no, you have. And then now you're calling yourself MAGA. Like, I don't know. This is why I'm falling into I'm getting radicalized into believing that this is just all a big fucking joke. And we're all a leaky. Yeah. But don't give a fuck about pretty or good. Yeah, they don't. They don't, because it doesn't fit their narrative, and they can be, look, they'll be fucking, they're fine as long as it feeds their narrative. If it pushes against their narrative, they'll find every which way to make it not push against their narrative. They'll fucking, like with Pretty and Good, they'll find things being like, he shouldn't have brought a gun to a goddamn fucking protest. Why does he need a gun at a protest? It's like, well, then why did fucking what's his face, the fucking child who shot a bunch of people, why did he bring a fucking AK to a fucking thing? He got off scot-free. And then the Renee Good shit of like, she should have just fucking, she should have just stopped. She should have gotten out of the car. It's all like, we're at a point in time in the history of the world where being compliant is probably not. It's probably, even though, what happened to her is tragic, it does not help anything. Rittenhouse, Kyle Rittenhouse, fuck Rittenhouse. Fuck that guy. Fuck him. Saying everything while not saying anything. Everything is plausible deniability. Yeah. ML saying she has never been MAGA is actually progress. It's a way to get out of while saving face, but Chad and Haley won't let her wiggle out. I'm not sure. It's a good thing that they pigeonhole her. She last week, she fucking called herself MAGA mom, which I was like, what the fuck was that? Like, I thought she was pushing back against it. And yeah, and Augustine, I agree with you. I am like very much in the category of like, the way that Haley and Chad kind of like prod her a bit. As I said earlier, they like to do a lot of like poking at her, like teasing her. And to me, it doesn't seem like it is mentally going to help her to be that sort of not necessarily mean, because they're not necessarily trying to be mean. I think they're trying to get to her in a gotcha moment. And for Mary Lou, it probably has to feel awful, right? She might just be owning what they tell her she is. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I feel like I've been kind of like having these like weird sort of feelings about the show lately. I think it's just becoming more apparent. Like when you have just Mary Lou on as the only opposition there, it does feel, it feels bad. Like when Haley and Chad were going up against her and Bob, like that was like, oh yeah, this makes sense. Like, yeah, I can see why they feel so fired up. But when it's like just Mary Lou, like there's something just really just like it does feel like they're beating up on a child. It's like Jesus. Like this might take a softer touch than just fucking being like, so you hate Trump now, huh? Huh? Because she's just gonna push back. That's what she always does. She's always done that. I don't know. I am very torn on everything that's been happening lately with the show. I've just been very torn. So I think that's why I have not felt the urge to do edits lately about the show. True. Is it really necessary? That's the problem, though, is that have we hit a natural conclusion to the show? Have we hit this point where are the questions being asked relevant to pushing the conversation forward? And there's a part of me deep down inside that goes, no. Like, there's a lot of repeat sort of accusations that kind of pop up with the show. There's these things like, well, do you see he doesn't like poor people. He doesn't want people to live in their homes. It's shit like that where it doesn't technically phase her. She'll say like, I don't like it. Yeah, Chad is trying to lead her out and she's just standing her ground. That's the thing though. Like, I don't know if I can agree with the leading out thing because it's one thing for someone like me to poke fun at her. It's another when you're like, I'm coming at this conversation as a way of, convincing my mother that she's in a cult. And instead they kind of go down a rabbit hole of kind of just being kind of like, you're crazy, that you're not listening. And it feels mean. It just feels mean. It feels, hurtful. And I can imagine she feels that way. And I'm not saying that she has like true feelings, but I could see why she pushes back. Or is it just a news light show with political team talking points? And I think that is what the rub of it all is Alkenstein, is my issue. It's like there's so many big pieces of news happening, and what did we get on this episode so far? We got a recap of Trump's party, celebration thing, not having a massive audience. Okay, cool. That was on the last episode. We got another, conversation about, Todd Blanche doing Todd Blanche shit and her being like, well, he's still in prison, I don't know what you want to say. It's like very light shit. Bob screaming and cursing makes their challenges to ML and Bob seem mild, not bullying. I agree 100%. When it's just Mary Lou, though, it does feel like a tag team wrestling match with one set of one pair and one individual, and just getting that individual going just stomped. Wondering what would happen if we got Bob back without a UTI. No, he needs to be on there with a UTI though. Jon Stewart famously ripped Tucker Carlson for the Red Blue Team News review on Fox. Wait, I need to see that one. That's actually hilarious. She won't read comments on the show anymore. Her feelings get hurt, and she threatens to quit the show. Yeah, I mean, but she's also someone she's a delicate flower when it comes down to it. She can barely handle pushback, and this is why I'm saying their pushback on the show does not benefit her whatsoever. If they want to if they're trying to lull her out of this thing, it would be coming from a loving it would be coming from a place of let me help you, and not you've been full of shit your entire life, that because that's what I feel like it comes down to is you've been lied to and you're just full of shit, and dad's probably the reason why you're so full of shit. And it's no, she's at fault for some of the things that have happened too. Also, mainly it's a parasocial relationship, maybe split MAGA / libs YouTube family. I think that is also the other rub that I've kind of like tried to come to terms with. is that like I think when you're on the internet and you become so enamored with a show like this, just like I have, just like I think all of us have. Um, we have a tendency to read into things, and I'm, I do it on the reg because I think for this show, I think it's necessary. I think there's a lot of people who look at the show and ask the question, like, what is happening? Especially lately. I think it's necessary the slight parasocial sort of stuff that's happening because, they're putting it out for people to judge. And I think they like the engagement. This is all engagement when things are all said and done. And I think that's a rub I kind of have had lately. It's like, do I want to keep engaging? Am I getting anything from this? And for the last like couple of weeks, no, it's made it very, very hard to be like, yeah, I need to do something interesting with this content because the reality is this: Mary Lou, the stuff that I can come at Mary Lou about is more of the racism aspect of her as a human being. That's the stuff that bothers me to my core. Is this I am not racist, but she is. Yeah, it's not all bad. It's just being clear-eyed about it. Yeah. It's just been meh lately. Sunday Lives have been just Chad, and it's mostly other subjects or suggestions. Yeah, and I kind of recognize. I kind of hopped into one of them I think like the week before last, and I was like, oh, yeah, they're not on here anymore. That's why I watch here and I'm not giving the view. Yeah, and like I said, I'm okay with being slightly parasocial. I think it's a jumping off point for me in terms of like, this is the thing that I have an issue with Democratic talking head type material in general, is this insistency on talking about things that don't really fucking matter in the grand schemes of things. Trump right now has control of essentially all three branches of the government. And so what I want to see from people is people going out there and being like, this is fucked and we need better representation in fucking Congress. My quality has gone down, but I still need my dopamine hit. Yeah, I get that too. And this is why I'm like actively refusing to watch it, like not on stream. Epic Rant. Oh, you know what? I have seen that fucking Jon Stewart on Crossfire thing. That fucking thing is actually epic. I have fucking seen it. We can watch it. It might get claimed, which I don't really give two shits about. I'm not, not like I'm pulling ad revenue from the stream, but it's one of those things though. It's like, yeah, that fucking clip though is or that segment that he's on is insane. But yeah, no. What I'm trying to say is this: my issue right now is that no one wants to focus on what is actually happening. We have a Democratic Party right now who claims to be like, doing its due diligence to serve its people, but the reality is that they're trying to stop anyone who is using the Democratic Socialist sort of moniker or branding. They're trying to stop them at every stop. Hakeem Jeffries is fucking apparently like inside of this fucking like is it the Whisper Group, right? Who is like a bunch of elites who fucking meet, like it's consisted of both conservatives and Democrats. It's fucking gross what is happening in the world right now. And I know a lot of people were like, oh yeah, Trump was coming in to fucking drain the swamp. No. Like that's the biggest misconception of what he was. He was the swamp. He was just coming in, he was basically undercover, pretending to not be the swamp. If you thought, and you have to ask yourself this question, if you thought Trump was here to be this populist president, and especially after the first term, you have to ask yourself the question of, did you actually believe that? Did you actually believe that, or did you just fucking just pretending to be ignorant? And I think it's the latter. I think it is I always vote conservative, and I will always vote conservative, no matter who the president is. You can drain a swamp into another swamp. I mean, true. Trump just made the swamp swampier. He made it greener. Literally, he did. Man, that reflecting whole situation fucking is so annoying. That's another fucking cognitive dissident sort of fucking situation too. That's the stuff that I'm like, fuck. And I watch this right now, and I'm watching this episode, and I'm like concerned. Like, there's just so much stuff that you could have talked about today that would have been good jumping off points to kind of get her talking about what socialism is or what these movements are about. We need a Trump/Swamp Thing meme. Man, I'm tempted. to bust out the pencils and paper again. I have that on my list of things to start working on. Dems are locked down, hard to get past their gatekeepers, hard to keep them, get them to actually listen. That is the problem. That is the main issue I have. And my issue is it's because of lobbyists. That's the main fucking issue. We're dealing with people who are actively being controlled by lobbyists. Here's the thing. I'm actually going to say something kind of weird. I think Trump was not actively being funded or being pushed by lobbyists. I think people have dirt on him. I think maybe the first campaign, maybe, but I think the second one.
Understand.
I feel like you're close here. You're showing me CNN videos of this human printer woman, and you know, it's like you're.
And then we go to the next week's episode, and we're back like 10 steps backwards. Yeah,
right there. But I don't know what it takes to break through, and I just keep thinking it's going to be like the volume of these things. So you've now got a guy who started a war he can't get out of. We're in the 18th week of it. There's more attacks going back and forth.
Kimberly drained the Republican coffers dry in his first run for office. Yeah. I mean, they had to. I mean, okay. Yeah. The whole situation leading up to him being elected, if you had asked me a month before, the election, if he would have won, I would have said no, because we had the Access Hollywood tapes leaked, and his fucking milquetoast fucking apology on that whole thing was fucking gross. Almost like a sitcom where it just resets every episode. Yeah. And then fucking James Comey, who, like, I hate fucking James Comey, like, with a passion. Fucking comes out of nowhere being like, hey, guess what? Hillary's fucking email servers. And he fucking used that. He fucking rode that shit. Like, ignore what I fucking did. Look at what this dummy did. And then the Russiagate shit after that, by the way, which just has nothing to do with the election, but that kind of does, because he did say, hey, Russia, if you have the fucking you have all those emails, please leak them. That's the shit though that like I think about Trump, and I think about Russia, the whole Russia situation, and how they fucking poo-pooed that and made it like not like it was a nothing burger. It's a big nothing burger. Feels like Westworld robots. Yeah. I don't know, man. I the simulation theory feels so fucking like a legitimate thing to me. I don't know.
So whatever the tentative agreement was is basically ripped apart. You've got the human printer following around, probably having an affair.
Hey, I think I made a fucking video where I listed all the things she does not like about Trump. You could use that as a basis. I don't know.
With the human printer, right?
The human printer.
That is why you sent me those videos. You think he is having an affair with her, right?
Well, I don't know if it's
what you say it is,
real, fake, what's going on.
Okay.
I've just seen it a lot in the news.
All right.
But it was interesting.
I believe he said that, right?
You've got Ghislaine Maxwell, And they have not released still half of the Epstein files.
Yes.
Illegally. Todd Blanche and Donald Trump are committing a crime against a law Trump himself signed into law, the Epstein Transparency Act. They are not doing it. You've got Ghislaine Maxwell transferred to this cushy prison, and they're always talking about maybe they're going to pardon her. You've got the war in Iran.
That's the stuff too that I also really fucking hate when they bring up Maxwell. Is this thing of like, I keep hearing rumors that she's going to get pardoned in the next week or two, and this has been going on for months. And I'm like, there's a part of me deep down in my brain, like in the back of my head, and I'm like, that is not going to be a good thing for anyone if she is to be pardoned. And I think even Trump knows that, and I think even Ghislaine knows that as well. Don Drew said it about getting Russian help. Yeah, I know. I can talk about Russiagate and how literally the right kind of basically fucking buried that shit, like legitimately buried it. They didn't, they don't want that association with Trump and Russia to be a thing, even though it is. Like, you can definitely fucking tell with how they've actively communicated with each other. It does feel like all this stuff, like, oh yeah, Trump and Putin don't get along. I'm like, I think it's all fucking. I think they get along just fine. The propaganda about Russia that came out after all that shit was going down was just too coincidental. All these people who hated Russia, hated the Cold War, all of a sudden are like, we love Russia. It's like, what the fuck? It's fucking weird.
Continuing now into the 18th week, you've got the ballooning costs of the ballroom, the reflecting pool, open lies about the crowd sizes at all these events. And now you've got, he won't sign this bill that would make it easier for everyone to get a house.
Right. A lot of bad things right now.
What are the good things?
I have no idea right now at this point, other than our border is secure.
She's always going to lean on that fucking shit. And there is the Ghislaine thing is conditional just in case Trump just blurts it out because he needs a distraction. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing though, is that I think him and his team know that if he were to let her out, that would immediately bring focus back to the Epstein files. And the Iran war right now is doing a fantastic job of basically preventing anyone from, or just preventing that from being a headline. Something that Trump caused that, he's convinced a good chunk of, the conservatives that it's a good thing that's happening. Like, ML, even though she hates it, tends to be like, well, he knows what he's doing. And it's like, oh my God, fuck my life. Like, this person right now is fucking being like, I didn't believe that Kamala was going to be the one who was going to get us into a war with Iran. Fucking Trump said it. Literally said it. And I believe she even spouted that shit. The border's all ML can come up with. The thing is, though, you can literally poke a hole in that, being like, you do know that like Trump hasn't done anything other than just maybe install more border patrol agents and then talk about fucking denaturalizing citizens. Like, that's the big thing. Earlier in the episode, she said that Susie Wiles thanked Trump for helping her to save her life after being diagnosed with breast cancer. How did he help her save her life? Oh my God, it was something to do with, is it FDA related? I cannot remember, but there was something that he like assisted with that might have helped her out. I don't know, but I have to look it up again. If Emma admitted she was wrong about Trump, all this attention she has on her goes away. Yeah, and I think that's the other thing too. I think I don't want to say this is about Chad or Haley, but I think there is an aspect of the show that once she does transition, breast cancer. I need to look it up. I need to look up what it was because it's going to bother me. But here's the thing. Experimental drug. Thank you. That's what I thought it was. It was an experimental drug. That they helped. That they pushed through. Oh shit! If there's a test on this episode, I'm gonna fail. I'm gonna fail. I can barely remember fucking names. You know. I am like the worst. Like I could never do like the full 24/7 shit that Hassan does. Because my brain operates on a I'm not gonna say it operates on vibe based only, but it operates on it operates with ADHD where it's like you grab things and it's like, oh, that sounds like this, and it's like, oh, actually it's this. It's a fuck thing. And so if anyone would be like, hey, tell me more about this episode, it's like I didn't take notes, so we're gonna have a bad time. How come no one talks about the fact that she worked for Netanyahu's campaign in 2020? I didn't even fucking know that. White House Chief of Staff once worked for Netanyahu. Woo! Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of smoke and fire with the people who are involved with this administration. Can't wait to go work in 100-degree weather tomorrow. Ooh, I'm sorry, Barbie doll. Are you gonna be outside? Because that's the worst. He sure did. The human printer said he saved her life too, with the right to try, but came out that the medication she used was already out and wasn't experimental, so it was just a lie. Oops, I'm late. To give me extra homework. I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, traveling around. Okay, what are you doing? Are you traveling far? Okay, hold on. I forgot I didn't do my Japanese today. So we might be doing this live.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
If it is, then why is he constantly talking about how you have to be afraid of people coming over the border and killing you?
I don't think so now. I think it's pretty much closed. I don't even think people are coming over anymore.
Okay. Well, I guess that wraps up the show. Thank you for joining me. I'm glad Dad's back home. And he got
visitation
his
with people at their homes. Okay.
looking out for him for at least a day or
That's
whatever.
nice.
Yep.
We will be back on Sunday
Yep.
with another show to discuss a bunch of the different topics that are going on this week. So far, we've already got some doozies. Trump has to pay E. Jean Carroll. His appeal was denied
Oh no.
by a federal court.
What?
Yes. We have the
no.
Supreme Court upholding birthright citizenship this
saw
week.
that.
And
I might-
Trump's two sons just got a huge government contract for mining.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I said I might do them live. I don't want to put everyone through my poor pronunciation of Japanese live on stream, but I can do it. I'm on day 5. Hold on. Where's my Duolingo say I'm at? Duolingo says I am at we are at day, I don't even know where to pull it up. Profile. Okay, here we go. We are day 501. Monetize your education. This stream's not even fucking monetized. We're talking about. I'm not even running ads. All right. The 5 million has to be paid. He's still trying to appeal the 85 million. Interesting. I'm baffled that the Trumps are basically getting away with just fucking getting government grants.
Didn't see that.
Because they're this
saw
week.
that.
And Trump's two sons just got a huge government contract for mining.
Not grant, contract.
Didn't see that.
Because they're mining experts and have run mining companies forever.
Okay.
We'll be talking about all that and everything else this Sunday. Please join us for that. Thank you, Mom, for joining me for this. I hope that Stonewall video was a little illuminating for you. Now you at least know some history.
Yes.
It didn't help.
I felt like I was in history school.
It did not help.
Oh, good.
Class.
You need to be. In some regards, I think you need to be in history.
I was watching these stories, and in the background, this one lady was doing her Chinese writing lessons, and it was upsetting me because she was messing it up.
History class for some of the shit because you don't have any idea about it. But thank you for joining us.
My pronunciation.
I love you,
Japanese.
Mom. I hope the rest of the day is good. Please tell Dad. that I love
Konnichiwa.
I love
Hello
you,
there,
Chad.
Shuniko.
I sure will.
All right.
All right.
We'll see you soon. Bye.
Bye.
Korewa. Yeah, it's bad. Oh. Do I want to watch Sam Cedar? Not really. Not really.
And I just found out.
All right. I like Sam Cedar, but Sam Cedar is a I have to be in the mood. I legitimately have to be in the mood to watch him.
New York City, half.
Oh, yeah, we can totally do that. $600 brain surgeries on a ranch in Texas. Is this for the Neuralink stuff? Sam is a mood. Sam is a mood, but here, okay, it's gonna sound really fucking mean when I say this. There is an internal monologue that I have that is essentially, it sounds like Sam Cedar, and I will be fucking honest with you. When you have a voice like that in your head, sometimes it's like, I really don't want to be listening to that right now. I also feel like I have a very similar cadence to him. And I don't know. I think that's what my voice sounds like in my brain. So, Midas Touch just showed Trump at a speech. His teleprompter broke and he was talking crazy crap. All right. Okay, hold on. Let's take a look at that real quick. I just want to see what kind of crazy shit. I just don't want to click on a Midas Touch video. I'm such a hater on Midas Touch. The reason I don't like them is that, and I'm not going to say I don't like them, but there has been some, I think some pro-Israel related stuff. You can delete videos from your watch history. Do I have watch? Oh, I was like, wait, did you see my watch history? Because literally, it's all it's been about is Jedis, which is so weird. The only political person I can watch lately is Mehdi Hassan. He's one of the few people I can put on, and I'm like, fuck yeah. Piers Morgan, I want to punch in the fucking teeth anytime I see him. He is such a fucking prick and a fucking pick me. Sorry, I know if you like him, it's fine. I think he can be very entertaining. But I fucking just get so livid with his fucking fence riding on Trump. Mitch McConnell's secretly on life support. I mean, yeah, I could have told you that without even looking at anything. All right,
this is where the teleprompters broke.
Oh wow, why did it jump ahead? I must have scanned it and then just fucking moved on. All right.
That are sitting there should be involved in a threesome together. Here, play this.
Oh, this is what you're referring to. Ew. You still watch Sam more when he had Michael on. It wasn't the same after he passed away. I don't care for Emma. I don't dislike Emma. I think Emma has had a few moments lately that have been like, holy shit, she fucking just slam dunked on someone. But when it's Sam's not on the show and it's just Emma, I'm not typically interested. I try not to fake spread news. I was like, wait, when I read that, I was all like, is this something Trump just fucking said like in the past? Like I could see him saying something like that. But if it was today, that's fuck. I don't like him. He did some horrific things when he was a tabloid news editor in the UK. Oh yeah, he's a fucking scumlord. Came with the 911 of Mitch McConnell when he was picked up. He was not conscious. Yeah, he's okay. If he is not going to pass away soon, okay. If he's not already dead, he's going to pass away soon. I'm curious to see if they try to like keep this out of the news for a while so they can like not have to deal with his seat going up like up until like the last moment. I don't know. I don't know how you keep that hidden though, but I don't know.
Clip.
The Call of Duty. Now, as I see my two beautiful sons sitting there, I think I'm going to give one to myself, one to them, and we'll have a threesome, okay?
What in the fuck is wrong with this dude? And this is okay. This is I am now reacting to this and being like, I'm surprised. No, I shouldn't be surprised.
I'll pick out one of the two. I'll give them the congrats.
Yeah, I think they're trying to keep the seat from being put up as well. I mean, that's why they've kept him in the fucking, like they've weekended burned him like for the last like year and a half. Like it has been bad.
Congressional Medal of Honor for something. For their genius at hunting.
Why would that be I mean, okay, I'm not conservative. So when I think of hunting, I'm like, ew, gross. His brain is actively melting. Yeah. Echoes of Epstein Island. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong there.
And I'll get one for taking on Russia or something. And we'll have a third pair. No, I'm only kidding.
Then he kept on whining and complaining that the teleprompters weren't working. You can watch here for yourself what went down. Let's play it.
And number 4, I have 2 teleprompters that aren't working, and here I stand.
Then again, as the
I will say this. I'm going to say it. He's looking very spry and a lot more animated than I am used to. Spokane. I just wanted to come by and officially announce my support for Trump. I am now a Trump supporter. Congrats. No, I didn't believe you. You wouldn't show up here and be like, yeah, I'm a Trump supporter. Now fight me. You wouldn't do that.
Teleprompters continued to break down. He said that he would be giving a speech on July 4th that would last so long in 170 degrees.
His Adderall just kicked in. The cocaine, I think, allegedly. Remember when Trump used to claim he didn't need teleprompters, but now there are UN conspiracies to sabotage his teleprompter? You got me, bro. Nah, I didn't get you. You're. You know what? I still believe you're a Trump supporter as we speak. He's getting closer to letting something slip about Epstein Island. The dementia won't hold back. Honestly, look, I need it to happen. I need something to hold on to. Being like, yep, this fool just said he's fucking been on Epstein Island and he loves fucking Jeffrey, my friend Jeffrey.
Heat, and he said he wants to make sure his speech is extra long so that all the people who were there in Washington, D.C. for his July 4th speech have to...
Yeah, anything Trump has said can be refuted by something Trump has said historically 100%. Yes. Mm-hmm.
See that he can handle 170 degrees in DC, and then the fireworks may take place at around 11 so that the people will have to stay there in the heat all day. And the mayor has given a health warning as a result of all of this. Let's play this clip.
And this week, we look back on 250 years of glorious freedom, and we took
Oh, and yeah, by the way, there's no such thing as global warming. Cool. Got it. Neat.
So much time and so much effort. And by the way, on July 4th, it's going to be approximately 107 degrees.
How's it going? You know, outside of putting my foot in my mouth a few times a night. Pretty good. Pretty good.
Out. And I'm going to go and I'm going to make a really long speech. Just
Trump talks out of both sides of his whatever.
to show that I can do anything. It's going to be 107.
Then Donald Trump said that he was not sure if he should be visiting and doing.
Another model came out and said he abused her when she was 23. He was 47. Can't remember her name. Maybe Russian. Are we talking Trump? I mean, look, you're talking to someone who believes all the people who've come forward and have had something to say about Trump. So this does not surprise me at all. Not one bit. Not I don't know. Like I feel like I feel really sad to say that I'm just not surprised, you know? Too late for global warming. We're literally cooked. Yeah. We're totally literally cooked. I'm in Texas and it's fucking awful. And I think that's what's so sad about it is like, you know, any other fucking time, like with any other person, I'd be like, holy fucking shit. But it's like, yeah, I mean, fuck. We've had like what, 23 accusers over, I would say, the last 8 years. And yeah, fuck. I mean, yeah, there's probably I think there's probably more than 10. I'm pretty sure there are people who are not alive. I'm going to say allegedly disappeared that we don't know about. You have to remember this. Epstein had a fucking hole in his in one of his rooms, and people were trying to figure out why he had a hole that just led straight to the ocean. And it's believed that they probably just were dumping fucking bodies into that hole. Who's going to look? You know, who's going to be coming around being like, hey, Jeffrey? No, they flew a lot of these girls from other countries. Trump reminds me of Jimmy Savile. I think he might actually be worse than Jimmy. God, man, I watched that documentary. That fucking documentary is heartbreaking. Like, fucking disgusting. The Russell Brand thing too is also crazy as well. There's a documentary, I believe, on that. And that was wild. That was wild stuff. The blue and white temple on the island had the door to the sea. Did they ever? Did they have? I know there's been speculation, but have they ever been able to figure out what it was for? Because my brain goes down the rabbit hole of, you know, it's to get rid of shit. I read that as a master masturbator, and I was like, wait, that's not what you said. Yeah, Russell Brand is a master manipulator. 100%. The dude is also just so fucking disgusting. And to think there were so many people being like, oh yeah, this guy's a smart guy. He's fucking, you know, he's on top of shit. You know, he's fucking, you know, he's a voice of reason. And now you look at him and you're like, ugh. I was such a big fan, big Russell Brand fan when I was younger. It's crazy how he became. Yeah. I mean, the moment when he could start grifting, he did. Oh, Jim Brewer, by the way. Oof. Weird situation with him. Like he was pro-Trump, then anti-Trump, and I think he might be pro-Trump again. The people who bother me the most, if you want me to be really honest, if we're gonna talk about comedians, is fucking Tom Segura and his wife, Christina P. They went so far to the fucking right after they moved to Austin. And then they started having on fucking all the guests that Joe Rogan had on. Just recently I saw they had Jim Brewer on. I was like, what the fuck? I love Jim. Everyone loved Jim. Reporter says McConnell's bodyguards are still at the hospital, so he's still there. That was yesterday.
Doing this speech in North Dakota, where he was there at the opening of the Teddy Roosevelt Center over there. By the way, the people behind him are dressed as the Rough Riders. And it's a very small attended event as well. And he goes, I told Doug Burgum, should I...
Fucking cosplayers. Fucking, dressed as fucking Rough Riders. Fucking disgusting. Oh yeah, Tom and his wife, they're just gross, terrible people. 100%. Russell was hilarious and said all the right things until I wasn't his target demographic. Yeah. That's my thing though. Like the stuff that really fucking hurts when it comes to Tom Segura and Christina was literally I thought they were like down to earth people. And the moment that he fucking started making a bunch of money, I think actually his fucking accent that he had trying to donk also kind of fucked him up too. He just became so fucking unlikable. And then the shit he said about not TSA, but like the baggage claim handlers and shit like that was just so fucking like out of touch. And then, yeah, lately, I don't know why, but they started serving me more of their content. And I was like, why the fuck are they having on these conspiracy theorists and fucking weirdos? And then, the other thing too is that Bert Kreischer and Two Bears, One Cave, fucking that shit. Like, I've never seen two people so out of touch with reality and the people who watch their content. It is baffling. It is just so fucking baffling. Bert Kreischer is a fucking crazy person too. God, I can't remember who the guest was, but he convinced a guest who was sober to go out drinking with him after one of their fucking interviews. Fucking ruined the guy's life for like a year. Biggest disappointment was Bill Burr. Oh, Bill Burr, fucking fucking Saudi, the Saudi comedy festival thing. I refuse to listen to anything Bill Burr has done. Like, I know there's people out there who are like, oh, he's just trying to get his bag, and I'm like, dude, yeah, but he's someone who he already had his bag. Like, the motherfucker was in fucking The Mandalorian of all things. This to me was just a cash grab, and it flew in the face of everything that he used to talk about. And that's the stuff that really fucking pissed me off. I honestly forgot they existed until you brought them up. I only brought them up because literally like a couple of weeks ago, their content just started showing up on my feed again, and I'm like, dude, why am I seeing your mom's house podcast shit? What the fuck is this? And then you watch it, and it's like, oh my god. Ew. Me too. Met too many Emu Russell Brands. They pissed me off with their little carts in the Whole Foods parking lot. Oh god. Yeah, but Bill Burr is the one that like really fucking stings, because it was like the motherfucker said all the right shit, and then he does this. And then you can't just look at him anymore and you go, I can't trust a fucking single person who talks like this anymore. Getting your bag, supporting shit that ruins society is the whole problem. 100%. 100%. It's why, I mean, I have a hard time when it comes to money and stuff like that. I have a hard time looking at people who, especially in the middle of like what is going on in today, like in society today, people are having a hard time eating and just living in general, going out and just being like, yeah, I'll take fucking Saudi fucking oil fucking blood money. I'll take it. Like, to me, it just feels like that's fucking gross. Is there a path to taking that money that you could make it better? I mean, if you guess donated it all to fucking people who needed it. Like maybe, but even then I'm like, I don't know. Oh, that clip of him trying to find the Bible verse on Piers Morgan was pretty funny. Yeah, I laughed. But it also gave me secondhand embarrassment. Like I don't like him, and even I felt like, oh God. Can you imagine Jon Stewart doing that? I was gonna use an example. I wasn't gonna use Jon Stewart. I was gonna say, can you imagine oh my God, I had it on the tip of my tongue too. Oh God, it's gonna bother me because it was someone important too that was, Larry David would be a good example. My God, fuck. It's gonna bother me now because it was such a good example. I'll come back to it. Jon Stewart though is the one that, that's the stuff that hurt. Oh, I was gonna bring up. Okay, I know what I was gonna say. Like for instance, like having people pay money to have access to you is such a, like, especially with the stuff that's going on nowadays, is the stuff that hurts. Like I can't, like, I feel guilty, and I'm of no means, like, I'm sitting here like, oh, I don't want to run ads on the stream because I don't want people to be like, ooh, gross. Noam Chomsky. I think we're okay right now. That we got fucking shut off. Like we got cut off at the knees with that one. Noam failed us by hanging out with Epstein. 100%. Oh yeah. That whole, when that came out, I was like, I think I was watching Hassan's stream and I was like, holy fuck. Like even he was like, what the fuck, dude? Like nothing is sacred anymore. Nothing is. It's crazy. It's wild. Oh, it is Mark Maron. Thank you. Mark Maron was the one I was trying to think of. If the moment Mark Maron does a fucking Bill Burr, I'm gonna fucking have a hard time living. Hey, welcome back, Colin. Yeah, no, if Mark Maron, pulls a Bill Burr, I'm like, I'm out. Like the world is not worth living in. Happy you're not watching the brain hurting Jews. Honestly, we got to the end of it and I was like, man, we're at a impasse with the podcast. And I kind of recognize why the podcast works. Or why it worked before Bob went into the hospital is because Bob is the reason that you can watch the show and get angry and feel okay with your anger. Getting angry at Mary Lou is like I said, it's like punching down. It's like hitting a child, you gain, there's nothing good about it. Working on the question, Doc, for the Tyler Shaw interview, is anyone into the Lego thing and has a question for a member of Ben's team? I can't get it asked. If I can get it asked tomorrow. The only question I ever have, and I don't know if it's been answered in anything, is it has something to do with the phone. And I think that was Shane though. So no, I don't have anything for Tyler. The Shane one, I wanted to know more about the phone and if the police afterwards admitted, if what they did was, was a reach, because to me it felt like he was arrested without cause at that point. I talk to him every day because I just there's a lot of questions because I feel like that police station just feels like they were going to fucking town on everyone, and I know the townsfolk and all those folk are like taking him to task. Oh, he was never even charged. Okay, cool. That's what I wanted to know. They are suing them. Okay, perfect. That's the only question I had. Using Solomon Radner. Okay. Check out unused audio commentary by Howard Zinn and Noam Chomsky over at McSweeney's. Do I want to? I mean, I know Noam Chomsky is a like a very, very smart and a well-spoken individual. I just can't. The Epstein thing is just like rough, and being in photos with him on a fucking plane, I'm like, ugh. Utah is controlled by Mormons. It is a completely different place. Oh, it is totally. That right there, though. That should give a lot of people a lot of concern that there are that many people over there okay with how that fucking state is run, the way it's run. Fucking, it's like almost like a mafia, like a mafia controlled state at this point.
Really even show up here to North Dakota because I'm currently
Their position of power in Utah is controlled by Mormons. Yep. Whoa, Ben's entire legal team is Utah Mormons. Oh, check it out after. Okay, if it's that, I'm gonna. Okay. We'll look at it. It's parody. I'll watch it.
Prosecuting a war that's going very, very well, he says. He's prosecuting the war right now against Iran. So, first off, again, he's calling it a war while there is this ceasefire and this memorandum of understanding. He currently said right now,
calling it a war is blood, like it's like blood and water for the conservatives. They love fucking hearing the fucking word war. They're like, yeah, fuck yeah, bro. I live in Texas. I like fucking lived around these people who are like racist and fucking, hate anything that is not them. Criminals, he's got guys who normally get out of murder charges. Wait. I'll shut up about the Lego. No, you're good.
I'm prosecuting the war. You could hear.
It's been a bit since I've talked about Lego anything. He's a war president. Oh, yeah. I thought he was the peace president.
For yourself what he has to say. And he said, but yeah, I decided I would speak in front of all of you to grace you with my presence. Here, let's play this clip.
Doug said you could come in. I'm prosecuting a war, which we're winning very easily, by the way. But
is his neck? Is his neck gussy? His neck ussy? Like, is it smoothed out? Did they put some like plump cream on it? Like, what do they do?
But
did they pull it back?
Let's fly in. We'll do 10.
He's got clippies
15
in the back.
minutes. I know I'm going to love it. And then I'll get out. Oh, absolutely, sir. So then time comes. He got me making speeches. I was over there 2 hours. I know more about that museum than the people that built it.
Ooh, you got a decent banh mi?
That's okay.
Wait, at a bar in Katy, Texas. And I kind of... Okay, so Okay, we're gonna talk about dinner real quick. I had a steak that I had prepped for sous vide bath like a couple of days ago, and I did the thing, and I went to go and put butter in the pan. Like I had the pan piping hot. I burned the butter, and I was like, "Oh, it's brown butter. It'll be fine." I ruined the fucking steak. I ruined it. The fucking taste of the steak was just so fucking, it was bad. I'm hungry. I now want to go get a banh mi. There's a truck that is about to move out of our little area and move to Austin. And they have pretty decent banh mis. Their pork ones are better than their beef ones, but how do you say that? Yeah, I know. Butter burns so easily, and I should know that. I cook so often, but I was like, oh yeah, it actually looks browned, so it's not black. And then I fucking started cooking a little bit more, and I'm like, and I flipped it, and I was like, okay, it doesn't look too bad. And then I took the steak out, and I was like, that butter is fucking burnt, like really burnt. Like I hoping this turns out okay. And then I had a salad, and the salad was really sad too, along with use ghee instead. So it was so funny you say that. I typically use when I'm making steaks, I typically use peanut oil, or beef tallow. If I can, I have not picked up beef tallow in a bit. Beef tallow has gotten crazy expensive. But I almost picked up ghee when I was at Costco, and because they had it, but they had too much. Like I looked at it, I was like, I can't do that. And we were already buying butter, and I was like, yeah, I could probably get away with using butter. But no, I meant to pick up peanut oil, and I just didn't do it. And so this was my like happy medium choice. I was like, yeah, just use butter. I don't like using olive oil. It's going to sound really weird to say. I don't like the taste of olive oil or cooking in olive oil. Also, when people finish things in olive oil, I'm like, I like olives too. I love olives. But fucking for some reason, olive oil, I can taste the taste of olive oil on things, and I'm just like, Guys behind Trump are all white. It's mostly that way at his rallies. Yeah. I mean, I would say that 99% of the people that are going to Trump's rallies now are just fucking goobers that look like these motherfuckers back there. They either look like the guy to Trump's left, tiny, short, with weird fucking, like, I don't know. They just want to be Tom Yorks without the lazy eye. And then, or the guy over here who got flesh mustaches, you know? It's like one or the other. Just one or the other.
Okay. Because they did a very good job. I can report that they did a really good job.
Then Donald Trump brags about how he spoke with an AI Teddy Roosevelt, and he describes a conversation where he asked Teddy Roosevelt, AI version, about how it was so unfortunate that Democrats gave the Panama Canal away to Panama for $1. Is what he's saying.
What the hell's up with the outfits? They're dressed as Rough Riders because they're losers. You're tripping. I love olive oil. No, so here's the thing. I don't know what it is, but like I can't have focaccia bread. Like I can taste the olive oil in it. Okay, look at the guy, thin Tom York without the lazy eye. They're all little. It's a Civil War reenactment. No, Rough Riders were not Civil War. That was Teddy Roosevelt's group, right? Trump's new henchmen.
In front of this crowd in North Dakota. Let's play this clip.
I love olive oil so much. You look at this guy.
Conversation with Theodore Roosevelt. I said, what did you think about the Panama Canal? Do you consider...
Use olive oil for everything, even baking. Those are the last of MAGA. Yeah. I mean, I can agree with that. I think like World War I, Teddy Roosevelt. Yeah. Here's the thing. Rough Riders, of course. Yeah, Suzanne can even say, I just, when I look at olive oil, unless I'm making Italian food or it is like maybe Greek, I'm like, no, get it away. And I like olives. I like olives as well. I love olives, but olive oil, I'm like, it is Yar or San Juan Hill.
That your greatest achievement? How do you feel
I don't like it.
About the fact that the Democrats gave the Panama Canal away to Panama for $1? You know, he built the Panama Canal, preceded really by a man who was he was the tariff king, William McKinley.
So
he was the president, and they took his name off.
Yeah, 1898, Battle of Spanish-American War in Cuba, or the historically vibrant lost neighborhood on Manhattan's Upper West Side, where Lincoln Center sits today. Wow.
Mount McKinley, and I put it back on because it deserved it. Put it back on. But
then he starts repeating random.
The focaccia thing is rough. Like focaccia looks so good, and then you bite into it, and you're like, what the fuck is this? I'm mad. I'm angry. I just bit into this and I hate it.
Random numbers, and he goes 43444. You can listen to yourself. Let's play it.
And 4-3, thank you. Fourth, Theodore Roosevelt believed in an America that thinks big. He thought big. He was a...
Then he said that we got...
Okay. This is Trump ranting at this point. I'm like, just... Wait, hold on. I'm looking. Okay, I'm looking for the thing. It's a very strange video. I was like, yeah, this is Trump doing Trump's thing. It's just like who the people who go to a Trump rally and go, yeah, this is my guy. This is my guy. Always blow my mind because it's like, how can you listen to some dude just fucking talk out of his ass? I mean, I'm talking out of my ass. Trump was a DMX fan. Rough Riders was pretty cool. Fucking DMX. Fucking Rough Riders. God, you only know about that stuff if you were a fucking child of the fucking 90s and 2000s. Not strange enough. I mean, honestly, if it was weird, like David Lynch level weird, I'd watch it. Prisoner's tone, the way he's presenting this stuff is weirding me out. Maybe because it's paused a lot, very monotone. It's probably because I paused a lot. But no, he is either very animated, I can't remember his name, or he talks like this. Like, I think he records so much. Love you, E. I'll text you later. Yeah, Suze, I'm probably going to get off here in probably about like an hour-ish, I think. Maybe. Right around then. So yeah, I'll talk to you in a bit. Are you going to eat? If you are, go have a good one. I'm going to maybe go pick something up, I think. I don't know. The steak was not good today. Yeah, but he can be very animated, or I don't know if it's because he films so fucking much or what, but I think sometimes like it's just a yeah. I don't know if he's depressed. Maybe he's sad. I don't know. I mean, how can you be sad though if you have that successful of a channel? I don't know. I don't know anymore. All right, hold on. I'm gonna play music real quick. The Progressive Bull Moose Party. Didn't he steal a couple of ideas though from God, there's a whole video I watched about the unsung hero of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and how the Republican and Democratic Party were trying to take populist ideas from this one third party candidate. I cannot remember his name. I cannot remember his name. Okay. Trying to find this Noam Chomsky video. Jimmy Dore. That's a person who does multiple videos a day, so he's probably tired. He's a lawyer also. Yes. Yeah, my only issue with him has been there was a couple of things that had came up about I think in the wake of like October 7th that were not very nice. At least that thing's not good said about Gaza. No, actually, I just found a video. It looks like they're criticizing Israel. So it might have been a W.E. Du Bois. That's who it is. Yes. That's exactly who it is. Never won. Wait, no, it's not. Sorry, well, yeah, Noam Chomsky was not good on Gaza. Yeah. I mean, look at the strange bedfellow he had, you know? Fucking Epstein was allegedly an Israeli fucking spy, or was working close with Israel, one of the two. Eugene Debs. I'm thinking it's Eugene Debs because hold on, because it sounds familiar. No, he died in 1926, so I don't think this is it. Huey Long, I think is who it is. Hold on. I'm just Googling it real quick. Or maybe a mix. Ukraine, he wasn't good on. No, and was kind of taking Russia's side on the Ukraine conflict, which, so yeah, I mean, the reality is too, though, you know, just going back to Epstein was very Russian as well. He's kind of against UN. There's a difference between someone getting information from a country and them being a spy for them. I mean, I would say they go hand in hand. I don't know. To me, that's kind of one and the same. Huey Long, yeah. Ferda, fucking, yeah. Huey Long was the guy, and they basically stole all of his ideas, right up until I think FDR got elected, and that's when the parties were flipping at that point too. The Democratic Party was no longer the Democratic Party. They were skewing more liberal, and the Republican Party was like, yeah, we're fucking. Oh, I'm sorry. The Republican Party was no longer Republican. They were Democratic. They were leaning left. It basically flip-flopped, and that's why, like, when Trump talks about fucking Abraham Lincoln, he does not understand the fact that, and if you were to go by the today's definition of Republican, Lincoln would not be a Republican. He would be a Democrat. And that's the stuff that, like, no one hits him on, like, at all. And it drives me fucking up the wall, because I'm like, the people who were fucking like gung-ho about fucking keeping, you know, slaves were literally the business owners, and they were all quote unquote Democrats. And then they love the South. I mean, the South, and fucking, you know, all those guys, all the Republicans nowadays are like, you know, fucking loving the General Lee, loving the fucking Confederate flag, and they all fucking vote conservative or Republican. Eisenhower would be a Dem too. Yep. That's the fucking funny part about it is like, no one hits Trump on any of this shit, and that's the stuff that, like, people need, like interviewers, reporters, all of those fucking people need to be like, so when you talk about Abraham Lincoln being a fucking, you know, being in your party, well, technically you're right, but in the reality of things is you're actually wrong. His policies would actually be more democratic in nature. Like, no one hits him with that shit. Would it work? I don't know. Dixiecrats equal Republican. Yep. Bingo. Bingo, bango, bongo. I remember learning about Dixiecrats in elementary school. I bet you, not elementary school, middle school. I bet you they don't teach that at all anymore. I feel like the Civil War is like a footnote now in history lessons. All right, I'm trying to find another video. I can't find the Noam Chomsky video. Wait, hold on.
Something clearly wrong.
Is this new? How new is this? Like, is this the officially... This machine kills fascists. So, hold on. I don't know if this video is new or not. I haven't watched any Hassan content on here ever on this stream. But, yeah, it looks like Ethan Klein just lost his copyright lawsuit. I don't know. I'm trying to look on Asmongold's screen here to see if I can see the date.
I mean,
but this might be older because I think he was in Colorado yesterday. Or not. I don't know.
Yes, obviously there's something that's a female judge confirmed. Well, I don't know really what.
Bro, your audience is so dumb. Oh my god, female judge confirmed? That's awesome. DI judge, brother.
Everybody is.
Yeah, Ethan Klein. H3 is Ethan.
Oh yeah, this is old. Okay. Yeah, this is old. I've seen this one. Yeah. Ethan Klein is kind of getting L's handed to him left and right. So by all means, I'm fine with it. Oh my god. I'm not going to watch anything Oliver Tree related. At least not on stream. I'm not going to do that. We've got a Dean video in here. Oh, we were going to watch. Oh, I know what we were going to do. I know what we're going to do. I'll get you the... Oh, yeah. If you can get that to me, that'd be great. I'd like to listen to it. Wait. Sorry, I'm too gay. I upset one subscriber. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? Hold on. Like...
Hello and welcome to Paul's Shed Talk. If you've not been here before, I'm Paul. I'm in my shed. I talk about different subjects and I ask for feedback and comments. So today's subject is...
Okay, yeah. Let me grab that. I just clicked on it because I was like, this is such a insanely funny title. Like, what is this? Huh? Oh, Jon Stewart versus Tucker Carlson. I think that should be fine to watch as well. Okay. We can do that. He's coming out of the shed. Yay. God, this is such a good video, by the way.
Welcome back to Crossfire. We're talking to Jon Stewart, who was just lecturing us on our moral...
I got distracted by IRL. I'm back. You're good. What's going on?
Inferiority. John, you're bumming us out. Tell us, what do you think of the Bill O'Reilly vibrator story?
No. I'm sorry? I don't. I'm here to confront you because we need help from the media and they're hurting us. I made a special effort to come on the show today because I have mentioned this show as being bad.
Jesus Christ.
It's not so much that it's bad as it's hurting America.
I get it. I've been there.
So I wanted to come here today and say,
wait.
Here's just what I wanted to tell you guys.
Yeah.
Stop. Stop hurting America.
You know, look, the only thing I can give Jon Stewart shit about is when he says things like that. Most people are thinking he's fucking joking around, and the reality is he's not. And I know I'm fucking probably putting the cart before the horse, but I believe it gets worse. Not him, but his let's say his words towards Tucker does get a little bit worse.
I watch your show every day, and it kills me.
I can tell you love it.
It's so painful to watch. Your partisan, what do you call it, hacks.
John, wait,
You have a responsibility to the public discourse, and you fail miserably.
I think you're a good.
See, I mean, like that's the shit. Like, I know he was trying to be funny at first. That's the shit, though, that you have to, like, if it was me and I was taking that critique or criticism, I would be like, oh, fuck. I feel so fucked right now. I would have a fucking emotional crisis. He was in Half-Baked. Yes. He was. He was. I remember we talked about that on one of the streams, and I was like, he was, and yeah, turns out he was in it. I haven't watched Half-Baked since like maybe 1999, 1998, somewhere around there. It's been a long time. And man, you know, the person who I'm, you know, another person who I'm disappointed with, who I loved my entire life up until about maybe the last like 5 years, fucking Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle literally has one of the worst takes on trans rights and trans people in general. And have you watched Jon Stewart on Weed? Good stoner movie. Not a whole lot of good stoner movies. Most are kind of shit. What about Cheech and Chong? I also am just not Dave Chappelle. It's rough. I know. I'm not the stoner movie guy. I wish I was. I smoking marijuana makes me fucking paranoid, like beyond paranoid, like suicidal paranoid. Not gonna mince words. Like, I don't know who I am. Why am I here? That's the question. It's good for the air. Yeah, I haven't watched it in a bit. Marijuana fucks me up. It is a like, there's people out there who are all like, oh, it just makes me feel fucking hungry, bro, and I feel kind of tired. And I'm like, I have dread, and I'm talking like existential dread. Like, I don't know who I am and why I'm here and what my personality is, and is my personality I have gone down the rabbit hole of questioning reality. And the only thing that fixes it is going to sleep. How high is solid? It's fucking like, and people are like, man, just fucking having fun, getting high. And I'm like, this is not fun. This is not fun. Not fun at all. And I wish, I mean, like, there's like a part of me deep down inside, like, man, I wish I could shed the fucking, like, I don't care, fucking, I wish I could have that feeling. But my problem is like, it enhances that aspect of my life that I don't try to give into when I'm normally walking around. Which is, why am I here? What is this? Oh my God! All right,
good comedian. I think your lectures are boring.
You're on CNN. The show that leads into me is puppets making crank phone calls. What is wrong with you? It's someone who watches your show and cannot take it anymore.
You probably could. Shit do be kind of strong these days. I remember back in like fucking late 90s, early 2000s, weed being kind of a whatever sort of thing. And then, yeah, as time has gone on, I'm like, I don't know how people fucking do this. Like, there's no reason for this. This is not fun. Yeah, I don't get it. I just don't get it. I was doing like Delta 8 and Delta 9 gummies for a little bit to go to sleep at night. But if I did not go to sleep like early enough, I then was just really, really fucking high. And that was just like, this is not worth it. Marijuana is insidious. Me not being able to take anything is actually a good thing. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much, and I'm very honest about this. I'm very much, like in the category of sober. I might have a drink every once in a while, but I'm not a person who gets blasted. I used to drink a lot back in the day, and I didn't like the person I was on it. You like the Delta cereal? Is it good? I mean, anytime I've eaten anything that is like a manufactured weed product, I've always been like, ooh. Last roommate can barely handle a 5 milligram gummy anymore, and he's in outer space. Which, is he in outer space as in like, oh bro, I'm so high? Or is he in outer space like, I'm in the fucking island on my own and the world is dark around me and I'm scared and I don't know, I feel like I need to jump out the window right now. Those guys at UC Davis and Mendocino College went ham. Yeah. I'll just be honest with you. I used to drink a lot. And there was a few moments. God, one of them was on like a Valentine's Day, and I was just like, I can't drink anymore. I can no longer communicate outside of my brain. That's my issue. When high, it's hella scary. Yeah, I've tried to describe it to people, and people are like, "Oh man, I just like fucking I enjoy watching movies." And I'm like, my problem is when I watch a movie, the movie becomes a like, this is not like, if it's a movie you have watched before, it becomes a completely different thing. And some people might be like, "Oh, that's awesome." For me, no, because it puts emphasis on things that should not have emphasis. I'll be honest, I get high, I play video games and listen to you comment on TNC. Hopefully that's enjoyable. Hopefully that is.
I just can't
You need to get
fail
a job at a journalism
miserably.
school, I think.
You need to go to one. Now, this is theater. I mean, it's obvious. How old are you?
35.
And you wear a bow tie.
Yeah, I do. I hate
so at all.
I do think you're more fun on your show. Just my opinion.
But
okay, John Stewart goes one-on-one with his fans.
You're as big a dick on your show as you are on any show.
That is the laugh of someone struggling to fucking cope. You're saying you're high right now? I'm calling the police. Crivens, we're triangulating your location right now. We're getting the police. Helicopters are gonna be showing up soon. This is so much cooler than some game roll chat. If it's good, it's good. Yeah. No, I'll never like chastise anyone for smoking weed unless it's hurting them. If it's hurting them, I'll be like, and we even chastise them. Then I'd just be like, "You need help." Like, that's the question that would come up. Be like, "Is there anything I can do for you?" Because I don't want to be that person where I'm like, you can't be my friend. You can't smoke weed. Also, on top of that, like, dude, the sheriff lives 2 doors down. I'm fine. I know. Oh, I'm pretty sure everyone's fine. I'm pretty sure marijuana is a nothing burger thing nowadays. 10 years ago, you couldn't tell I'm getting lifted. All right. We'll see about that. What the fucking... Oh, this is the actual thing. Oh, yeah, we can't watch that. We can't watch that, unfortunately. Joel, you still hey, SD is the only state where you can get possession via ingestion. I swear you could in Texas as well. Marijuana doesn't make you go out and rob a store. I mean, it could. You'd be like, I got this idea. I'm gonna rob a store. I'm high. I'm just kidding. And most people who smoke weed are not looking to do anything that's gonna be like, let me confront someone. Unless you're a fucking sociopath and you're like, I just need something fucking to take the edge off of confronting someone. Oh, I know what I was going to do. I was going to pull up the new... You only give you a ticket for up to an ounce. Oh, that's right. It's a social lubricant. It's not for me. Drinking was a social lubricant for me. Drinking was a massive one. Like, it took the edge off of the social anxiety. Like, I fucking could just be fucking the worst human being in the world on alcohol. Not a care in the world. And then I'd wake up the next day and just feel really fucking depressed. Because then someone would be like, you're a real asshole last night. So Swallow back, still possession. I mean... Don't do marijuana, guys. I'm just kidding. Yeah, look, I don't. Everyone should do marijuana, right? Except for me. Hey, everyone! Like the stream and other capitalism stuff. I hate that. If you'd like the stream to get seen more, it helps me out. Like, share, subscribe, and follow. I know I have to start doing that stuff, but I fucking hate it. I don't want to beg you to fucking like my shit. Ew. Don't like that. Don't like that at all. Don't like it. I like the stream already, and you like it again. Unlike and then re-like. Just kidding. I don't want to force you to be my friend. Get the fuck out of here. I don't know. I have a very weird sort of brain that is like, I'm not gonna beg people to like me. They might hurt my feelings and be like, I don't like you, but I'm not gonna beg you to like me. You suck. I don't like you. I know. Let me see. We were gonna type in. Oh my god, it was on the tip. Oh yeah. Mitch McConnell. This is New York Post. David Pac-Man. David A. Pac-Man. Oh, I need to find that video. I was convinced weed was a positive force when I was in my late teens, early 20s. Then it fucked me up. I was too, though. I smoked a lot of weed up until I was like 21. And then I realized, like, oh my God, this is not the same anymore. Oh, accidental question mark? I'm Ron Bergen? Benny Johnson has done 2 videos about Mitch McConnell. Let's watch this fucking loser.
Mitch McConnell has been found unconscious and unresponsive in his home in Washington, D.C. An ambulance, an emergency life-saving device was requested in order to carry Mitch McConnell out of his home on a stretcher, as many eyewitnesses have now told us they saw. Senators are telling us about his condition, which is in total peril.
You should smoke some weed before 25, which is when you want to stop. Yeah, I mean, honestly. I don't know. I think, look, I think you can smoke weed. If you enjoy weed and you can handle it and, you know, it's a positive force for you, by all means, smoke weed. Don't be a weed head, though. Don't be that person who's like, my entire life is all about smoking weed. I'm just kidding. You can be that way too. Don't listen to me. You do whatever the fuck you want. All right. We all have one life to live, and if literally you want to be that guy who's like, I smoke weed every day, you know, I do it. Well, do it. Just don't be that guy who's like, I'm gonna force you to smoke weed with me. What, are you pussy? You're not gonna smoke weed?
Mitch McConnell has been disappeared.
Don't be that guy.
Missing. He has been in a hospital bed. Nobody knows exactly where.
I'm a weed head. Yeah, it sent me into my shell. I became ultra self-focused when I smoked it, and then I started avoiding my life by smoking and forgetting. I've been tempted to pick up some in the last 6 months just to kind of like see. Oh, you dropped out of college? Okay, well, as another college dropout, I get it. I've been tempted to pick some up just to see if it helps me with like getting some work done. But I mean, that's the only thing I'm having trouble with lately is like getting the motivation to like work on shit. Everything is either medication or poison. Only the dose makes the difference. Bingo. Okay, Benny Johnson, you're just being sensationalized. All right, let's listen to the daily. Oh my God. Fuck my life. That was not pleasant on my goddamn ears.
Medical local paramedic agent 3, medic 3, ALS response unconscious, 27 in Charlie. Medical local paramedic agent 3, medic 3, ALS response unconscious, 2 CCS in Charlie.
Find a different drug for that? Tell me which one I can use, because I've tried Adderall. Doesn't help.
2nd Street on Charlie 11, 836.
I just need something for focus. My main issue is dialing in. My ADHD is a problem, and I've noticed it is gotten worse over the last, I would say, like 5 or 6 years, to the point to where like focus is executive function stuff is my like major fucking issue. Like I need focus. I hung out with weed smokers, but didn't smoke it myself. They never tried to make me smoke it. Always said more for them. No, I had people who fucking in my life, especially in my teenage years, who forced me to do drugs that I didn't want to do. I've heard good things about microdosing mushrooms, but do your own research and all that stuff. Yeah. Microdosing mushrooms might be an option. I would be more kind of like Gijong. He killed me and got me out of my shell. Interesting. Always crazy to go through the right-wing watch channel and watch the crazy shit guys like Matt Walsh say. Oh, that Matt Walsh, the debate bro shit that Matt Walsh does is so fucking unhinged. I will be very frank and honest with you. He is so full of fucking shit. Oh. I'll have to look at Qigong. I'll have to look at that. Oh no, I'm thinking of not Matt Walsh. Who's the other fucking idiot? Who is the other fucking idiot that does the shit with Adam Mockler? Ugh. Not Crowder. Steven Crowder. No one cares about Steven Crowder anymore. Steven Crowder fell off after fucking the Sam Cedar situation and Ethan Klein thing. Like Ethan Klein, like the one good thing Ethan Klein has done over the last like 4 or 5 years is destroy Steven Crowder. Outside of that, I got nothing else. Jenners. Okay. Yeah, I think it's what it is. Not Jennings. Not Jennings. No. Not Jennings. It's a different guy. No, it's not a debate bro, even though he's a right-wing debate bro. It is debate bros, but yeah, Steven Crowder, who? Haven't seen him in ages. No one has. He's like fucking off the face of the earth. Like non-existent. Meowry.
All right, guys. Today is going to be a.
Oh Jesus. Not Chris. No. I'm gonna have to go to Adam Mockler's channel. I am not subscribing to Adam Mockler. Thank you very much. I'm gonna play this while I look it up. Luke Beasley is a no-go for me as well. Don't fuck with him. Don't fuck with him at all.
Got it. Great communications. East Army supervisor, CPR in progress. Okay.
EMS to respond for cardiac arrest. 217 C3 notice, yes in Charlie. EMS to respond for cardiac arrest. 217 C3 notice, yes in Charlie. Cruise of 2nd Street in Charlie 11, 843.
Medic 3, got EMS 2 coming.
Medical local paramedic agent 3, medic 3, ALS response unconscious. 217 in Charlie. Medical local.
Yes, the bar debates. Thank you. Fucking, I'm looking for him right now. Yeah, I hate that guy. It's fucking the dude who's also in the gay film in college. I cannot remember his fucking name. He's an actor, and this is my issue with him: is that he's grifting, full well knowing that what he's saying is bullshit. Because motherfucker's an actor. Like, he's a full-on fucking actor.
Medic agent 3, medic 3, ALS response
I'm
unconscious.
scrolling, though. Scrolling.
Notice, yes in Charlie. Cruise of 2nd Street in Charlie 11, 836.
Got it. Great communications. East Army supervisor, CPR in progress. Okay.
EMS to respond for cardiac arrest.
Okay.
217 C3 notice, yes in Charlie. EMS to respond for cardiac arrest. 217 C3 notice, yes in Charlie. Cruise of 2nd Street in Charlie 11, 843.
I want to start off with the fundamental.
Medic 3, got EMS 2 coming.
I found it. Daily Wire. Michael Knowles. That's who it was. I knew it began with an M. Michael Knowles. Why does it seem like all of these debates feel like someone who doesn't know how anything works endlessly complaining to people who only know, who only kind of sort of know? So the problem I have with the debate culture is that it is built on the idea that one person wins and the other person loses. And the reality is like, you know, debating is fine if that is like a skill that you're teaching, and it is under the fucking guise of maybe being in a debate club. But I fucking don't like, I don't get it. I just don't understand the point of it anymore, because it just feels like there's nothing really being said in most debates. It is, let me just spout the memorized points that I have and let me just scream them at you, and you're going to scream the memorized points that you have, or you're going to try and divert the conversation to something else that has nothing to do with what we're debating. And yeah, that is like debating for me in a nutshell. When I watch it, I get angry. The only debate I've watched recently that I thought was kind of funny was the 20 versus 1, and it was the Dean Withers one, which was like it's 20 MAGA women versus Dean, and I thought it was funny because
Medical
God, what the fuck? It just restarted. Anna Kasparian and Pearl, the old one, the like really really old one, because I think that one is. I also don't like Anna Kasparian. Ugh. She has some real fucking bad takes on, I believe it was Israel. Not Israel, but yeah, I guess it is. I mean, Israel. Oh, also trans rights. That was it. It was trans rights. Yeah. Ugh. She said some fucking disgusting shit. Oh, I did want to pull up the 6 months old. Oh, really? Michael Knowles is the kind of guy that has anti-charisma. Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's an act. I think it's a big fucking act. I think everything about the dude is fucking a fraud. He doesn't believe the shit he's saying. Like the shit coming out of his mouth is just, how can I grift as hard as I can to the fucking right? Just like fucking the guy we were just fucking like Benny Johnson. That guy grifting hardcore, feels super bad for him because he's in the fucking closet allegedly. And, you know, it seems like the guy's not happy as with who he is as a person. So he takes it out on other people, and he fucking puts all of his anger into the fucking grift that he does. I'm pretty sure he would rather be fucking. Wait. Bindat by Young Miami. Why is that in my thing? I didn't search for any of this shit. I mean, it's autofill, obviously. Michael Knowles is that kind of guy that would fight outside of a bar at 3 a.m. I agree with that. I think I have gotten into a fight with a dude exactly like him. Not a fight, but I got kicked out of a party. I got kicked out of a party because we were the guy. I used to work with a guy back when I worked at Sam's who was like a hardcore conservative guy, and I was not. I was I was an anti-Trump Democrat at the time. Not an anti-Trump, Bush Democrat at the time. Like, I thought we have to get a Democrat in office because we can't have this shit again. How wrong I was, like, that was not going to fix anything. But we would get into these things, and he'd be like, you know, he was a fiscally conservative guy on the, you know, Young Republicans group in the local college here. Is yet debate culture is yet more verbal combat sports and TV distraction / pacification. I agree, 100%. I that's my issue with it, and I think, you know, the debate with Adam Mockler and Hassan Piker was a good example of like one person who is not coming into this quote unquote debate to debate, and another person coming into a situation to debate when there should not be a debate. Let me find that one. That one's actually really interesting. It's I'm not going to watch the whole thing. Because I want to try and get off here in the next like 15, 20, 30, maybe 30, 45 minutes. We'll see. Adam Mockler versus Hassan. And there are people out there being like, Hassan lost. And I'm like, you guys watching the same thing I fucking watch?
And then do mass deportations that are violent.
Adam, I think, look, I'm not your enemy, but I do think you're debating a little bit here. Given the option between mass deportation and mass amnesty, Americans have never historically chosen mass deportation over mass amnesty. Did you know that?
No, I didn't. But what's your...
But you would have known that if you watched me, or even if...
Oh, okay, yeah. This is some of the shit that was all like, all right, fucking Hassan fucking slam dunk on this motherfucker.
If you watch my Rokana video, because I brought it up to Democrats over and over again. This is what I'm saying. I'm going to talk to Adam Mocklib right now, okay? And we're going to talk about where we go, what is to be done, where we go from here, and a lot more. And then we'll get back to the Jeffrey Epstein files in a little bit. All right.
God, we lived in, God, even just 4 months ago, it was like a completely different news cycle. Fuck.
Adam, welcome to the broadcast. I think we're going to have a wonderful and productive conversation, even though I know that
I grew up talking to old beatniks in coffee shops / anarchist bookstores. The funny thing is, I grew up around old hippies and people who listened to fucking William S. Burroughs and fucking Jack Kerouac and shit like that. And I got force fed William S. Burroughs at a very, very young age, talking like 10, 11, 12 area. Very fascinating people. Probably not the best. Probably not the best time to get introduced to that stuff. Like maybe if I was 18, 19, like that'd be different. But like fucking 12, it's like no. I just want to read comic books, guys. That's all I wanted. But yeah, no, I grew up around old hippies and not old hippies. They were hippies in the 60s and like during high school, but they were not beatnik era. They liked all the beatnik writers though. Powell's City of Books was like Mecca. I was gonna say, it was like, are you saying Mecca? Yeah, yeah, Powell's though is now probably Powell's is not a great place. pretty anti.
that there's a lot of people on Twitter that hail you as their debate champion, and they're like, it's finally time. It's finally time to destroy Hassan in the marketplace of ideas.
He needs to turn down the volume.
I don't know if that'll happen, but wait, is there audio echo chat? Is that what's going on? Oh yeah, you're hearing me a little bit, I think, from your end.
Let me fix that.
Yeah, and I'll also up your volume as well.
Yeah, it's a few things. Let me make sure you can hear me correctly.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah,
I cranked
I
you
want
up.
this to be a productive conversation. I want to make sure we can make some progress because I think we're all united in one goal of beating fascism at the end of the day. And I'm not here to shame anybody for voting one way or not voting one way. I honestly don't even think you guys all have to line up behind Gavin Newsom 2 years before primary. We're 2 years out ahead of the primary. We have an exciting ideological battle coming up. So I'm not asking you to like jump up and down for Gavin Newsom. However, I do want to talk about your response to Jennifer Welch on that podcast because I do have some thoughts and I think I can bring a pretty good faith version of what a lot of people on Twitter are trying to say but kind of getting muddled in. But yeah, we're going to agree on a lot regarding criticism of the Democratic Party, probably where the Democratic Party needs to go. We'll agree a lot. I'm very disillusioned with the Democratic Party as well. But I think there's some good faith criticisms of the way that you approach that question or the way that you talk about this. But
Yeah. If you want to know what my positions are,
Kerouac and Ginsburg and Berlighetti. By the way, I just want to point out here, I'm looking for a book that I actually got at Powell's. I saw it on my shelf the other day. But okay, so I was gonna point this out real quick. This look, Adam Mockler likes Gavin Newsom. Like I hate to say it. Is this about Mockler talking past Piker? Kind of. I'm not gonna play the whole thing. I was just gonna only watch the beginning of it. It literally, he does not want to engage in a conversation. He just wants to basically get debate points. And this is like my when I think about like debating and how disingenuous when someone says, hey, I want to have a conversation, and the reality is they're trying to score points on someone, especially when it comes to fucking being like Gavin Newsom's fucking sock puppet, you know. To me that's gross. Like awesome Adam Mockler is also like friends with or interacts with fucking Chris Cuomo, which is like, ew, gross. Chris Cuomo is such a fucking, like, I don't know. I don't know how anyone can be like, Chris Cuomo's pretty good about shit. No. I'm Antifa. I already have all the points I need. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know. Like, I would rather have a conversation with someone, especially if you're going to disagree with what I said about Gavin Newsom, which what Hassan Piker said to Jennifer on iHip was essentially, hey, I would rather vote third party than vote for Gavin if he is running, or if he is the nominee. And I agree with him. I mean, we're at a point where it's like this. Gavin Newsom's not going to help with anything at all. I used to watch Destiny, but managed to break myself out of the cult. Good. Yeah, Destiny. I used to watch Destiny debate, and my issue always with Destiny was that Destiny was always spouting and saying memorize things, and it didn't seem like he really cared about the debate in general. He was always playing another game on these debates, like just doing some other shit. And then when he got like fucking all of the accusations thrown at him, he started doing like IRL debates, like in front of other people. And like that was the first time people started being like, oh, he's actually a pretty smart guy. And I'm like, what? I mean, no. Like Destiny just screams talking points. Like, just because he's not staring at a screen anymore, he's now more focused on the actual debate, doesn't make him more likable or smarter. He's just putting on a fucking face. I don't know. I don't trust anything that Destiny says, and I don't think he believes anything that I don't believe anything that he's saying. About charisma and rhetoric, what's the point? Yeah, exactly. And I will always say this, like, Adam Mockler might be a net positive for some people. For me, not my thing. I think, like when you click on an Adam Mockler feed and all you see is, like, I'm going to pull it up. I'm going to show you Adam Mockler's feed. Kirk just kept pushing people to the same point he wanted to talk about. Yeah. I mean, that's what Charlie Kirk did. That was Charlie Kirk's fucking MO. We need people at all different levels of left-wing pipeline. I agree. I'm not the smartest, but I have convictions, and I think that things need to change. Like, but I'm also willing to talk to people and not bullshit people and lie. I admit, I'm like, I don't know shit. I don't know shit for shit. But yeah, I wanted to point this out. Like, I was looking at his thing, and like, look, there's a part of me deep down inside that's all like, fucking, good for you, bro. Putting fucking five to fucking, 2 to 5 videos a day. Cool. I think that's a lot. I would rather put out like something that is like edited, and concise and thought out and entertaining to watch than just a bunch of like MAGA learns a hard truth about Trump.
Did you regret your vote at all for Trump? I don't regret my vote, but I am pissed off.
Oh, it's fucking Bad Empanada. Why are you giving Bad Empanada any fucking like room to talk? This dude is a fucking piece of shit, first of all. Second of all, lied about being a fucking lib or is lying about being a conservative. I don't know. I think he's got no he's a sociopath. Like, this is sociopathic behavior to be like, yeah, I was a lib and I was lying about it. God, I need to find that video. This fucking bad empanada. What the not a bad empanada. Fuck. No, this is fucking, oh my god, I'm mixing the two of them up. This is fucking this is who is someone tell me right now. Gavin and Kamala are longtime friends of Pelosi. So it's like Newsom having Kirk on his show. Yeah, exactly. Someone tell me who this is. Fucking, this is how much I don't like this guy. I'm going to go down. This guy's a complete stranger to you. Okay. You have no idea. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. What the fuck is this guy? He used to hang out with or be on fucking he used to do the H3 fucking podcast, and then he got fucking nuked from fucking orbit because he tried to do a comedy show and he got fucking roasted, and he basically lost an entire audience in the course of 24 hours. And then he just had a bunch of bad takes after bad takes. Then he left the internet for like 6 months, came back and said, "Hey guys, guess what? I was lying to you this entire fucking time. I was not a lib. I was not libbed up. I don't hate Trump. I actually like Trump." God, man. Who the fuck debates? Deaf Noodles. That's it. Deaf Noodles. It's right fucking here. Deaf fucking Noodles. Fucking this dude is such a fucking loser. And then fucking, look, of course, it goes right back into the pipeline with H3. Papa Gut did something. Yeah, he did a bunch of roast battles, and they were fucking bad. Well, I'm not gonna watch Adam McIntyre. Reminds me of Russell Brand. Right wing grift is easier. They have short memories. Yeah, that's the thing. And like Hassan Piker says it all the time. Like I could literally grift and be a like a right winger. Yeah, ML is his audience. Yeah. It is so easy for people to be like, yeah, I can fucking put on I could do it. I could be like, here, let me tell you all the great things Trump is doing. I'll parrot what ML says. Like he's got the border secure. Like he's keeping out all the illegals. He's got the Supreme Court in his back pocket, and he's actually getting rid of all of these Somalians, these fucking terrible people. They're fucking terrorists. You do know that, right? That's the shit that they fucking say. Benny Johnson fucking being like, basically being all for Christian values, but turns out like, he allegedly loves to go on. Who's looking at possibly going on a gay cruise? Like it's crazy shit. Trump is not pooping his pants constantly. Yeah, I stood behind Trump, and honestly, it smells like a bouquet of roses. Smells like a normal dude. A nice, fragrant, fucking flowery dude. Smells just like every other dude I've ever hung around. I don't know. It's fucking shit like that where I'm like, I don't know. Hassan has said it before. He's like, if I really wanted to like take people for a ride, I would just grift. I would do the right wing grift. It's all bullshit, and it's bad for you, George Carlin. Yeah, dude, I need to. Okay, does everyone know the whole backstory with the Carlin estate suing? I think it was a Dudesley podcast, but I think it was Chad and Will Sasso directly. Does everyone know about that whole thing? Put a black towel down for him on Fox Couch. Yeah, I know. That's always the funniest thing to see is like, no, you don't know about that? Oh. Oh my God. Well, here's some tea for you. So there was a quote unquote George Carlin special that was released onto the internet that was apparently quote unquote written by AI. I believe they used AI to mimic Carlin's like voice and cadence. Well, it turns out the person who did that was actually Chad and Will Sasso, and the basically Carlin estate, his daughter who runs it, basically was like, this is offensive and I need it removed. Like, you know, taking my father and turning him into this like AI sort of, you know, like this comedy special into like this AI fucking generated thing is offensive to me, and it's offensive to the legacy of my father. And I need to find it, but I think it came out that like it was actually like written by Chad. Like it was not written by AI, but it was written by Chad and Will. And I think the only thing that was used was for AI was the voice. So I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna find the information. Yep, Chad from Necessary Conversation. Yep. Oh, even better. We have a fucking video. We have a video, dude. This is the type of content I want to do. I just want to go down a fucking rabbit hole.
Will Sasso has been funny for a long time, and I'm hoping, as I say that he doesn't turn out to have some kind of secret predatory issue that comes out down the road. But as far as I know, he's just funny, not grabby or groomy.
Yeah, I started off with William, probably because my mom doesn't like Will.
He was the world champion, in my opinion, on Vine, the short video social media thing that happened long before TikTok.
I don't even know where Baniac lives.
Oh yeah, Will Sasso being on the internet. Chad did that? Yep. Chad and Will Sasso. Yep. Yeah, Will Sasso was like really hardcore on, I want to say it was, oh god, it's that very first app that everyone liked, Vine. That's it.
Make a left on Citrus Avenue, brother.
I also enjoyed his podcast,
thing.
10-minute podcast he did with Brian Callen and Chris D'Elia until credible
Brian Callen.
Accusations came out about both Callen and D'Elia. Neither man has been convicted of sexual assault at this time. Sasso, to my knowledge, has not been accused. When the 10-minute podcast ended, Sasso started a new podcast with Chad Kultgen called Dudesy.
It's a podcast.
Yeah.
It's a
Dudesy. I always call it Dudesly. I don't know why. Dudesy.
YouTube show.
It's kind of a first of its kind media experiment, but that's all we need
Because
to
it's
let them
made
know
entirely
right
by an
now. Okay,
AI.
it's just going to be a fun hang.
Kultgen is a writer with a strong track record of films and books in his credits. In particular, I thought Burt Wonderstone was a great idea for a film. For some reason, Sasso and Kultgen...
He did that movie? I hadn't seen it.
decided to start their new podcast with a supposedly AI host named Dudesy. The conceit of the pod is that Sasso and Kultgen were contacted by some people somehow involved with AI research and introduced to the AI named Dudesy, who wanted them to participate in an experiment. Sasso and Kultgen claim to have given...
Look, I know it's claimed that, like, you know, that whole podcast was written by Chad, but the embracing of AI makes me ask questions. Like, I do have issues with like using AI to make like fucking music and like art and things like that. Like that to me is my like big like ugh. I think the cat's out of the bag when it comes to like search results and things like that. And really those things are aggregates of things. It's all hell the robot overlords. Like I said, I've used it in the past for thumbnails because I you know, after editing a video for 8 hours, like I have enough bandwidth to throw some stuff together into a thumbnail, and then I really don't like fucking around with the text because the text is the shit that is like awful. So I just have something to just put text on top. And it's like, okay. But outside of that, like as an artist myself, if someone were to come to me and be like, hey, do this work for me, and I handed them a bunch of AI shit, I'd be like, that's not work. I could have done that. So, yeah.
In the AI access to all their data and communications so that it can host a podcast with them using that information.
So we have an artificial intelligence that's basically going to tell us kind of what to do and build this show around us.
And you know, I view that idea as just basically showmanship. I mean, I wasn't able to get into it, but again, I think Sasso's hilarious, so I can see how people would like it. Last year, in 2023, the podcast released a comedy special starring a...
Okay, so here is the thing. All right. The thing that the estate got really upset about.
Supposedly AI-generated Tom Brady.
She said,
oh, no, not even this. I'm sorry. No, this is a different thing. Sounds like someone was hanging at Burning Man and had a creative moment.
You look just like Tom Brady. And I said, I am Tom Brady. She said, prove it. So I went to her house and let a little air out of all of her footballs.
They eventually had to take it down under threat from Brady's lawyers, but it has been reposted to YouTube. You know, maybe Brady's lawyers decided not to push it. Whatever the case, it seems...
I mean, okay, I'm going to say this. The voices and stuff like that from this time period of AI always sound exactly the same. They always have the same inflection to them. So it's really easy to be like, yeah, that does not sound like a human. It sounds like AI.
Seems the Dudesy podcast survived that skirmish. In 2024, they released another AI comedy special, this time using the voice and name of George Carlin.
I'm sorry it took me so long to come out with new material, but I do have a pretty good excuse. I was dead.
Carlin's estate took offense, the situation went to court, and Dudesy has now agreed to take down the special, though, again, it is still findable here on YouTube. I think there is a point here to be made about AI and what it will do to the future of performance and...
Pointsy. Yeah, so they did that. Now, the question I have is, was it written by AI? Okay, hold on. I might mute myself. Anemo chugoku ga dekimasu. All right, sorry. I did not mean for that to start going. I need to do my Japanese. I gotta do my Japanese.
Writing, but weirdly, Kulchin and Sasso are not making that point. They claim that the Tom Brady idea was a parody, and by the definition of parody, I think that's accurate, but why? Now, granted, if they had a point, it would be satire in addition to a parody, and they don't appear to be claiming it's satire.
Early AI is totally smoke and mirrors, totally. Yeah, and I even think AI in its research sort of like function is also kind of the same thing. Move to Japan is a good comrade. I think I follow them. I think. Yeah, hold on, I'm gonna...
So they're not claiming there is a point, but still, can you make audio that sounds like Tom Brady saying the word butthole with an odd AI type pause in the middle of the word?
Wait, butthole. Fuck Trump, moved to Japan. I'm an atheist monk. Wait, hold on, I am not following them. Oh my god, I want to help you relocate to MAGA free Japan, even though Japan right now is kind of dealing with their own fucking thing. Perfect. AKIA property to understanding the various ways to get a visa. I show you. Why parody? I mean, but this is not a... Here's my thing. Like, you can parody all day long. But what you did is you wrote a fucking special in his voice. Why climb mountain?
Yes, you can. An odd AI type pause in the middle of the word.
Butthole.
Yes, you can. Okay, Can you write a George Carlin type special that uses AI to sound like George Carlin's voice?
Come to think of it, that sounds a lot like heaven, don't it?
Yes. But why do that? It seems to me like the answers to those questions are because it attracts attention for Sasso and Kulchin, which, in my view, feels kind of cheap. Now, there's nothing wrong with two friends having a silly idea and being weird about it together, but at the same time, Sasso and Kulchin are not just random friends. They are industry pros. So to see them pursue something like this, to me, feels a little bit like Bobby Flay and Dave Chang opening an AI-designed synthetic lemonade stand.
I think that is why that is disappointing. You know, it is obviously a publicity stunt. Like it's obviously there to get eyes on their podcast. But it also just kind of screams kind of tone deaf in a way. Sorry, if now I'm going to have you looking to move to Japan. Look, I have thought about moving to Japan a few times. I would love to. The problem is I would have to be like, I'd have to have a work visa because I know that's the big thing. And I've got animals, so that's the other reason why we are not even remote. We were thinking about moving to, was it Sweden? Once the animals passed away? Why? Because you can't. Yeah, I know. I mean, I know that's the reason why that is. It just feels tone deaf, you know? It just feels tone deaf.
And dedicated to Anthony Bourdain. Like, okay, you could do that. But
I
why?
didn't think about
Don't
putting
y'all
it
have
that
something
way.
else you could be working on? George Carlin's estate and the Dudesy podcast have settled over their use of his name and whatnot. The Dudesy team has agreed to stop infringing on the Carlin estate's intellectual property. Now, I'm not a lawyer or judge, and I don't know how these things go, but I think Sasso and Kulchin got off very light. Now, whether that
Moved? Oh, wow, with his cat? Nice. I read that and I was like, are you talking about a woman? Chad is Bobby Flay in this? I think they're saying that Chad is probably, I mean, it's interchangeable. I'm not going to say who's who. I would probably say Chad's probably more Bobby Flay at this point, and Will is I can't remember the other guy's name. I could say that. I think that's probably. I don't know. Feline domesticus. Yeah, I figured that out. I was like, oh wait. No, he's going to Thailand for never mind. I'm just gonna stop.
that's because they were super apologetic or because the Carlin estate somehow understood what they were trying to do philosophically but still couldn't let them continue to do it, I have no idea. I think there's room to use this kind of approach to help people understand AI. Is it taking over menial tasks so that you have time for art? No. It's infringing on copyright on existing art, so artists' work is valueless. For Dudesy to be doing what it's doing but not addressing that danger head on, to me, feels like referencing the elephant in the room, but instead of squaring up to that elephant, just giving it a silly party hat. Okay, we get it. Silly party hat. But why?
Hey, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this, like and subscribe, and maybe...
I don't know if people knew that. That was something that kind of like popped up on my radar. Oh, I was doing research on some other stuff for the podcast, and that kind of popped up, and I was like, ooh, I'm good. Okay. Where did I pull that from? Interesting lore. I mean, it is. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. I do not want to watch. I don't know. I feel like it's kind of morbid to also be like, yeah, I wrote a fucking George Carlin special. I don't know. Would I do it? No, I wouldn't. Oh God. Yeah, it's pretty cheap to fake another actor's material. Yeah, I mean, it's just weird. It's backwards in my mind. Like, why would you do it?
And I think you're already pretty familiar with my positions. I know that like you've probably heard me speak on these issues for years and years at this point. But my primary goal, especially in the interim, especially in the short term, is the defeat of fascism. I believe that the Republican Party is an illiberal party, a post-liberal party, whatever you want to call it. And I think unlike the historic inception of fascism as a revolutionary movement at a time when liberalism was failing only 100 years ago, this time we have two liberal parties in America. Like as a political theory, we have two liberal parties, right? Like we say conservative, whatever, but like technically the Republicans are.
Damn, I thought Chad was more like Jamie Oliver. God, Jamie Oliver is that is one of the few things, like one of the few celebrity chefs I do not understand. Suzanne's on a boat right now, and they have on the boat a Jamie Oliver restaurant, and I'm like, ew. Ew.
They're also a liberal party.
Yep.
And now the Republican
not MAGA.
Yeah, the Republican Party is historically a liberal party, but is now turning away from liberalism and becoming an illiberal party, a post-liberal party, and turning into a fascist party. I warned about this the first Trump election as well. I warned about the proto-fascist nature of Donald Trump. I thought that it was important to make that distinction. I didn't say that Trump, like season 1 of Donald Trump was fully fascist, but season 2 of Donald Trump is. And I think it's important to make that distinction as well, because like you can see the difference, right? Like there was a lot of naked corruption, a lot of things that were going on in the first Trump administration, but the second Trump administration has been so brazen, so obvious, and successful when material conditions have worsened. I don't want that to happen though, because I don't want to live through that, and I don't think that is like an appropriate thing to move towards. I don't think that that's good for people. I think it's very violent and very deadly. I don't want the material conditions to deteriorate. But if you're asking me, like honestly, from a historical perspective, no,
I'm basically asking. I'm basically just asking if we get to a 2028 and like. I guess we can get into the hypothetical of Newsom versus Vance, but it's not even about that. They're kind of just stand-ins. I don't even want to concede who our nominee is going to be 2 years ahead, but I think there would be a meaningful difference in building a pro-labor movement under a JD Vance presidency, which would be much, much harder, versus a Gavin Newsom presidency. I mean, JD Vance's entire career has been trying to step on top of workers. He wants to.
I agree.
He endorsed Project 2025, which literally wants to bring child labor laws back to 1938. He's fundamentally illiberal and doesn't want to let you organize. I mean, like a lack of organization is part of not living in a liberal society, right? They will squash that. They will kill communists. They will kill socialists. That's what they did in other fascist societies. They killed socialists and communists. Meanwhile, Gavin Newsom, however insufficient you may think he is, and this is not an endorsement of Gavin Newsom, I'm just trying to illustrate my points of, the different realities we can.
That's the question. Why is he riding Newsom's dick? I don't know. Why the issue's not the candidate. And that's what Hassan is trying to tell him. Like, this is the conversation. It's like, hey, like, I really need change. And honestly, like, fucking Gavin Newsom's not the change. Here's why. And this motherfucker is like, no. Why would you not vote for the Democratic nominee? And it's like, because every time we have in the last, 20 plus years, it has not benefited us in any fucking way. I'm gonna maybe 40 fucking years, 50. I'm gonna go 50 fucking years. It has not benefited anyone. So yeah,
could enter. However insufficient you think Gavin Newsom is, he would allow for a really strong labor movement. He would allow for you guys to at least, organize, and he would probably communicate with you guys.
First of all, I don't even think you guys. I think you're a part of this as well. You're not against like organizing a labor movement, right? But
no, I'm
also,
not against that.
Also, can you crank up your volume a little bit on your end? Because I maxed it out, but people still are having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah, my bad. A lot of calls.
No, it's all good. As far as like what's better rooms for organizing, it's not even a necessary part of this discussion because I know that
it is.
I know that the reason why I'm saying it's not a necessary part of this discussion is because given the option between Gavin Newsom and JD Vance, I'm not saying that Gavin Newsom is going to be a situation than JD Vance. I understand and agree with, in theory, the harm reduction narratives. My argument is always around doing away with harm reduction narratives because the harm reduction narrative has led to two spectacular failures thus far, both in 2016 and also in 2020. And as far as like playing hardball with Democrats who don't want to listen, who still want to hold on and maintain this like harm reduction narrative, who still say that they want to appeal to this like mythical moderate voter, who's outside of who isn't a normal Democratic Party voter, like these guys that they want to turn to the Democratic Party. I'm willing to play hardball with them and say, like, look, I'll hold.
He doesn't realize that Gavin cynically broke open the same-sex marriage and then rode that to the governorship. Yeah. Yeah. Oh shit. Okay, I was fucking okay. Yeah, Gavin Newsom is not what Adam thinks he is.
Hold my vote back. But the reality of the matter is, if you're asking me sincerely, like, do you think that Gavin Newsom is going to be better than JD Vance? Of course. I mean, this is not something just like Kamala Harris is objectively going to be better than Donald Trump. The miscommunication around this comes in large part due to me openly saying, like, it's out of my hands at that point, because that was the second part that I mentioned. It's openly out of my hands at that point, and there's no way for me to overcome the way that the party is communicating what they want to do, and the fact that a lot of people hear that and immediately go, "Oh, this guy, he wants the Republicans to win." I don't.
Yeah, I don't think you want the Republicans to win. I don't think that at all. And here's where we agree on, actually. So I keep hearing you say that you don't want Democrats to run on the harm reduction narrative in 2028. And I totally effing agree. If we're running on a harm reduction narrative in 2028, we have failed somewhere massively. We want to build an exciting, forward-looking message that can turn out not only our base, but Americans who have been struggling. We need to have something that is not just us unified to our opposition of Donald Trump. For the past decade, we have been defined by our opposition to Trump, and we need something more exciting. So I agree. We should not run on a harm reduction narrative in 2028. But like what you just said, how you just worded your statements was not how you worded it when Jennifer Welch asked you that question.
No, I would vote third party because it's out of my hands at that point.
No, you said at that point it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, at that point it does.
Okay. This is semantic shit. This is the stuff that I met Gavin at my friend's wedding. He officiated. I won't vote for him. Well, I'm just gonna say this. This is semantic shit, and this is where, like, when I was watching it, I got so infuriated because I'm like, this motherfucker is just trying to fucking get points. That's it. He's not trying to do anything else. He's just trying to win points.
Sorry, that what I meant is it's out of my hands, which is the argument that I've made with Kamala Harris after like urging the campaign to listen to the warning signs that the people were giving them about their reluctance to address Gaza in a meaningful way, like signaling that they would truly be like an anti-war a party, even though Donald Trump is like a fucking warmonger, trying to get them to communicate that there are meaningful differences between their design overall, not leaning in and not conceding on the white nativist anti-immigrant narratives, knowing full well how devastating Trump's mass deportations were going to look like. I poured hours and hours and hours of commentary into this, thousands of hours of commentary into this, and it's always reduced back to whatever like reasonable soundbite that people can cling on to say, oh, we got him. He's a third party guy.
What do you mean it's out of? Well, you said you would vote third party, but what do you mean it's out of your hands?
Oh, perfect.
Like you mean like we would lose at that point?
I don't know if we would necessarily. I don't know if we would lose because JD Vance is uniquely uncharismatic.
Yeah,
but
we saw that today.
I mean, we see that every day, right? I mean, he's fucking disaster. I still think that Gavin Newsom is particularly weak against JD Vance, unfortunately. So I don't know. I feel like it would still be a toss-up at that point, partially because while JD Vance is not capable of holding the Trump coalition together, I don't even worry about JD Vance as much necessarily. I don't really worry about Marco Rubio. I worry about Tucker Carlson. I think Tucker Carlson has the real...
I kind of agree with this statement. Yeah. If Dems put up Harris or Newsom, they're going to lose. Yeah, 100%. I agree with him. Tucker Carlson is my concern going into 2028. Just not even kidding. The dude is kind of priming himself to be this kind of like new sort of like, I'm not a Republican anymore. I'm going to be doing my own thing. And it's like, okay, what does that mean? What is that about?
He's the real torch carrier of the MAGA movement.
He's waiting for 32. You think so? All right. Massey is my my other thing. I said this to someone at a party, and they went, "You're crazy. You're sounding crazy." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" Like, Massey is attempting to try and fucking go out of his way to fucking prove that Trump was in the Epstein files. Like, and he's trying to win fucking points. I could see Massey trying to do it. I don't think Massey would win, but I can see him trying to do it. And they're even starting to champion MTG. Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene is fucking toxic though. She couldn't win. Son is sounding more like Shank every day. You think so? I don't know. I think my issue with Shank is he is very Democratic, like moderate Democrat on most issues. I mean, if it's a choice between Newsom and Trump, I will vote Newsom, but in the primaries, I'm going to throw support elsewhere. Yeah. If he was thinking about it, he would have put himself out more. He knows how to get his name in the news cycle, just like Trump. He does. He was all... The reason why I kind of feel like this might be like a thing that might be something that's going to happen is the way he got himself in front of the camera during the Epstein hearings. And the way he took people to task, that I was kind of shocked that he was actually pushing that hard. The thing is, he's a libertarian. So yeah, the guy is going to be he's not going to win anything. He didn't even win his fucking primary, he didn't even win his primary. So fuck.
I don't even know if Donald Trump recognizes that yet or admits that personally, but I think it's there.
Tucker doesn't want to be the rebound. He wants to be the one after Massey and Paul take it. That would be fucking gross. Ugh. That'd be gross. I'm not down with that. I don't like Rand Paul. I was around this area when Rand Paul was doing the fucking Rand Paul like revolution, whatever it was, like the whatever he was calling it. It was so lame. And then there were so many college kids in the area that were just like, he's the coolest. And I'm like, you guys are getting tricked.
And
he fits the mold of an outsider, populist, anti-establishment
television
person
guy who understands how to communicate. He is charismatic as well. So
that is really scary.
So he is the one.
Toby Doden is definitely working his way up to it. Really?
And I'm actually terrified of, more so than Marco Rubio, who is like a straight line neocon. He's not going to be able to do the populist shit. And JD Vance.
How Kana and Massey take it, that would not happen at all. By the way, Rokana is one of the few people has not taken money from AIPAC, by the way. So I actually think he is pretty good on most things. Especially when it comes to lobbyist money. I wish they would do more, but it's really sad that like the bar the bar's so low that like, hey, you're not taking money from AIPAC, you're good in my book is kind of sad. This is really sad, actually.
Is basically like evil Pete Buttigieg, like role reversal Pete Buttigieg, where like he also has that like consultant McKinsey.
So he'll lose? Yeah, probably.
Consultant vibe to him. I like to say when, you know,
Abbott and Megyn Kelly are gonna run. He can't run anywhere. What are you talking about?
JD Vance comes into your neighborhood, you know that like the coal mine is
a tree saw to that
is shutting down. Like he has the attitude of a guy who's going to be like, we see you, we hear you, but we have to eliminate some redundancies. And I think most working class individuals, regardless of the MAGA cult, kind of see that he is insincere. So he doesn't have that populist element, and he tries to make up for it by being like this gross little groiper, even though he has a Indian wife and Indian children, and therefore even the super racists don't like him for that reason. So these are just like the two default.
Who would win, you think?
All positions that the Trump administration.
It would have to be on a slope, though.
Administration is like,
and if you're being serious, Cawthorn would probably win because he's a little bit more fit. At least he looks like he is. Rubio pitched a constitutional convention when he ran. That is their plan. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say something about Rubio. Rubio is one of the most uncharismatic fucking people. And like when people are like, oh, I can't wait for him to run. He'll be so good. You didn't see those pictures of Cawthorn. The ones in the dress? But yeah, I don't know. Rubio is fucking just as uncharismatic as fucking JD Vance is. Actually, less than JD Vance. That's the reason why people are like, oh, I want to see Marco Rubio run. He's a fucking wet fart as well. Like Marco Rubio is a fucking giant wet fart of a fucking human being.
You know, looking at right now, but I do think it's like possibly going to be Tucker Carlson. Now, going back to Gavin Newsom versus JD Vance, Gavin Newsom unfortunately has a lot of the California stink associated with him. I love California. I live here. And there's a lot of exaggerations about how devastating California is, like how terrible the conditions are here.
Insinuating Gates offered him coke. You mean Butthead, right? Yeah, fucking Butthead. I'm shocked that fucking Matt Gaetz did not get away, did not get fucking nuked from orbit. I mean, he doesn't have a seat anymore, but still, like, he still rolls around. Well, he doesn't roll around. He walks his self places. You know, he's not like Cawthorn or Abbott, but I'm just shocked that he is still like in the public eye in some way.
Where people are all doing crime and doing drugs and everyone's homeless on the street, but there is a real problem from the policy side of things with California. Gavin Newsom is, and he's demonstrated this already, beholden to corporate interests, and will pretty aggressively go out to bat for corporate interests in general.
Sometimes he's pushed back on a lot of special interest groups in California, though. They're pretty progressive state overall.
But the number one problem facing all Americans, I think you and I will agree on, other than healthcare, is housing, right? Mm-hmm. And California has a huge issue with housing, and we have voted for a million different ballot initiatives at this point to pay for shelter, pay for additional tax revenue so that we can go and build new homes and things of that nature. And none of it ever gets done. There's a lot of institutional rot here as well. Not to get all abundist on.
Pretty good look. I mean, look, I'll be very honest with you. This is a dude this is a dude being fucking goofy. The people who are like, oh my God, I can't believe he did this. I'm like, you can't? Like, Yeah, he's a fucking goober.
On this conversation, but like there is a little bit of truth to what the Abundance guys say, and so that homelessness narrative will stick for the uneducated, but even for the educated, like the educated voters, they will also.
No excuses for conservative slime balls like Vance being with a bunch of girls in the bathroom. Wait, is that a thing too? What were we looking at? It was Cawthorn in drag, essentially. He was in a corset. Like can you really call it drag? I mean, I have a joke that I almost said. Yeah, I'm good. Oh my god, you're way behind. Wait, huh? I am very way behind because this is new. Wait, I think I know what you're talking about. Send me the picture. Send me the picture. I think I know what you're talking about. Because even I saw it and I was like, what the fuck is this? And corporations and special interest groups ain't the same. No, they're not.
Recognize, like people like myself, recognize the setbacks that Gavin Newsom has presented to combat the housing market issue in the state of California.
Yeah, so I guess a few things that I want to respond to. I agree with you about Newsom's electability problems, and I think a lot of people would agree. I mean, I have a massive liberal audience, and even though
yeah,
not
it's only
fully
big deal,
behind
right?
any candidate right now, especially not fully behind Newsom 2 years ahead of the election, I think that now is our time to use the leverage we have, and I think that's what you're trying to do during the Jennifer Welch podcast. And like, I want to keep returning to that conversation that you had because you said
this is where, like, when I listen to Adam talk, this is where he loses me. All right, he's agreeing with Hassan at every fucking point, but he wants to go back and fucking police the words that came out of Hassan's mouth, which they were like, I cannot vote. Essentially, he's like, I cannot vote for someone like Gavin Newsom. This is it. Oh, yeah. Cawthorn being a drama geek. All of those guys are fucking in the closet in some way or another. And I'm at a point where I'm like, I just want people to fucking... I just want these motherfuckers, if they are truly unhappy and need to come out, like, to come out. Like, do it. I don't... Like, I see, like, apparently, like, allegedly, like, Marco Rubio. There's, like, pictures of him at a fucking, a bubble party when he was, like, 19 at a gay club, I think. There's, like, that type of shit. It's like, why? What the fuck? I saw these. Okay, I saw these. There are probably pictures of me. Okay, I'm going to say something. What we should be looking at is this when it comes to JD Vance. All right? Okay. This is whatever. This is nothing. This is a nothing burger. Mike Johnson having his kids monitor his porn is fucking concerning. Yeah, 100%. Adopting a 14-year-old kid at 25 is concerning as well. Here is what you should be concerned about. This is a fucking older woman. Who is this person, and why are they in the bathroom with a obviously, I believe he's a teenager in this fucking post. He's got to be, right? That's the thing I have a question about. Like, who is this? And what the fuck is up with that? That's just weird. I look at this and I'm like, okay. I'm trying to figure out how tall JD Vance is right now. I don't know.
In the conversation at that point, it doesn't even matter. But you, at this point, mean it was out of your hands, right?
Yeah.
Can you clarify what?
He was grooming the children. I saw that. I saw that photo, and I thought you were talking about something new, and I was all like, okay. I'm pretty sure there's fucking photos of me in the bathroom, not like doing anything insidious or anything like that with a girl in there. I'm pretty sure there's something like that floating around. can't remember a time I was in the bathroom with a girl, like a public restroom, but by all means, it could be the case. I don't know. It's just like all that shit is like such nothing burger shit. The fucking Cawthorn, Madison Cawthorn shit, nothing burger. I was with my grandma. I mean, I'm trying to think. Last time I can remember a parent actually taking me to the restroom. I can't.
What do you mean it was out of your hands?
So
just
and I also talked about like my refusal to endorse Kamala Harris as well, and we can get into that too. What I mean by that is exactly what I said in the 2024 election, where it was like,
oh my God. Something I need to point out about Hassan. There's like so many people who say that he did not vote for Kamala. And he did. He did it live on stream too. So it's bizarre when I hear that accusation thrown at him from like people on the left. I'm like, he has issues with her. He had issues with her. He also got kicked out of the fucking DNC. Like, I would be a little pissed. It was just family vacation photos. It looked like it. I was like, is that his mom? I don't know who that is. Oh. But yeah, I would be fucking pissed for getting kicked out of fucking the DNC for talking about like how the Democratic Party was like very pro-Israel. Like, I believe that was the reason why he got kicked out. But I don't know. Like, to me, it's like when I hear people talk about this shit, it's like, conservatives cannot cross-dress. It's against the law. You know what? I'm accepting of them cross-dressing. They can cross-dress if they want to. They just can't. They can't just be anti-fucking trans or queer. You know, like they have to be okay with people being non-binary too. That's all I ask.
You can't, as a singular individual, or even with like the entire might of the media behind you, outflank the actual campaign. So if Gavin Newsom is running as the Gavin,
you're all anti all that stuff, so it's illegal for them until they're exactly. I can get behind that. I can get behind that.
Newsom that we know so far, you know, he'll say certain things like, "Oh, I refuse to take money from AIPAC." Great, but then when push comes to shove, like, he will still be inconsistent.
Their law, perhaps. Wear what you like, or nothing at all. I don't care. I mean, I'm someone who does not really give a shit what people wear. I've got some pretty offensive clothing that I try not to wear out, especially in my neighborhood, because I don't want that heat. I don't want to be featured on the Facebook group. I don't want to be featured there. To be honest, hearing those conservative politicians played with cross-dressing makes me think they're more normal, not less. Yeah, I mean, I do agree with you that, look, I'm of the opinion that most of the people who call themselves conservatives, especially in this day and age, are not true conservatives and are grifting. Like, it is a way to get money. Like, how much money can I put in my pocket? Oh, it's easier to be a conservative. People will give me money. I refuse to just accept that they have double standards that they can get away with because their voters are intellectually dishonest. That's the thing, though. I agree with you. I don't know how you fix it other than exposing these people. Like, that's the only thing you can do. Yeah, put out fucking images of Cawthorn. Put out the images of fucking JD Vance wearing a shitty wig. You know? In a dress. To me, this is, me, I think JD Vance was a fucking young lib at a point in time. Because you're reading this shit they're against. that their politicians do. Yeah. This guy right here, this guy voted for fucking Barack Obama. And you know he did. You had to know he did. He even says, I was an atheist. Like, what happened, bro? It's old and nothing, it's nothing of importance, but it's something they can't honestly defend. I would love for someone to walk up and be like, hey, so can you tell me more about this photo and why you're dressed, why you're cross-dressing? He did 100%. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing is these guys grift, you know, and JD Vance is a prime example of someone who has obfuscated his past, and he's done it in many different ways. He's changed his name 3 fucking times. That right there alone should a cause for concern when it comes to looking at someone. Why did you change your name 3 times? Yeah, I know one of them, I believe, was to take his stepfather's last name. I can't remember. But the other one, why? Or I take his grandmother's last name. I don't know why. Rafael Cruz. Well, yeah, but you know why he's calling himself Ted. That name, Rafael, is a little too ethnic for Ted Cruz. Just a little. That fool could not handle being called Raphael. You know it. You know it. Do not call me that. My name is Ted. Well, I'm just reading the roll call sheet, bro.
Punishing Israeli leadership or fully subscribe to like refusing any sort of arms sales to Israel. And outside of Israel, of course, beholden to corporate interest when it comes to like the real estate lobby, anti-Medicare for all. If he runs as that, okay, there's no amount of advocacy that I can engage in that will make him look better. I can consistently talk about how much worse the Republican side is going to be.
You were asked if you would vote for him, and I'm not even.
Okay, and he's explained to you why he wouldn't vote for him. Can you fucking pull the shit out of your fucking ears? God, dude.
Saying you should have said yes in that moment, but you were asked, would you vote for him? And you said at that point, it doesn't even matter. Here's what I'm getting at here.
Yeah.
I think there was a very solid answer you could have given that didn't.
All hell Discordia. All hell Bob. Oh, wow. Okay. Church of Bob. May the million mimes march into the halls of the subgenius. God, I remember watching that. I got it off the internet back in 2001, 2002. I remember that. Still kind of high. You're fine. I knew what you were saying. I knew what you were referencing. But we're good. We're cool.
Outrage the liberals online as much, and I know that a lot of people flung a lot of shit at you on Twitter. That's always what happens. But
yeah.
I think there was an answer where you could have been like, listen, I refuse to pre-commit to any candidate 2 years ahead of a primary.
Oh, God. He was on a fucking podcast with a friend of his, and you're fucking taking his words and you're doing what every other fucking liberal does, and you fucking try to fucking poke a hole in it because this guy's name is Hassan and you don't like him. You just don't fucking like him. The Democratic, like, the center Democrat, like, lib groups dislike Hassan Piker because he is asking for socialist policies. Socialism is still considered a dirty goddamn fucking word. And the reality is the conservatives have done a number on fucking the word socialist and communism. And they fucking went to town on those two. And it annoys me to no fucking end that the fucking left will fucking cannibalize themselves. They'll just do it. They'll just do it just to do it. Like, oh yeah, this guy, he's got a lot of movement. Oh wait, he doesn't believe exactly what I believe. The fucking far right, all the people who voted for Trump, conservatives, wait until they realize 1/4 of their base has gone to communism. Well, that's the thing. They're starting to recognize it now. The fucking way people are voting, I would even probably argue it's more than that. I think it's more than that. I think it's coming from two different places too. I think it's coming from people who are, who voted for Trump, who were considered MAGA, who are like, wait, this isn't right. Shit. And I think there's DSA did good in Colorado. Yeah, they did. They did great. So someone said it was like 4 out of 5 seats, right? Fuck yeah. That's the thing. Like we're at this point where this shit that people like Adam Mockler do is the problem right now. It is flooding YouTube and all these other fucking haunts these guys live in with this bullshit. Twitter, fucking Blue Sky, whatever. And they want to fucking tear people apart. Even like in for the most minuscule shit. You didn't say it the way I wanted you to say it. So, I'm going to fucking take you to task. Eat a fucking pile of shit. Eat a fucking pile of shit. That's what I'm going to say. Communism or socialism, both fucking words are boogeyman words. I think on Saturday, I might do a stream on Saturday, and I'm just going to call it the anti-4th of July stream, and not do one on Sunday and just say fuck the podcast. And we'll just watch socialist and communist videos, and we'll get all educated on fucking communism and socialism. And yeah, socialist, communist, Marxist, woke, Pavlovian training the right has over their base is serious. Yeah, I personally just I'm sick of it, and there's some stuff that I feel like I need to get like boned up on, especially if I'm going to be doing this a little bit more. Which is like, yeah, tell me more about Marxist communists and how they're different than look, I don't know if they're technically different than Soviet communists, but yeah, I want to learn more about that shit, But I do know that socialism in its current form, especially in other countries who kind of like lean into the socialist aspect of like running a country, are doing great, doing fantastic. People are able to get healthcare, they're able to live, take vacations, like do the things that normal people should be doing. People are happier in those places, even if they're paying more for taxes and shit. But here in the States, that they will have you convinced those people live like fucking like in squalor, like they're awful, like they're not doing good. That's what they'll have you convinced to believe.
Mary, they have to earn my votes, and that's what I want to see. And I totally get you're on stream like 8 hours a day. You're not always going to say everything perfectly, but here's where a lot of liberals online are mad, and here's where we're all kind of talking.
Socialism keeps capitalism, communism gets rid of it. With AI and robotics, people want to get rid of capitalism before it consumes them. Yeah, I agree with it. Valhalla showed what Fox is trying to do to scare the right on how communism is trying to take over, and now and showed what they want. He said, snobby liberals descending like a plague of saints is also insufferable. I agree with that too. Oh, I'm flipping on my other computer. I forgot I have to install Foundry tonight. So my other computer is up. I'm going to do that while we're watching this. Are you trying to convince them to become a communist? No, I would never try to convince someone to become a communist. I think that, the best path forward right now is probably going to be a socialist sort of, more of a socialist sort of bend. I don't think corporations in their current form will ever let capitalism be a thing in the United States until we get lobbyists out of politics. So, I mean, I think it's putting the cart before the horse. If people are going to be like, why? No, that's not. Oh, he's saying to Fox News. Oh, okay. Marxism is not communism, right? Which there is the term Marxism or Marxist communism. Communism is separated from that piece. From what I understood, it was a bastardization of the Marxist ideas. Here, I'm going to play this.
I see a lot of people online saying all liberals want us to line up behind Gavin Newsom 2 years before a primary. And that's not even the argument that any of us are making. I think where a lot of liberals have problems with the way you speak about the Democratic Party is that you try to minimize the gap between the Democratic and Republican Party. So
okay.
I can totally grant that you meant to say like, well, you were asked, you were asked, would you vote for JD Vance or Gavin Newsom? You said, I'd vote third party. At that point, it doesn't even matter. It feels like you're drawing a false equivalency. And then a few days later, you basically said, Gavin Newsom will only be marginally better than whatever Republican candidate there is. Then you said, Democrats have literally written you out of existence regarding trans people.
Wait, did you see the rest of that quote?
I watched the video, but yeah, I watched what's the rest of the quote?
Did you hear me say that marginal differences between each candidacy, like marginal differences between two parties leads to drastically different outcomes for marginalized populations? Having said that, however, from the eye of like a voter, they don't make that distinction at all, especially if they are coming at it from a privileged position. If it doesn't like attack, if it doesn't harm them at all. And not only that,
a marginal. So you're you're kind of conflating two things. When you say there's a marginal difference between the two parties, I think that signals to people that either way they vote, it doesn't really matter that much. That's how people take that. When you say trans people you said like Democrats would shoot trans people in the back of the head, that signals that Democrats aren't really that different than Republicans. When that's not true, there's not a marginal difference between Democrats and Republicans. There's a very meaningful difference. If it was like Obama versus McCain, and you said there's a marginal difference,
I said
fine.
Democrats would. It's exaggeration. Democrats would kill trans people if it meant securing additional electoral votes. And that's not an argument that like Democrats are going to run on a policy of killing trans people. It's a hyperbolic statement about Democrats cutting out trans people, which as you saw probably in this last week, in the aftermath of the fucking neo-Nazi MAGA dad, or not MAGA dad, the trans shooter that was a fucking huge neo-Nazi, who's apparently his son was also a neo-Nazi who's in prison as well, which is, not very shocking. There were a lot of people floating around bad polls about, not bad necessarily from the polls are fine, but they were polls that made it seem as though the trans issue is something that we as Democrats should not actually advocate for. It was Laksha Jain. And I always go back to obviously the first week after the Kamala Harris election defeat, where a bunch of prominent Democrats who got yelled at, to be fair, by other Democrats in the caucus, but a bunch of prominent Democrats went on television and immediately were like, we lost because
the debate bros have more energy to argue, debate. Hassan looks bored with this convo because Hassan is like, you are misrepresenting what I'm saying, and you're on here to just do this. You're trying to win internet points to go on Twitter and be like, I can't believe you fucking slam dunk on fucking Hassan. And Hassan's like, I don't fucking care. You wanted to talk to me. You have a fucking platform. We can talk. Let's do it. And this is why, like, I'm only gonna watch like a few more minutes of this. I don't want to like bore everyone with this, but I don't know. To me, this is my issue with Adam Mockler in general, is that instead of focusing on the things that he should be focusing on, he would rather do this. He would rather get on and have pointless fucking debates. Having a debate with Def fucking Noodle. Don't give that guy a fucking platform. Do not have him on your fucking YouTube channel. You're just legitimizing this guy who doesn't need legitimizing. He fucked up. That fool does not need to be on anyone's fucking radar anymore. He's a fucking asshole and a grifter. And it's very obvious that he's a grifter. It's shit like that where I'm like, you have to ask the question of like, what is Adam Mockler doing this all for? And is it for the fucking, fame of it? Probably. Yeah, Mockler is clout farming Piker here. Yeah, he's clout farming in general. That's all he does is this. He does this shit. And it's annoying. It's annoying. It's this fast talking sort of like blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, dude, cool. No, I don't fucking care. I listen to you and my fucking eyes want to roll into the back of my fucking head. I'd rather look at the inside of my fucking eyelids and fucking turn the computer off than to fucking look at you and listen to you. Mockler's terrified of anything but mediocrity. The thing is, Mockler doesn't need to clout farm. He doesn't, but he does. That's the thing. He does. He constantly is either going for the easy fucking slam dunk. He's either making a fucking video about Trump dying for the fucking 1,000th time. He's talking about fucking just nonsense about 90% of the fucking time. And it is for the dopamine hit of like, tell me how cool I'm doing or how good I'm doing. I'm like the fucking ultra lib. Look at me. I'm so good. It's boring. Like this shit is a fucking waste of fucking time. There's an orbit of debate bro clout farming off of each other, and who has more gravity than them. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like they're constantly. It's this fucking Ouroboros of fucking debate bros. They fucking are just constantly fucking consuming themselves. He doesn't need to clout for him, but he is anyway. Yeah, it's silly. It's silly. You could. If I had the platform he had, I would use it to try and push, like, do what Hassan Piker's fucking doing and push, for change and not fucking try to tear down people within my own fucking party. That's the shit that I don't fucking like. It's that, like, the need to just fucking constantly just tear into people is so fucking weird. It's weird behavior, and he gets praised for it. He gets high five for it. Like, man, look at what Adam did today. Ooh, boy. He really took it to task on that fucking person who fucking could not tell his ass from his head. Either that or do the viewer farming on the right-wing channels. Yeah, do that. That's actually better. Haven't paid too much attention. Do you think Hassan is making a difference in the world? I think so. I think he is one of the proponents of what is going on with the Democratic Socialist Party. I think he is absolutely one of the fucking tent poles of that. And no matter how you feel about Hassan, I think what he's doing is great. He can be abrasive. He can be kind of an asshole. He can be very fucking arrogant. And I'm pretty sure he would agree with me with all those things that I have said. But that's the thing. Like, he is putting his money where his mouth is. He went to fucking Cuba to fucking give aid. He has done this. Not done this, but he's done the whole Democratic Socialist Party thing. He's doing it, and you can't look at that and be mad about it. The only people who are mad about it are, center Dems who are essentially conservatives at this point. Those are the only people who are really mad because he's yucking their yum right now. He's like a young samurai challenging the older samurai to a duel. Hadouken, two different things. Two different things. Oh my god! All right.
The trans stuff. They put a lot of overemphasis in the Kamala Harris's.
He's also using his wealth platform to do aid. He went to Cuba. Yeah. I pointed that out already. He fucking went to Cuba. He did it. He did this thing. And I that's the thing. Like, a lot of people have a lot of negative shit to say about Hassan. And it used to frustrate me because I would be very much like, there are certain things that I completely fucking understand. Like, the way he talks to people sometimes, I'm like, dude, I would never talk to anyone like that. But it's never on anything that really like means anything. It's always about like, oh, he's, you know, like he's got too much money. He is driving an expensive car. He's doing this. He's doing that. I'm like, and you know, the people who are criticizing him are people like fucking Asmongold, and I'm like, yeah, but what is Asmongold doing with his fucking money? He's hoarding it like a fucking little goblin. You know, like these motherfuckers literally like to talk a bunch of mad shit, and they refuse to do anything other than just fucking talk shit. I'm currently talking shit, but I'm talking shit about people who I feel like need to be fucking talked shit about. And I'm also very frustrated with just the state of the world. So that is what is coming out right now.
Is going to give bottom surgeries to Guatemalan transgender prisoners in immigrant detention facilities. My argument always is, if the Democrats actually put forth policies that people have to...
people probably don't know about that, but Asmongold used to use the smell of a dead rat to know when he needed to wake up, because the sun would hit it just right at the right moment to just fucking wake his ass up. So, just FYI, Asmongold is a fucking he's a fucking weirdo.
Attack, like the Republicans have to attack, then the trans issue just becomes unserious and a relic of the culture war that people don't pay attention to. And in the absence of definable policies that you can associate with the Democrats, they become very defined by what their enemy, the Republicans, define them as.
Yeah, so
that's also...
I don't actually I don't disagree with your analysis at the end there. I do think that if we had a more affirmative, unifying message, then people wouldn't care. Like Medicare for all would be really exciting for so many people. I heard you say this, and I actually agree there. But just because some Democrats went on TV after Kamala lost, and just because some Democrats that are floating polls around on Twitter that are showing people don't like trans, that doesn't mean Democrats don't care about trans people or have written them out of existence. Like the difference between Democrats and Republicans on trans people is not marginal. It is not slight. It is very, very meaningful. If you grew up in the state of Indiana, where I grew up, and you tell a counselor that you are having thoughts about, you know, like gender dysphoria, or you want to change your name, they have to go tell your parents. But if you go across the state borders in the state of Illinois, someone who you probably think is like a moderate billionaire, JB Pritzker, he's turned it into a sanctuary state where you can get your
I like JB's policies. Yeah, I'm very aware of this distinction.
Okay, but wait a minute. So JB Pritzker, Andy Bashir, even Governor Newsom turned California into a sanctuary state. It is a very progressive state. So can you see how people are bothered when you then go on the stream, and I'm quoting you verbatim, you said Democrats have written you out of existence, Democrats don't give a fuck about you, and then you said later on, the marginalized identities have been left behind by the Democratic Party. You're kind of drawing a false equivalency, and then that brings me back to the Jennifer Welch clip. I'm trying to give you the strongest liberal argument here as to why people are mad. It's not because
and by the way, I've heard this argument. I used to make this argument.
Oh my god, Asmongold's eyebrows are the alien life forms controlling his body like a greasy broke Jaeger mech? Really? God damn. All right. I like that. Yeah, I have not. I believe that's from Pacific Rim. Pacific Rim. I haven't watched it. I tried to watch it, and I think I watched part of the second one, which is apparently not good. But I was like, I don't know what I'm watching.
Myself.
Yeah, but you said at that point it doesn't even matter, and that kind of feeds into the broader apathy that you seem to be pushing towards. So there is a meaningful difference between Democrats and Republicans on trans issues, right? If you grew up in a Democrat or a Republican state, there's a meaningful difference between your quality of life. Can you agree with that?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so a meaningful difference. There's a big difference. Okay, so
no, there is a meaningful difference between living in a Democratic state, hopefully one that isn't captured by Republican state legislatures that will then, even under Democratic leadership within the White House, take advantage of the state legislature apparatus to still undermine trans existence, and then take that all the way up the courts of the.
This is what's so annoying is like he is trying to do this gotcha thing that they're not even having a conversation about anything that is relevant to why he is on there. That's annoying to me. You know, he's trying to get him in this gotcha thing. Like, can you you can admit, right, that it's better to live in a fucking Democratic state than a conservative. It's like, no shit. Like, are you dumb? like, what is this, like fucking 5-year-old fucking argument that you're making? Fucking silly.
Supreme Court. There's a meaningful distinction between having a liberal Supreme Court majority versus a Republican Supreme Court majority, a super majority even. These are all things that I fully understand and fully agree to and don't want to happen. When I talk about the Democratic Party's lack of interest in like actively fighting back and counter messaging against the Republican misinformation around trans people, what I'm talking about is Democrats running from a place of fear. What I want the Democrats to do is to, one, not compromise at all when it comes to putting forth a counter messaging operation to go back and fight back against the Republican Party when it comes to trans issues. But also, this isn't even just about trans people either. This goes back to even undocumented migrants and migrants in general, like Haitians eating cats and dogs, all the endless amounts of attacks. And the notion that like undocumented migrants constitute.
Yeah, the thing is about Mockler is that he subscribes to the Democratic sort of like, give me just enough, when the reality is we should be asking for everything and then some. And he can't comprehend being like, no, I'm not happy with my life and the way my life has been. Because honestly, he might be viewing it from an angle that is privileged at this point. I mean, you're fucking making, I don't know how he's making off of YouTube, but he's probably making a ton. I mean, and CNN is paying him fucking to come out there and argue with Scott Jennings. That's the stuff though. Like I see that shit, like the Scott Jennings thing, and I feel like this is a lot of political theater at this point. I don't know if it's like if it's truly a thing. There was like a debate he did. I think it was a 20 versus 1 on Jubilee, right? Check out that bookshelf. It's not IKEA. I mean, you wanna see IKEA? Look at my fucking bookshelf. My bookshelf is IKEA. Yeah, his is not. His is fucking. I mean, nice bookshelf. I'll be honest with you, it's not bad. I mean, it's a big ass bookshelf too. Those are expensive. Oh, that's in the wall. That's on the wall. That is actually up. It's not even on the floor. I'm staring at it and I'm like, what? Okay. Yeah. Here we go. Alex, big up. Yep. It's off the fucking floor. This is mounted. This is a mounted fucking. Oh God. Ugh.
A national security threat, the way that the Republicans present it, it's pure hysteria. Something that I've told Democrats over and over again, urged Democrats over and over again, even when Joe Biden was president early on, down to the DNC where I talked to them directly and told them to address over and over again with the hopes that they would, at the very least, push back against this so we wouldn't have seemingly a more, like a bigger mandate, a bigger popular mandate for Donald Trump on issues such as that. I think every moment that the Democrats waste, not on the offensive, on affirmative policies and affirmative policy vision that is easily definable, is a moment where the conversation revolves around culture war issues, specifically attacking trans people, and it ends up harming trans people that way. There is a big difference between a blue state and a red one in terms of trans existence. To deny that would be silly. I don't deny that at all.
Good. What about between like a Newsom, if Newsom got everything he wanted in America and JD Vance got everything he wanted in America, do you think there would be a meaningful difference for trans people?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I mean, we're like Donald Trump's first action when he came into office. Like this might come as a surprise to people, maybe in your audience or people that have seen these clips, and assume that I don't think that there's any difference between a Democratic leadership or a Republican one. I will never work with Republicans. Well, I guess maybe Thomas Madden.
Son isn't wrong on the issue because even Tallarico's backing off on his defense on transgenders and transgender kids. The problem is like here's the thing. The problem is that there's too many people conditioned nowadays to think that transgender just in general is just bad. There's a lot of people on the right that really just have this false idea of how just anything when it comes to the transgender community works. Like, they just don't get it. And they have this idea that they're all predators and things like that. And it's crazy shit. You're not going to be able to reach a bunch of people talking about those things because they already have a built-in prejudice. Now, the way you get those people over to your party is not to do what Gavin Newsom does and go on to, right-leaning media and go, you know what? I admit I was wrong about this. And it's like, no, you don't fucking count out of these people, but you do try and show them that, hey, like, look, you're focusing on the wrong thing. Here are my policies. Mockler is seeing himself on the come up, but he always gets into the weeds and lost in the woods. Needs some focus on what Piker is saying about policy in the big picture. Yeah. He's changing the language, not the fact that he believes they shouldn't have the right, though. Yeah, exactly. Gavin, on the other hand, I think fucking that fucking almost said Ben Stiller. Ben Shapiro fucking interview was so fucking gross and so disgusting. Like agreeing with him on his like takes about Israel and saying he was wrong to I guess critique Israel. I think that's what it was. It was just fucking gross, and we need less politicians willing to just fucking try and win voters who are quote unquote in the middle and just run on policies at this point. Yeah, I think that's like my whole like fucking thing right now is that. Do I think there would be a meaningful difference in monopolies? No, I don't.
Assy on like a very random issue, you know what I mean? A random issue that's like the Epstein files, something like that. But I don't agree with Republicans ideologically, and my criticisms of the Democratic Party revolve around their closeness to Republicans or their endless interest in conceding to Republicans on certain issues, because that concession doesn't actually end up causing them to win elections. The only thing it actually ends up doing is those concessions actually normalize some of the Republican agenda items in the eyes of the base of the Democratic Party. And only until people realize how devastating the outcome of those policies are, do they turn around and go, oh, I have buyer's remorse now. Fell for it again award. I didn't realize that the party that said they were going to do mass deportations is actually doing mass deportations. Or I didn't realize that those mass deportations were going to look so fucking violent and so disgusting that my neighbors were going to be in fear.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with a lot of that. And I don't want you to think I was just watching clips of you. I watched your entire stream.
I know.
Where it just felt like you were saying two different things at once. You take these really strong declarative statements or those positions about the Democratic Party, and like you quite literally said Democrats, or you said the marginalized identities have been left behind.
Okay. This is the stuff that I'm like, this is the shit that I go when I hear him like starting to try to poke holes into fucking Hassan's fucking, belief system and the things that he says. I go, bro, Hassan has been talking about this shit for fucking years. He knows how he feels about it. He knows exactly how he thinks about all of these things. He talks about this shit 24/7. Yeah, nuance escapes him. That's the problem is like, this guy would rather try to win fucking on fucking debate points than actually have a conversation. He wants to look down at his notes and go, well, actually, you said something like this, and you should have used the fucking proper version of 2 instead of saying 2. You should have said 2, not the number 2. It's shit like that. It's like Piker based around normalization. What do you mean?
Behind by the Democratic Party. And then you go on to explain in a little bit more nuance that yes, growing up in a trans state or a red state.
I don't want you to think I went through all your videos and cherry picked but some inflammatory statements, but it is that statement where it's like you're just sitting there, you're listening and you're like, okay, but we're not having a conversation. You're here to criticize me is what it sounds like.
state would be better than a.
I just like how Hassan is like, I'm just gonna fucking just pick my fucking teeth. I'm here to fucking engage at this point, and give a response. But outside of that, you're not getting much from me.
Or sorry, growing up in a blue state would be better than a red state as a trans
course.
person. So you do clarify that in the video that I watched. But can you then see how Democrats, or at least liberals on Twitter, who are just like seeing you repeatedly say this, Gavin Newsom will be marginally better than whatever the Democratic candidate is, but you then just said to me that you think he will be meaningfully better if he got into
marginal
the office.
differences in terms of policy in the way that they communicate it. Like Gavin Newsom, I don't know what he's going to run on in terms of,
Yeah, Gavin Newsom could come out and be like, yeah, all that shit that I did in California, don't expect it to happen, across the board. All right. We're going to fucking just be running on policies that we've been trying to push for years. The same shit. You can tell Piker is casual and Mockler is trying hard. Yeah, it's a try hard. Totally. Fucking totally. You don't know. Like, I mean, Gavin could come out and be like, actually identifies moderate Democrat. And, I ran a very liberal state, very liberal state of California, but my policies actually live very much in the center, and he's not going to get a lot of shit done, is what it would feel like.
Defending trans people, right? Like I don't know how big of a part of his advocacy this will be. I can only look to what he's trying to do, what he's trying to present himself as right now, right? Because we can look at his experience as a governor in California, but then if there is a significant difference that he's communicating now because he has ambition.
This is actually happening live, by the way. The going in and out.
Higher office, it's only causing to assume that he is going to probably pivot, like many other Democrats, to this mythical, this center for the mythical moderate voter. Do you think that that's an unfair assessment? Let's just start there first of all.
That he shouldn't pivot to the center?
No. That judging by the position between what kind of trans protections that he has signed into law when he was the governor, when he is the governor of California.
Yeah, Piker's now repeating himself. He's having to. This is the problem. It's like, Adam came in and is like, hey, I have these talking points that I want to talk about. And then he does not want to engage in the conversation of like having a conversation. Instead, he wants to look down at his notebook and go, well, what about this? And it's like, well, dude, you're misrepresenting what I just fucking said.
Versus how he's communicating now about certain aspects of trans identity and trans issues is probably a pretty reliable way to comprehend whether or not he is going to pivot to the center on trans issues a little bit.
No, I don't think
you don't think so?
The way he talked. No, I don't think you can conflate the way he spoke to Charlie Kirk on the podcast with the way that he's actually ruled California. There is a very...
Oh, that's right. He did the Charlie Kirk thing. And this is also... Yeah, that was pretty fucking rough.
Very meaningful difference between the way that he's...
Oh, so don't listen to him when he actually talks to someone on the right. You have to ignore that. Because he's got to talk to people on the right like that because they would never listen to him. I don't know what he's trying to get at with this.
The way that he's ruled California versus the way that Republicans would. And here's
no, I don't even I don't disagree with that. The reason why I'm asking that is
but here's the problem. There's a category error happening here where you keep saying that there's a marginal difference between the parties. And I get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying. You think there is a marginal policy difference between the parties because you think Democrats should be farther to the left and stand up for this stuff. But when you say that, a lot of liberals think that you're arguing that there's a marginal difference in outcomes. And you are conceding right here, there's not a marginal difference in outcomes.
No, there's not a marginal difference in outcomes.
Okay, so yeah. I think that needs to be clarified more because that does kind of draw...
Well, okay. I mean, I guess if you're going to compare it to another MAGA person coming in, yeah, it wouldn't be marginal. But the problem is that it's going to take someone coming in and fucking shit up to make things better. Like, that's the reality. We get another Democratic president who is center. It's nothing's going to change. I always repeat this fucking story because it is the thing that like has made me just radicalized me a little bit because it's like, it just goes to show you how moderate Democrats actually think about things, and they are fucking just like masochists. Like hard right versus mid right, still right. I agree, 100%. But they're so fucking masochistic that they're doom and gloom about it. Like, we have to vote Democrat no matter what. But if we vote too far to the left, that might be too much change, and you can't do too much change. You're going to lose people. And it's like, no. We have been doing no change. We've been voting in Democratic fucking presidents and very little changes. Very little fucking changes. No, we need fucking something different. All right? If Trump can come in and fuck shit up the way he fucked shit up, someone on the fucking left can fucking do the exact same thing. And it's well fucking deserved at this point, because we've had, since fucking Reagan, even fucking go back to Nixon. Nixon has, and all these motherfuckers on the far right have actively sought to fuck shit up. He said it a couple times already. Yeah.
Some apathy between voters. But going back to Gavin Newsom, no, he has quite literally changed the way California looks at trans people just because he gave an insufficient answer on Gavin.
But yeah, no, my stance on it is like, I was at a party and someone said that to me, and they're a Democrat, and I was just like, they essentially told me, no, that would never work. And I was like, what do you mean? Can you explain that to me? Why that would not work? How is it that someone like Trump can come in and absolutely dismantle all three branches of the fucking government? Like, absolutely do a fucking, a fucking, hit job on the fucking government, and explain that to me. Explain how someone can do that on the right, and it's not okay for someone on the left to do that. The robot overlords are positioning themselves to finally take the majority of the labor. I mean, if you were to believe the one parent that told me legitimately, yeah, we're all going to get robots, and we're going to get a fucking, we're going to get a fucking check from the government every month to cover our expenses. I'm like, no, You didn't make that clearer. Versus, I said it the same way 3 times before you heard it. Yeah. Turns out nothing was set in stone. I don't know. We might pick this back up on. I don't want to beat a dead horse with this stuff. I mean, I've said it before, and this was the interaction that made me go, holy fucking shit. These motherfuckers who are part of the Democratic Party, who are these talking heads, will literally cannibalize the party itself to get points. Like nothing is sacred, We decide what is the government. If we want it, we can make it happen. Yeah, exactly. And that's the shit that upsets me. Because I literally was at that party, and it was like one of the moments where I was just like, I was so fucking like, man, I just got fucking told how you. It was like my MAGA parent telling me, get the fuck over it and just fucking pull yourself up by your bootstraps and stop fucking complaining. It was one of those moments where I was like, but I am not complaining. I'm asking for fucking change. I want things better. I don't want to fucking be like, oh, pull myself up by the bootstraps and just deal with it. Yep. I'll eat my shit sandwich. No. That's the shit that I'm like, that is fucked to me. Outright fucked. And this is what I don't like about the Democratic Party, is that it's we have to let this shit happen. It'll get better eventually. No. Make it better now. Fucking fix it now. Don't fucking wait. Fix it fucking now. Do it immediately. You go into office, do exactly what Trump did. Write a bunch of fucking executive orders and fucking cram them through. Trump kind of ran on burning it all down, and the left never had any intention of doing anything that radical. Republicans desperate after Tea Party rug pull. Yeah. But I think we're all at that point too, though. I think on the left, where it's all like, hey, this is bullshit. This is absolutely bullshit. You know, most of the wealth is in the top fucking 1% of the population. Less than, I believe, top 1% of the population. It's fucked. It's like absolutely fucked. You cannot look at I have no boots. I don't have boots like cowboy boots, but I think I have a pair of boots. I mean, I do because I have a Ghostbuster jumpsuit that I wear during Halloween. Yeah, I try to go all out on Halloween whenever I can, but whatever. That's besides the point. But it's the shit that I'm like, I don't know. I'm like over it. Like I'm over this type of fucking pundit. I'm over this type of fucking talking head that has to fucking just absolutely be the you didn't say it the way I wanted you to say it, so I'm gonna fucking hop on here and I'm gonna have a debate with you and I'm gonna win the debate. When there's really no debate. It was a conversation. This is supposed to be a fucking conversation. This motherfucker came in with fucking notes. Fucking notes. That's weird fucking behavior. Weird fucking behavior. I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Gavin Newsom's podcast doesn't lead me to believe that he's going to entirely throw trans.
I wonder if I can get a bomb still. Hold
go
on.
through this. He
no, hold on. It's not entirely, but do you feel? And I'm not like trying to debate you on this. I'm just asking you sincerely. Do you think that it is indicative that there is at least in the way that he's communicating a pivot to a more moderate?
Can't watch that shit anymore. It's got to be better. That's been my stance when it comes to fucking politics right now and pundits. Like I am trying my best. Like I literally, unfortunately, have to stick to people like Hassan. I even don't really like watching IHIP or Jennifer Welsh that much anymore because when I sit down and watch them, they're talking about the same stuff. Like I like Kyle. I think Kyle, I think there is a necessity for them to have to run stories about Trump being sick or dying. I get it, but he typically is a lot more focused on being like, here's where we're fucked right now. Sam Seder, I can only watch when I'm really feeling like watching Sam Seder, and then there's a few others, but the reality is like, I think this is why my feed right now on YouTube is literally alternate reality scenarios for the Star Wars franchise. And I'm like, why? I don't know. I put them on lately and I'm like, oh, that's kind of cute. Okay. Okay. I think we're going to get to the 35-minute marker
on trans issues because he calculates this as more electorally viable.
No. Was he asked about trans issues or trans sports in particular?
The pieces that I've seen is mostly talking about trans sports and saying that trans sports is a bridge too far or something like that.
Yeah, and like that can totally be insufficient for your worldview, and you can say that is not sufficiently progressive enough. But I think that to say that Gavin Newsom, because he said that to Charlie Kirk, that nullifies the way that he's actually ran in California. You're using that one comment to wait.
It doesn't.
Okay,
I don't think it nullifies the way it was in California. Making
let me
an
just lay this out.
assessment
Newsom
off
has
of.
signed a law. Sorry.
I'm making an assessment off of. I know Gavin Newsom, just like Andy Bashar, who I have given tremendous props to, more so than Gavin Newsom because he's doing it in fucking a Trump 35 state, right? Trump plus 35 state.
Yeah, he's holding
with
the line
with a hostile state legislature too. So it's like it's infinitely more difficult. He actually shows the rest of the Democratic Party. I use him as an example to show the rest of the Democratic Party that you don't have to be compromising. And the way he's talked about trans people is actually wonderful. Where he says these are
Jesus,
Christian. These are my neighbor. God teaches me love my neighbor, not to fight my neighbor. I remember when he stood up at that state legislature member where he was like, you have to apologize to these constituents. These are your constituents as well. Wait, hold on.
Don't look up OSM. Wildly insane brain rot. Hold on. Now I gotta look it up. Now I have to. Is it Rocket? Is this Rocket League? Or wait, hold on. Yeah, I haven't been watching, but maybe 2 or 3 things a day on what's been going on. Because, as you said, it's the same old shit, different day. Trump's burned himself out. Yeah, I mean, the reality right now is, like, if people were actively doing investigative journalism and then, like, going to fucking town and exposing everything that's been going on, I would be fucking, like, I would be all over it, you know? I think that's why I kind of like enjoyed the Lego thing, even though I got burnt out on Lego shit pretty quickly. Like I was like, just like the Legos thing, I was like, okay, great. I just need to know who's telling the truth at this point. There's only so many videos you can watch before you're like, okay, cool. Like, you know, I think when we watched the CoffeeZilla video, I was like, okay, cool. I can link a video in the Discord if you want your brain to melt. Yeah, go ahead. Let's do it. Not right now. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna see if I can like actually get some food. I don't want to. Here's the thing. I don't want a fucking burger. I don't want. I don't want Taco Bell. I had Taco Bell yesterday. And man, okay, is In-N-Out still open? I could do In-N-Out actually. They're open. When do they close? They close. Oh, they close in 30 minutes. Ugh, all right. Pancake. I could do pancake. But there's not a pancake place around here. Always a pancake. I had waffles earlier today though, so that might not be it. I could. I don't. Maybe. Here's the thing. I don't want to eat French fries. Like I'm trying to like not have my diet consist entirely of carbs right now. Like so I had a salad and a steak and I had green peas, which the only thing that felt edible on the plate tonight was literally the green peas. I just make them myself. Yeah, I could. I just I need to get it out of the house for like just maybe even like 15-20 minutes. Ooh, savory. Oh, you know, I could make growing up in a Jewish family, we did have a lot, because quite a bit. There you go. Video title is less revealing than you'd think, right? If wasn't Trump saying blah 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 blah, here's what he posted on Truth Social. He is dying. It's literally he did it again. My fucking favorite thing is, hold on, it's this guy too. He posts fucking the other day I saw it and I was all like, you're not getting me. You're not getting me. I saw what you posted. You're not getting me, bro. He posted he posted this. Okay. I'll pull it up. He goes, I just fucking, I just died inside. I was like, no, tell me what the fuck you're gonna fucking say. Tell me what the fuck you are going to fucking say. All right, give me the title. Put it in the fucking title. This is not some cleverly edited fucking video. This is you just fucking gabbing about just something Trump fucking said. I know it, and I fucking know it. Look, whoa, this is bad. MAGA hospital scare goes public. Like, I saw the video of him earlier today. He was fine. All right. Like I said, I will be fucking like cool once I see a fucking hearse, an ambulance, whatever pull up. I'll be like, okay, cool, yeah, he's dead. That is where I'm at with that whole thing. Like, that's where we're at.
We got my...
Oh, this is that other fucking video. This is... Oh, there's Mehdi Hassan. Where's my Hassan video? Ed Wood. Okay, here we go.
Can you...
Clickbait titles is so 2024. I use them, but at the same time, though, you know what you're getting when you're going to click on one of my videos. I think the APAC video that I'm going to be shooting, I think, not tomorrow, maybe Friday? I got like a couple things I got to do, but I think it was all like, what did I title it? It was something so goofy. It was something like APAC our bags. I can't remember what it was, but it was something so dumb. Biscuits and gravy sound good right now. Yeah, the problem is, like, if I am going to go get In-N-Out, I would have to leave right now, and I might not even make it in time. So I'm stuck with McDonald's. Yeah, I think I'm stuck with McDonald's. That's my only option. Or Jack in the Box. I haven't had Jack in the Box in a while. Maybe. I don't know. And I would love Burger King. I don't think Burger King's open. Could do Burger King. I haven't had a Burger King burger in... They're open 24 hours. Does Texas have Cookout? There's one in San Antonio, and I'm not driving to San Antonio. I'm not driving out there. No 24-hour targets or something? No. So COVID out here really, like, even in Austin, really fucked shit up. They nuked 24-hour grocery stores. They nuked Walmarts. They nuked Targets. All of it. All of it. The only places that are open 24 hours now. And as someone who mainly deals with fucking like nighttime stuff, like, I'm a nighttime person, all right? I will be very frank with you. It has been the worst because McDonald's is, I think, 24 hours, and apparently Burger King is. I didn't know that. Yeah, Burger King closes early here. I mean, I think I might have to drive out just a little bit, but it's not like that far. I'm trying to see. Hold on. I don't want to say. I almost said out loud. I was like, yeah, the one, yeah, near me is 24 hours. Yeah, COVID screwed night people. They did. It fucked us all up. Yeah, you can't get anything ordered. Can't go to a grocery store. And you're stuck to going to, like, apparently, like, 2 places. So, sorry, you can go to Taco Bell till about 3 here, which is shocking because when I was in Austin, you can only go to Taco Bell till about 1 in the morning. No more 24-hour places anymore. I used to love going shopping at 2 a.m. Me too. My God, going into a Walmart. Well, I don't like going into Walmarts. I fucking hate Walmarts. I used to work for Sam's. And the culture of Walmart is enough to, like, literally just make you just go never again. But HEBs used to be 24 hours, and it was great to go get groceries in the middle of the night. And you can fucking go grab yourself some fucking, like, you want ice cream? Fucking let's go get some ice cream. Go to HEB, get some Bluebell. It's fucking awesome. All right, I'll pick this up. I'm thinking about doing Saturday. I don't know. I'm gonna be by myself. I mean, so being disabled, I would like to go in the cooler time, and yeah, when there's no one there. I mean, even me not being disabled, I'm like, I would like it to be fucking cold or just not 95 degrees out on the 4th. Yeah, I'm gonna be by myself on the 4th. My family was like, you should come to Houston. I'm like, it means I have to take the dogs with me, and I don't want to do that. But I might do a stream that night, like in the evening, and I'm gonna maybe call it the anti 4th of July stream, and we'll just watch whatever we want to watch. It'll be probably pro socialist, pro communist content for the night, just to be like a fuck you to the fucking people who think that we're actually free at the moment. So yeah, but I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, it's just going to depend on if people are interested. I don't know. I thought it'd be kind of fun because I really don't feel like there's anything to celebrate at the moment. So, but yeah. All right. I am going to, we're hitting fucking, oh my God, I did 6.5 hours. Shit. Okay. Yeah, I am going to go get some food and call Suzanne. Go do that. Tomorrow I will be around. I think we're going to be doing the group that we have together for Daggerheart might be getting together tomorrow. I just got Foundry installed. That's part of the reason why I'm still hanging out right now. Perfect. Thank you for the show. Yeah, of course, Donna. I appreciate you hanging out. Appreciate everybody hanging out. I know these are weird because, good eating, brother. Yeah. But yeah, I'm going to get the hell out of here. Have a good evening. Melt your brain later. I will. And we might finish the Adam Mockler nonsense on Saturday if we really feel like it. Okay, I think that's good. All right, we're going to get the hell out of here. All right, everybody. Good night. I will see you all most likely Saturday. Just be on the lookout for the, post or the notification.